Good morning, and thank you so much for waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine here with you on this Thursday morning. It's October 3rd, and as we come on the air, we are following breaking news headlines. Take a look at your screen. Just as we were in commercial break, coming on the air this Thursday morning, airstrikes underway there in Beirut, Lebanon. We're told by the Associated Press that at this hour, Israeli Defense Forces, they are conducting limited ground invasions in that area. They do specify, though, they are not conducting these to attack the Lebanese people. They are conducting these limited ground invasions against Iran-backed Hezbollah militia. So just want to make sure that is understood. As we continue to follow breaking news headlines, we're also following the very latest as it relates to conflict with Israel and Iran. Take a look at your screen. This is the latest video we're getting from our Fox News partners. President Joe Biden saying that Iran has gone way off board, but Israel's response to the latest missile attack should be proportionate. It comes amid speculation that Israel could target Iranian infrastructure like nuclear sites and even oil rigs. Israeli officials say the response will be painful, with the anniversary of the October 7th attacks less than 1 week away. Fox News senior correspondent Mike Tobin joins us from Haifa, Israel, with the latest.
For the first time in this conflict, Hezbollah fighters directly engaged Israeli forces. An ambush involving anti-tank missiles in South Lebanon killed 8 Israeli soldiers.
I would like to send my deepest condolences to the families of our heroes who fell today in Lebanon. May God avenge their death.
This just 1 day after the unprecedented missile barrage Iran fired into Israel. Israeli air defenses intercepted many. Guided missile destroyers USS Cole and USS Bulkley fired 12 interceptors at the incoming barrage. Some Iranian missiles got through, hit civilian structures as well as air bases. Israel says its Air Force's capability is unaffected. At today's emergency UN Security Council meeting with the Israeli ambassador watching, Iran's ambassador defended the attack.
Iran's response was a necessity to restore balance and deterrence. Israel must understand that each act of aggression it makes is not unpunished and will be met with consequences.
Weighing retaliation to the second direct attack from Iran, the chiefs of Israel's defense establishment met in the Kiryat, Israel's version of the Pentagon.
We have the capabilities to reach and strike any point in the Middle East, and those of our enemies who have not yet understood this will soon understand.
Still cautious about escalation, U.S. President Joe Biden said he would not support an Israeli strike on Iranian nuclear facilities. Instead, he promised sanctions and called for a meeting of G7 leaders.
All 7 of us agree that they have a right to respond, but they should respond in proportion.
With the fight still on multiple fronts, Hamas has now claimed responsibility for those 2 Palestinian attackers who opened fire on civilians in Jaffa near Tel Aviv. They killed 7 before the gunmen were also killed. In Haifa, Israel, Mike Tobin, Fox News.
Mike, thank you so much for that detailed report, giving you another angle of the current ground incursions going on right now in Beirut, Lebanon, as Israeli Defense Forces, they do continue to target Iran-backed Hezbollah militia. Joining us live this morning to further discuss the latest with this conflict in the Middle East is Ruthie Bloom, former advisor to the office of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Ruthie, always a pleasure to speak with you here on Live Now. Good morning.
Good morning, Jeanne, and it's always a pleasure to be here.
So, Ruthie, chaotic is probably an understatement to describe the feeling and the emotion you and your loved ones have been experiencing out there in Israel. You're in Tel Aviv at this hour. Could you paint a picture for us as you were hearing the sirens in your area? What did you experience as all of this chaos was unfolding?
Well, I'll tell you, I happened to be on a train from Jerusalem to my home in Tel Aviv, and the train ride is about half an hour, that's all. However, the conductor announced halfway through the ride that this is as far as we're going and forced us to disembark on a station before the one where I needed to get off. Unfortunately, in the neighborhood where there are very few bomb shelters or structures, places to hide. So we had to get off the train. And when we got off the train looking for buses or taxis to get where we needed to go, two things were happening simultaneously. One is that there were two terrorists in Jaffa, right nearby. It was about a 10 minutes away, had opened fire on innocent people on the light rail train. And so ambulances and police cars were whizzing by with their sirens. And then we had air raid sirens. And what you're supposed to do in an air raid siren, if you don't have a bomb shelter, is either to go into a stairwell of a nearby building, or if there is no such thing available, you're supposed to lie down on the ground and put your hands over your head to avoid shrapnel and injuries. Well, so there we were listening to these sirens about terrorist attacks, receiving WhatsApps from family members saying, "Are you safe from the terrorists?" when the missiles started flying. Once we got on the bus, we had to get off of it 5 separate times because you are not allowed to remain in a vehicle during an air raid siren because the vehicle could catch fire. So we had to keep getting off the bus and lying on the pavement. And when doing that, it was very, very frightening. When doing that, we could see in the sky right above us all these missiles and interceptions. It looked like massive fireworks that would have been beautiful if we didn't feel so terrified.
Ruthie, I appreciate your bravery sharing that, because as you were explaining that, I had chills just thinking of what you were experiencing in that moment, the fear and the unknown of what could happen. So thank you so much for sharing that with the viewers. I know it might have been tough to say. And we're hearing this is not a one and done, right? Some areas of Israel still have sirens going off at this hour. And we're close to the anniversary of that tragic day on October 7th. Many people thinking for this to happen, it's very calculated by Iran, and then current chaos also by Hezbollah.
Yes, well, I will tell you one thing, though, about Israelis. I think that the general mood in Israel has been uplifted by the fact, that we have taken out many Hezbollah leaders, and that we have started a ground incursion into Lebanon. Again, not against the Lebanese people, against Hezbollah, that has tunnels and weapons and was planning an October 7th-like attack in the manner that Hamas did on October 7th last year. And so I think there's a sense that we are actually now really taking the reins. And so despite the fear and the missiles and all that, there is a sense that we're taking charge, and it is outrageous for the Iranians to say that they're retaliating and to bemoan our aggression. The fact is, Iran has been the aggressor all along with its proxies all over the place. Israel has been a target, not only since October 7th, but of course that was the worst massacre ever committed against the Jewish people since the Holocaust. But Iran is behind the Houthi bombings, the Houthi missiles being launched at Israel, and Hezbollah, incessant missile fire by Hezbollah. And so then I'd like to just make one point about what President Biden said. It has to be proportionate. I don't know what he means. Does that mean that we should now fire ballistic missiles at all the Iranian people and keep going and have them lie on the ground with their hands on the air? What does proportionate mean? We were under massive assault. Imagine after 9/11, if after that, the day after 9/11, the battlefield was not far away, but in New York and California. Imagine if you had incessant rocket fire after that event. It is untenable and inexcusable.
Ruthie, you raise a great point, because many people, including yourself, did have concern about that remark from President Joe Biden. They were saying you can't really tell Israel how to respond when they are being attacked by all sides from different terroristic organizations. We know that the U.S. and other world leaders are encouraging Israel to kind of scale back on the fighting to prevent a full-scale war. But people who live in the area are saying, look, that full-scale war seems like it's already underway anyway.
Absolutely. This has been a full-scale war for a year. Make no mistake. Okay. However, however military men define a full-scale war, I can tell you as an Israeli, we have been experiencing it for an entire year. It's true. We have troops on the ground in Gaza and now also in Lebanon. But the fact is that in today's kind of warfare, where you just have projectiles flying all over the place, Listen, the trouble is the world is not treating us as though we're under missile assault, because for the main reason being that we don't have a lot of casualties in our cities, and one reason is northern Israel was evacuated. The second reason is the Army and Home Front Command tell us to take shelter. They warn us, and the other is that we have Iron Dome and other air defense systems. So, but you know, if any of those missiles had hit, then hundreds, if not thousands of people would have been killed on Tuesday evening. So that's how you have to treat it. If I'm wearing a bulletproof vest and you shoot me in the heart, does that mean you weren't aiming to kill me? The fact that Israel does not aim to kill civilians, but Iran's proxies purposely aim to kill not only Israeli civilians, but their own civilians, so that the international community will tie Israel's hands. That is what you call asymmetric warfare.
Ruthie Bloom, it's always a pleasure to speak with you. We appreciate your candidness and your perspective on the topic. Anything else you'd like to add before we let you go?
Yes, what I'd like to add is that it is actually the start. Today is the Jewish New Year, Rosh Hashanah. It is the start of a series of high holidays in Israel, where most people right now are with families or in synagogue. And I will point out that a year ago, the October 7th massacre also happened in the midst of these holidays, the holiday called Simchat Torah. Well, a whole year has passed, and we are hoping that now these holidays will see us being not the aggressors, being taking charge and being the protectors and fighting on behalf of the West against these terrorist thugs.
Ruthie, thank you so much for your bravery and your candidness, praying for your safety, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Janae.
Thank you. Giving you a live look at this hour there in Beirut, Lebanon. And you can see, as Ruthie and I were speaking, just more airstrikes and missile strikes underway in this area. Of course, as we get more information on conflict in the Middle East, you'll be the first to know right here on Live Now from Fox. And you can see how they continue to pan the camera at this hour to yet another airstrike in that area. The Associated Press saying that at this hour, limited ground incursions are underway, conducted by Israeli Defense Forces. They say these are not being conducted against the Lebanese people. These are being conducted against Iran-backed Hezbollah militia. Right now, I want to take you out to Doha, Qatar, where earlier this morning, Iran's president and top Arab officials, they took part in the third summit of Asia cooperation. All of this happening amid Middle East tensions. Take a listen.
Your Highness, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Cambodia is committed to ACD cooperation, multilateralism, and pursue an independent foreign policy based on the principles of international law as enshrined in the UN and ASEAN charters, especially the principle of peaceful settlement of disputes. We call upon all parties to the conflicts to do utmost restraint and agree on ceasefire and ensure peaceful settlement of conflicts to end human suffering. Last year, Cambodia hosted Southeast Asian Game and Para Game under the theme Sports Lives in Peace. We strongly believe that only peace would enable humankind to prosper. In the ASEAN region, we have been in support of sport initiatives, including the ASEAN Declaration on leverage role of sport in ASEAN community building and achieving the SDGs adopted during the ASEAN Summit 2022, which Cambodia was a host. We also fully support the adoption of sport promotion in the ASEAN Social-Cultural Community Blueprint Post-2024 Strategic Plan. We believe that sport empowers our youth and trust that through sport exchange on training and friendship competition, sport coach exchange program, sport leadership exchange, sport science research, and sport event management, youth confidence, discipline, leadership skill, morality, and righteousness that can be cultivated. Your Highness, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Cambodia wholeheartedly endorses the spirit of Tehran Declaration and supports the adoption of the Doha Declaration. I believe the summit today will shed further light on key areas of cooperation on sport diplomacy and its role in youth empowerment. I also strongly believe that the summit will bring about fruitful outcomes and new initiatives that address our challenges and further advance our goals for betterment of our youth and their society. Once again, I would like to convey my deep appreciation to the host country, the State of Qatar, for the excellent arrangement and hospitality. I wish the Kingdom of Thailand great success in chairing the next year's summit. To conclude, I would like to wish all of you very good health and fruitful deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Just I would like to remind that at 11:50 we have a break. Now I'd like to give the floor to His Excellency Chu Yuxin, Vice Chairman of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. Thank you.
尊敬的埃米尔塔米姆，各位同事，很高兴来到美丽的卡塔尔，出席亚洲合作对话第3次领导人会议。首先，我谨代表中国政府对埃米尔塔米姆和卡塔尔政府为会议所做的精心准备和周到安排表示衷心感谢。对今年主席国伊朗的出色履职表示高度赞赏。
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, on the left side of your screen, we are in Doha, Qatar, as the 3rd Summit of Asia Cooperation began this morning. All of this amid Middle East tensions, and that's the topic of conversation at this summit. On the right side of your screen, some active boxes out in Beirut, Lebanon at this hour. That top right box, an airstrike that just happened as I started speaking with you there in Beirut. And then that bottom box, a wider scale view of Lebanon, as we're learning from the Associated Press, Israeli Defense Forces, they are conducting limited ground incursions at this hour. 6:14 here on the East Coast. The speaker on the left side of your screen not speaking in English, so we're going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. But when we come back, hopefully they'll be on another speaker, and if it is in English, we'll continue to listen in. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. 6:16 here on the East Coast, and we continue to listen in there to the third summit of Asia cooperation out in Doha, Qatar, as Middle East tensions are underway, which is definitely evident with those boxes on the right side of your screen. Now switching speakers, let's continue to listen in.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Distinguished heads of delegations, Excellencies, on behalf of the President of the Kyrgyz Republic, His Excellency, Mr. Sadir Japarov, I would like to convey warm wishes and express deep gratitude to the government of the State of Qatar for the warm welcome of our delegations and the excellent organization of today's event. Excellencies, in the 22 years since its establishment, the Asia Cooperation Dialogue has become an essential platform for strengthening the unity of the Asian continent in the international arena. Today we can discuss the significant progress of Asia in its innovative development, energy, agriculture, education, healthcare, biotechnology, financial cooperation, and state governance. These achievements have significantly improved the quality of life and expanded opportunities for our nations. Kyrgyz Republic welcomes today's theme, sports diplomacy, expressing the hope that the summit will make an invaluable contribution to strengthening cooperation and development of the Asian continent. We in Kyrgyzstan recall with the most wonderful memories and pride the 2022 FIFA World Cup in Qatar, which became a symbol of solidarity and cooperation. Given today's challenging situation, we all need to unite under the banner of sport at the Asia Cooperation Dialogue, integrating our efforts to strengthen peace. The Kyrgyz Republic has always recognized sport as one of the powerful and effective humanitarian tools of modern diplomacy. Sport unites all nations, despite differences in culture, politics, and economic development. Since ancient times, sports games and competitions, each athlete performed the functions of a diplomat of his people or tribe. And after thousands of years, this tradition has become even more relevant. In this regard, sports diplomacy within the framework of the Asia Cooperation Dialogue will encourage global process towards stabilizing the international politics, expanding international sports ties by increasing visits and participation of representatives of our countries in international sports events, and have a positive impact on the professional growth of our athletes, increasing their role in people's and public diplomacy. We fully support the initiatives to make sports diplomacy an integral tool of the Asian Cooperation Dialogue, bringing together all regional sports unions and alliances. In this regard, we recognize the importance of holding various major sporting events to build bridges of peace, mutual understanding, and tolerance. Kyrgyzstan initiated and was the first host of the World Nomad Games in 2014. The mission of the Games is to revive and preserve the culture, identity, and the way of life through celebration of traditional sports. Our country continues to contribute to the development of sports competitions within the framework of this event, and it is my great honor and pride to invite all of you to the 6th World Nomad Games, which will be held in my country in 2026. Excellencies, today the Kyrgyz Republic is following with great concern the ongoing tragic events and humanitarian crisis in the Gaza Strip and the recent unprovoked attack on Lebanon. The Kyrgyz Republic advocates for the earliest and complete cessation of military actions, the adoption of all necessary measures to protect the civilian population, and the beginning of a political dialogue to peacefully settle the conflict in accordance with the UN resolutions based on the principle of 2 states for 2 people. It is horrendous that tens of thousands of children and women die and civilians experience the most severe physical and moral suffering. Conflicts in other hotspots worldwide should also find a quick, peaceful resolution. Given the realities of the modern world, we must all be actively involved in global process to strengthen the international security system. In this context, I would like to announce that the Kyrgyz Republic has submitted its candidacy for non-permanent membership in the United Nations Security Council for 2027-2028. We appeal to the friendly member states of the dialogue in Asia to support our candidacy. Excellencies, given the current objectives of the Asia Cooperation Dialogue, I would like to brief upon the economic reforms that have been actively carried out in the recent years in Kyrgyzstan. The result of these reforms give us hope that we will be able to contribute more usefully to the development of the Asian cooperation. In Kyrgyzstan, the national economy is currently developing at a confident pace that has averaged above 7% in the last 3 years, and the country's gross domestic product has more than doubled in these 3 years. Excellencies, the objectives of the Asia Cooperation Dialogue set out in the development concept until 2030 are included in the Kyrgyz Republic's critical national development programs and strategies. Their productive implementation will fulfill the objectives of this concept. We believe it is essential to make joint efforts to protect the environment. Melting glaciers and declining water resources could worsen regional food insecurity, increase poverty, migration, and inequality. In this regard, the Kyrgyz Republic is firmly committed to achieving sustainable development by implementing the principles and models of a green economy. Kyrgyzstan proposes to develop and jointly promote projects in the field of renewable energy sources. As a mountainous country affected by global climate change, Kyrgyzstan's melting glaciers are of particular concern, which in turn creates major threats to social, economic development and food security of the whole region. We are committed to implementing the resolution adopted at the 77th session of the UN General Assembly on the 5 years of sustainable mountain development, which aim to strengthen international cooperation on mountain-related development issues. We plan to hold the second Global Mountain Summit, Bishkek 25, in 2027 in Kyrgyzstan. And I take this opportunity to invite all DSA member states to take part in this event. Mr. Chairman, returning to the main topic of today's summit, I would like to emphasize that sports diplomacy may well act as a tool for reducing political tensions between individual countries and regions. I would like also to congratulate yourself as the newly elected Secretary General of ACD and wish you best of success. In conclusion of my speech, I assure you and confirm our readiness to continue fruitful cooperation within the framework of the Asia Cooperation Dialogue. We firmly believe this summit will significantly strengthen our cooperation. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Before I give the floor to the next speaker, I want to remind that we have only 25 minutes before the break. So, The next speaker is His Excellency Kiko Khaikham Fiton, Deputy Prime Minister of Laos People's Democratic Republic.
สมเด็จตามินบินฮามัดธานีประมุขรัฐแห่งกาตาร์ประธานกองประชุมสุดยอด ACD ครั้งที่3ประธานผู้นำ
If you're just now tuning in, good morning to you. We are in Doha, Qatar for the third summit of Asia cooperation. All of this happening amid current Middle East tensions as they just switched to that new speaker. It's not in English. So we are going to pivot, but I do want to focus in on the boxes on the right side of your screen before we do, as we are discussing tension there in the Middle East. You can see airstrikes are underway there in Lebanon, across the area of Lebanon, and we do know that evacuations are underway as well because of it. 6:27 here on the East Coast, and we are getting a breaking news alert into our Live Now from Fox Studios. This takes us out to New Jersey. Preliminary information coming into our studios. We are learning from content partners and also the New Jersey Turnpike authorities. They are reporting a crash and jackknifed tractor trailer and vehicle off the roadway there on New Jersey Turnpike, southbound north of Interchange 5. We're told 2 left lanes are blocked and 3 lanes of traffic blocked as well. So as you can see, this is a developing situation. Preliminary information we are getting into our Live Now from Fox Studios, but you're getting an aerial view this Thursday morning, a chopper shot, and you can see first responders are there in full force. No word yet on what led to this accident, but if you live in this area, planning ahead should be top of mind for you, or even finding an alternate route, because as you can see, traffic will pick up within the next few moments as more people get on the roadways to head to work or take the kids to school. As we get more information on this breaking news alert, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. 6:29 here on the East Coast. We're about to go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. But before we do, we are going to be transitioning to discuss the very latest of those port strikes. Take a look at your screen before we go to break. Of course, right here on Live Now from Fox, we want to know what you think. What are you most concerned about with the ongoing port strikes? Someone's already voted early this Thursday morning. We have 3 options for you: rate hikes, panic buying, or the imports of goods. All you have to do is scan that QR code on your screen to make your vote this Thursday morning. If you don't have a phone and can't do that and you have a computer, you can also go to livenowfox.com/connect. When we come back, we'll be taking a deeper dive into the very latest of these port strikes, checking in with Fox News correspondent Kevin Quirk, also checking in with the Vice President of Americans for Prosperity, Akash Chogali. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. 6:32 here on the East Coast, and the votes are already rolling in this morning. We appreciate you for being engaged with us here on Live Now from Fox. As we transition to the very latest on these port strikes, we want to hear from you. What are you most concerned about with the ongoing port strikes? 3 options for you this morning: rate hikes, panic buying, and the imports of goods. So far, many of you all are concerned about those rate hikes. You're worried about going to the grocery store and seeing the prices for certain goods and services increased. And I'm sure many people can agree with you on this Thursday morning. As we further discuss the very latest of these rate hikes, we do want to head to a report that we are following with Fox News. Dock worker strike impacting 36 ports from Maine to Texas. Those ports handling roughly half of the nation's cargo from ships, leading to growing concerns of massive supply chain disruptions. Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork joined us now to explain.
No contract! No work! No contract! No work! It's day 2 of the dock workers' strike, and negotiations between the union representing workers, the International Longshoremen's Association, and port operators continues to be at a standstill.
At the end of the day, our members are just asking for a fair contract.
The union rejected the latest offer by port operators to boost wages by 50% while tripling retirement benefits. The ILA saying it falls short of their demands, which include a total commitment to zero automation or robots at ports.
Automation is not being implemented to make the job safer. It's being implemented to get rid of jobs, to save that money and put into the big boss's pockets.
But while workers picket, ships are starting to pile up at sea, threatening America's supply chain.
So a one-day strike takes anywhere from, on average, 5 to 7 days to clear the backlog. So you can imagine if this strike goes on all week.
Pressure is now mounting on President Biden to take action. Some lawmakers calling on him to invoke the 1947 Taft-Hartley Act, which gives both sides about 80 days to negotiate while forcing union members back to work. But so far, Mr. Biden has only said he supports the negotiation process.
It's time for them to sit at the table and get this strike done.
The president was also asked to take action by nearly 300 trade associations in a letter today, but that letter stopped short of asking him to invoke the Taft-Hartley Act. In Washington, I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
Kevin, thank you so much for that detailed report and joining us live this morning to further discuss what we can expect and break down what led to this port strike is Akash Chougule, the Vice President of Americans for Prosperity. Good morning to you. Thank you so much for being here.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
So for many of the viewers, we do understand this is day 3 of this port strike, and maybe they don't understand how we got to this point. Why are these strikes even happening, Akash?
Absolutely. So as Kevin mentioned in that report, the two sides are at an intractable disagreement. And frankly, the union actually walked away from the bargaining table several weeks ago. The demands they are making are completely unreasonable. The employer offered a 50% wage hike, tripling their retirement benefits, and really some of the most basic automations that you could imagine in the port industry. These American ports are some of the most inefficient in the world. And let's be clear, that's exactly how the union likes it, because frankly, they're putting their own demands over the well-being of American consumers, the prices that American consumers are facing. And right now they're doing so not only just weeks before the holiday season, but also as we're trying to recover from a hurricane, recover from an inflation crisis, and face several other issues. And so really the union's really being unreasonable here. I think the American people should know that. And as mentioned, the President Biden does have the authority to end this strike immediately with a stroke of a pen if he wanted to, but he, of course, is also beholden to organized labor interests as we close in on Election Day.
Akash, you raised an interesting point this morning. We were looking at the pay scale, since we know pay is one of the main reasons for this strike. And we were seeing that many of those who are striking and picketing at this hour, they make over $80,000 a year. Then they also qualify for overtime, which can help them surpass $200,000 a year. And some of the viewers, upon hearing and seeing that number, they were like, okay, well, wait, what's the strike for then? Because that seems like a great number when you consider the economy and inflation that's already underway. Can you put those numbers to perspective for us?
Yeah, it's actually that more than half of the members of this union make more than $150,000 a year. And so they're asking for about a 77% pay increase on top of that over 6 years. I mean, that is unreasonable. I think there are millions and millions of American families who would love to be making the kind of money that these dock workers make. Now, let me not discredit their work. It is, of course, very, very valuable. These are essential jobs. We learned that the hard way during the pandemic. But I think right now is a time, unlike any we really seen in history, where it's really important to be reasonable, put the well-being of American families and frankly, even our national security first as we look at the situation around the world. Come back to the table, strike a reasonable deal. And I think these unreasonable demands have to stop given what we're facing as a country. And I think you're right. It's important for the American people to know this isn't a situation where you've got workers making $30,000 a year asking to make $35,000 a year.
Well, Akash, the viewers are very vocal this morning. You saw that poll that we just conducted here on Live Now. And taking a look at it, it seems like rate hikes and panic buying are top of mind for viewers this morning. They are concerned about their goods and services being increased in price, but they're also worried about people in influx rushing to the grocery store, like what we saw with the COVID-19 pandemic, buying up a lot of things just because they're worried. And we are already seeing that in many towns and communities where people are already panic buying on this Thursday.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's just think about some of what comes through these ports. As the report mentioned, nearly half of all imports come through these ports. It is food, it is clothing, it is generic medicine. More than 1 billion bananas a day come through these ports. And so we could have $7 billion of economic impact because of this impasse. There's actually other downstream effects too that are important to know. For example, cars come through these ports. If those cars stop coming, then you're going to see layoffs and hours being cut at auto sales and other retail stores, things like that. Think of exports. Exports go out of these ports. And so if you're concerned about our trade balance, you think that we need to be doing more exporting, this strike hurts that as well. It could even have an impact on interest rates because of the uncertainty that it causes. And so we could stop seeing a decline in interest rates, which again puts the American dream of home ownership, new car ownership, things like that further out of reach. A lot of these downstream impacts aren't even being close to being felt yet, but could make life a lot more difficult for people who are already struggling. And again, it's important to know President Biden could prevent this immediately, as has been done 37 times already in the history of our country, to get the two sides back to work, but he refuses to do so.
Akash, we thoroughly appreciate your candidness and perspective on this topic. Thank you so much for joining us bright and early this Thursday morning. Is there anything else you'd like to add before we let you go?
There is, and I think it's just important to know that unions should not have the ability to hold the American economy hostage like this. We need serious labor law reform, and we demand that President Biden step up and be a leader for the American people at this time.
Akash, thank you so much. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. Likewise.
And again, I want to bring up this poll we're conducting this morning here on Live Now from Fox. What are you most concerned about with the ongoing port strikes? We have rate hikes, panic buying, and imports of goods as the options this Thursday morning. And many of you all are concerned about those rate hikes, but 34% of you are concerned about panic buying. We're going to go ahead and go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. But when we come back, checking in with Fox 35 Orlando's Morgan Parrish, she has more perspective to add as it relates to panic buying already underway across the U.S. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. As we continue with your top stories and headlines this Thursday morning, right now, thousands of dock workers are on strike from Maine to Texas, causing several dozen ports to shut down. The workers are demanding better pay and guarantees their jobs won't become automated. Fox 35 Orlando's Morgan Parrish joining us live this morning. Morgan, good morning to you. One supply chain expert saying there's no need for shoppers to conduct panic buying at this hour.
Good morning. That's right. Yeah, that's what we've really been seeing a lot, this past week. If you go inside of a grocery store, you can see those shelves are empty. And the first to go is always toilet paper. And like you said, we did speak with a supply chain expert who said there's no need to stock up, and especially not toilet paper. We are fine on certain essentials for now. 45,000 dock workers walked off the job on Tuesday over failed negotiations. And this is over increased wages and disagreements on machinery automation. As news of the port workers' strike spreads, panic purchasing, as we're seeing, is already starting. People are grabbing not only toilet paper, but paper towels, eggs, frozen food. And we spoke with Dr. Piyush Shah. He's an expert on supply chains, and he says the things that we're seeing fly off store shelves now aren't the things we'll likely see impacted by this strike.
Consumer goods, we have inventories. The systems have 1.5 months of inventory. So even if the supply stops, in some stages you can continue to have.
And as long as people continue to believe and listen to the rumors that they're seeing on social media, Dr. Shah says that panic purchasing is only going to lead to more short-time shortages. So again, you don't need to stock up on the frozen foods. You don't have to stock up, especially on the toilet paper. Again, these are things that aren't really going to be affected by the strike. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Great advice this morning, Morgan. I've already seen some Kroger stores putting out those signs limiting the number of toilet paper and paper towels that consumers can buy because of the panic and bulk buying. So great story. Thank you so much for joining us. Always a pleasure. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. Same to you.
Thank you. Transitioning to another story we are following this morning here on Live Now from Fox. Take a look at your screen. 6:45. On the East Coast. It is Thursday morning, October 3rd. We're keeping a close eye on this breaking news situation coming out of New Jersey. Still only getting preliminary information at this hour from the New Jersey Turnpike Authority. They are reporting a crash and jackknifed tractor trailer and vehicle off the roadway there on New Jersey Turnpike southbound north of Interchange 5. And you can see at this hour, it looks like 2 lanes of traffic are impacted, and then you can see the emergency lane impacted as well. So depending on how you look at it, 2 or 3 lanes are impacted there. You can see that people are slowing down. You know how rubbernecking goes. They want to lean out and see what's going on. So as we do get further along into the morning hours, traffic will get congested in this area. So if you do live in this part of town and this is a part of your normal commute, you will want to plan ahead. Make sure that you find an alternate route. As you can see, debris is spread across the roadways. That FedEx truck on your screen was jackknifed and impacted. You can see debris on the left and right side there on the emergency lane on the left, and then there in the grass going into the trees on the right side of your screen. This is an active situation. And of course, if you can avoid the area, it's best to do so that authorities and first responders can do their job properly, but also safely. Kind of hard to do that when cars are getting close as they're trying to see what's going on. All right, 6:46 on the East Coast. As we go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, I do want to show you all this live look again out in Beirut, Lebanon. We continue to follow the very latest. The Associated Press reporting at this hour that Israeli Defense Forces, they do continue limited ground incursions. They are saying that this is against Iran-backed Hezbollah militia. They are working to eradicate those terroristic organizations. They say this is not against the Lebanese people. And before they went in to conduct these limited ground incursions, they said they did issue evacuation orders. And we've seen those evacuations in real time right here on Live Now from Fox, when we've seen caravans of cars trying and working to flee the area to get to a safe place. Of course, as we get more information on this breaking news alert, you'll be the first to know. We will continue to get updates, and then also coming up in the 7 o'clock hour, we'll also have an update from Dr. Asaf Romarowski, the Executive Director of Scholars for Peace in the Middle East. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. .650 here on the East Coast. Good morning to you. You can see those missile strikes and airstrikes continue at this hour there in Beirut, Lebanon. You can see buildings just completely destroyed as Israeli Defense Forces, they continue their limited ground incursion there across the Lebanon area. They say they are working this ground incursion against Iran-backed Hezbollah militia. Again, coming up in the 7 o'clock hour, we will have live analysis and the very latest of current tensions going on there in the Middle East. I do want to get to another story we are following this morning here on Live Now from Fox as it relates to the very latest of Helene and the aftermath. Many people still experiencing the devastation at this hour. You can see it there on your screen. We know both President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris visited the Southeast to survey the extensive destruction brought by Hurricane Helene. They vowed continued federal support to help communities get back on their feet. Fox News correspondent Connor Hansen joining us now with the very latest from New York.
We're not leaving till you're back on your feet completely.
President Biden met with officials in North Carolina, calling Hurricane Helene a historic storm.
Bridges damaged or completely destroyed, critical infrastructure and water systems, electrical grids, communications, all remain seriously damaged. Countless homes and businesses that are lost.
More than 170 people have been killed and many are still missing. Biden said it will cost billions of dollars to recover and called for unity dealing with the disaster.
There are no Democrats or Republicans, only Americans. And our job is to help as many people as we can, as quickly as we can, and as thoroughly as we can.
Millions still don't have power and some roads remain impassable after flooding and mudslides. In more remote areas of North Carolina, mules are being used to transport supplies to people stranded in the mountains. Meanwhile, Georgia is also dealing with widespread devastation. Vice President Harris visited the state and thanked workers at an emergency operations center.
And you do this work in these moments of crisis around the clock with an intention and with a level of care and love for community that is unmatched.
Vice President Harris announced the federal government will reimburse all the funds Georgia spends on cleanup and recovery. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Connor, thank you so much for that report. And as the Biden administration continues with their tour to survey the Southeast, the extensive destruction brought by Hurricane Helene, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis continues his own tour surveying damage there in the Sunshine State. He had remarks late yesterday about the latest of his surveys. I want to play that for you now.
Well, good afternoon. I am joined by our Major General John Haas from the National Guard, our Commissioner of Education, Manny Diaz. And then we've got Mary Chance, President Consortium of Florida Education Foundation, Alex Kelly, Florida Commerce, Kiki Poole, Executive Director, Taylor County Education Foundation, Carol West, Dixie Education Foundation, Annie Whitehurst, Director, Levy County Education Foundation, Tim Sanders, President, Madison County Foundation for Excellence in Education, Lori Evans, Executive Director, Suwannee County Education Foundation, and then we have Superintendent Alicia Bashirs from Taylor County, Heather McCoy, Principal here at Taylor County High School, and then we have Representatives Alvarez and Schoaf joining us here as well. We appreciate all the work that everybody's done responding to Hurricane Helene, particularly here in Taylor County. We did all the search and rescue immediately. You know, they're just now starting federal search and rescue in North Carolina. I mean, we were there immediately, and Taylor County was able to get out of it. Obviously, a lot of damage, but in terms of protecting life was really, really a great job, and we worked very hard to rescue people all across the state. And then we also know, so that's first, but then got to get the services restored. So as of this afternoon, we have had power restored to 2.38 million accounts. And as of noon, there's less than 20,000 accounts in the entire state without power. We're still not even a week away from the storm hitting. And so we obviously were proactive about having the power folks staged and getting on target. But that's really, really impressive. I mean, I think people that have lived through some of these storms in the past, you know, you'd have even more modest storms. People would be out for a couple weeks sometimes. And in this case, we're getting down to where if the infrastructure was totally uprooted, then they have to build new one. It takes a little longer. But anyone that could receive power with a normal reconnect is there. So we got about 19,000 left with the co-ops, and that's mostly in the Big Bend region. And they're, considering the damage, I know it's frustrating if you're still without and you're one of the 19,000, but this is a big storm, and they were working as soon as the storm passed. So we're appreciative of that. And I don't know that it's ever been done where you've had almost 2.4 million done at this pace for one of these storms at this magnitude. I mean, sometimes you have storms that aren't as significant, but this was a big one. We are responding. We have responded for Taylor County requests throughout the emergency. So right now we've delivered 1 laundry trailer, 3 bathroom trailers, 3 shower trailers, 10 generators, including at the EOC in Taylor, 4 forklifts, light towers to support the Salvation Army base camp, food for animals at the shelter, fuel distribution for Steinhatchee, 22 oxygen regulators, 5 10 to 12 person sleeper trailers with full wraparound services, almost 120,000 liters of water, almost 3,500 tarps, 9 comfort cooling stations for residents in need of relief. We're also in the process of mobilizing additional missions to provide over 34,000 bags of ice. You know, we're already in October. It'd be nice if we got a little moderation on the summer heat. Seems like it's just that storm passed. Maybe the next day was a little modest, and then it's just gotten hot and hotter and hotter. So that ice is important. 500 cleanup kits, 5 portable hand washing stations, 2-way solar-powered traffic message board, 5 Florida National Guard base camps, debris removal from the waterways, which I know is really significant in this part of the state. Trucks from across the state have shipped supplies here to support the victims of the storm. 91,000 pounds of supply just to Taylor County, and 66,000 of that is food. So there's been a lot of food that have been brought in. And we're thankful for folks delivering that. So we have a lot that's been done. One of the reason why we're at the school is you got to get back on your feet. It's not easy, but certainly our kids, they need to be in their activities. They need to be in school. They need to be able to be with their friends. And it's challenging. It's not easy. But that is the best way to do it. Having them out of school for potentially weeks at a time is not going to be good for their development. So we've worked really hard. I know the commissioner worked with the school districts to try to get this to where this could be feasible as soon as possible. And so today I'm proud to announce that all school districts, all 67 counties are back to normal operations. We're not even a week after this hurricane, and people are back. And so that's been a really, really impressive effort. You had last Thursday night, you had a big storm hit, and then here we are with all the school districts open. Now, we understand that there's challenges that come with this because you have teachers and you have faculty and administrators who may have lost their home. Just like we know first responders and others may have done that. So we want to be able to use the resources we have to be able to help. So, and this is just a first shot that we're doing. We'll probably do a lot more. But I'm pleased to announce that today we're going to be from the Florida Disaster Fund, we're going to award $50,000 to each of the 5 education county support organizations that I listed earlier in the hardest hit school districts. So Taylor, Dixie, Suwannee, Levy, Madison. So these are private charitable organizations, and they can distribute that money to be able to help their teachers. So maybe now you do qualify for individual assistance, you qualify for temporary lodging, travel. There's a whole bunch of options there. But maybe you need resources for something else. And so that is going to be there, and they can distribute that as they see fit based on need or based on however they really want to do it. So those checks are now here, and that's $50,000 for each of those county education support organizations.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, I wanted to play out those latest remarks from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He continues his tour to survey Helene destruction across the Sunshine State. And then you just heard him mention $50,000 to be given to school districts across Florida, as we know that Helene did cause some damage to several education buildings. So we are following the very latest on Helene aftermath. But on the right side of your screen, that bottom box giving you a live look there in Washington, D.C. at the White House. At last count, 33 days until Election Day. So about a month away from that. And we continue to give you those top stories and headlines. But we're also following the very latest as it relates to conflict in the Middle East. 7:01 now here on the East Coast, and giving you a live look there in Beirut, Lebanon. The Middle East moving closer to a long-feared regional war. This coming after Iran fired a barrage of missiles at Israel. Israel saying they began their limited ground incursions into Lebanon, targeting the Iran-backed Hezbollah militia. And that's what you're seeing on your screen at this hour, with those plumes of smoke and airstrike conducted there by Israeli Defense Forces. Joining us live this morning to further discuss is Dr. Asaf Romarowski, the Executive Director of Scholars for Peace in the Middle East. Dr. Asaf, good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
So we see the conflict is ongoing this Thursday morning. Could you catch us up? What are you hearing on your end, as we know that we are close to the 1-year anniversary of that October 7th massacre, while we are also dealing with the latest conflict with Iran and Hezbollah?
Sure. So first of all, it's important to contextualize. I mean, on the same day of the attack, we saw a terrorist attack happening in Jaffa. There were about 180 ballistic missiles weighed from the Iran into Israel. And now Israel was at a point of retaliation. The comment that came out of the White House, just to contextualize it all, so the Biden administration warned the Iranians not to attack Israel. Clearly, the Iranians could care less about what's coming out of the White House messaging-wise. And despite that, and the world is watching really to kind of see the reaction as far as do these warnings or these any kind of warnings have any kind of teeth to them, is the fact that the administration is telling the Israelis to have a proportional response, similar to a pattern that what we saw back in April. I don't think that that's going to work for the Israelis. Iran has had its footprints and its bloody hands over everything that has happened since October 7th. Not to mention, this is the regional war that Israel is fighting on 7 fronts, all sponsored by the Iranians. There needs to be serious consequences. There is going to be an opportunity, and probably now might be the right time to really seriously take out the nuclear reactor and the nuclear program altogether. But I think that there is clearly no appetite within the Biden-Harris administration for any kind of war that has been going on for all this time before the elections take place. That being said, I don't think the Israelis can afford to sit idly by, and you're seeing that with Lebanon. Lebanon, the Israelis took out 3,000 of the Hezbollah top brass, including the mastermind and CEO of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah. And they've moved on to the offensive, and this is really a war for what I would consider to be Israel's second war of independence, given what they're fighting now, given what they understand the consequences of Iran to be, and the threat that it represents to them and to the region at large.
So many great points you're bringing up, Dr. Asaf. I want to get back to what you were saying, though, about the Biden administration. Several people in Israel upset this morning about the Biden administration's recent remarks, saying that Israel's response to Iran should be proportionate. They feel like the Biden administration pretty much wants them to have their hands tied and allow Iran and Hezbollah to do whatever they may. Do you think that's what the Biden administration was saying, or do you want to provide better context for what they probably meant and didn't say?
Well, what is proportionate? I mean, the Iranians have, waged on the Israelis since the beginning of the war. We're talking about 30,000 missiles, and so should Israel be responding in the same vein? I think that the fact of the matter is that the administration understands that Israel needs to respond. They're not looking to to accelerate this more than it already is, and so all along their responses have been, we'll choose targets that are high value targets that send a message, but don't start a kind of a tit for tat. I think that's wrong. I mean, the fact of the matter is that we are in a position where Iran is testing out the response of the U.S. and of Israel regarding deterrence. Iran is seen as the greatest destabilizing force in the region at large. There is more. There is American blood on their hands. There's Western blood. There's Israeli blood on their hands, and we need to send a message. The fact of the matter is that the Ayatollahs, have been running the show in Iran. The Iranian regime are basically, they've hijacked their own people. If you want to basically save Iran and give it back to its people, it's time to remove the regime, get rid of the nuclear program, which represents this larger threat. And those are the real issues that the U.S. and Israel are facing. Let's not forget the fact that Israel's enemies are America's enemies. And the idea that we can try to appease the Iranians with throwing cash at them and trying to, lower the sanctions on them, that has not worked. We've tried this again and again and again since the Obama administration. So somebody should heed the message as far as what actually is at stake here. And I think that that's exactly the back and forth or the messaging that Jerusalem is trying to convey to Washington, notwithstanding electoral politics. This is a matter of national security. It's not going away. It's not going to go away no matter who's in office after November. And this needs to be taken care of now, especially now, as you mentioned correctly, we're about to mark the anniversary of 10/7.
Yeah, and I think that's the concern of many Americans this morning. They feel like U.S. response to what's happening in Israel is pretty much making the U.S. look weak, and it's letting other world leaders and terroristic organizations that don't really care for the U.S., it's letting them know that the U.S. might have the same response that the U.S. is encouraging Israel to have, really pretty much putting a target on the back of the U.S. in a sense.
100%. I mean, and look, all our adversaries and all our allies are watching all of this. And, you know, the Emiratis are watching this, the Qataris are watching all this, the Gulf states, the Saudis, the Egyptians. And so everybody knows in the Arab world that there is a significant and there's an important U.S.-Israel alliance. So for their perspective, for our allies in the region itself, if the perception is if the United States is not standing by their ally Israel, what does it mean for them, who are also allies of the United States, if they too get embroiled in such a situation? Is the U.S. going to stand by them? And there are traditional alliances that have been set in the region itself. This is about a larger regional conflict, as we know. It's not only focused just on what's happening within the Israeli-Palestinian dynamic. And so everybody's watching all of this. The idea that we are coming off as weak, as appeasers, and not reestablishing deterrence is a bad message. Not to mention the fact that the Russian and the Chinese, who are also trying to create a kind of a new Middle East order in the region itself, are also watching. This is also largely about America's role in the world itself. And we have to come up on top of this, standing strong and making it clear that we will not tolerate the ideology, the kind of terrorism, because whatever happens in the Middle East is going to come home. It's already here. And so these lines need to be drawn yesterday.
Dr. Asaf, always appreciate your expertise and perspective on these topics. So we are days away from that anniversary of that October 7th massacre. As you mentioned, homeland security threats right here in the U.S., concerns of terroristic threats right here in the U.S. We know that many Jewish synagogues are on high alert, but there's also concern out there in the Middle East that maybe Hamas might try to use this as an opportunity to have a potential second attack now that a lot of eyes are on Iran and Hezbollah.
100%. And let's also not forget the fact that the day that the Israelis took out the 3,000 leaders of Hezbollah, that they were meeting in Lebanon to plan another 10-7 coming in from the north. These tactics have been synonymous between Hezbollah and Hamas. You're seeing already on American college campuses, Palestinian groups who are ready to celebrate 10-7. So again, it's talking about seeping into the American ideology and American college campuses. So the threat is here. Let's not forget the fact that for the Israelis, every day is 10-7. They've been living through this horror. It is basically living through a modern day Holocaust on when Israel exists. And the brutality, the evidence of the rape, the maiming, the entire barbarism that you saw took place on 10-7 is etched in the Israeli psyche. That being said, the threats have not gone. I mean, there are still 101 hostages still in Gaza. Sinwar is still running in his tunnel holes throughout Gaza and is still probably surrounding himself by these hostages as his lifeline. But because of what's been happening in the north, he feels that as it's been the case, time is on his side. So he can try to abuse and use a psychological warfare to maintain his role in Gaza itself. But I think that the Jewish community is, as you said correctly, people are seriously under a great deal of concern, given the fact that this is the year mark of the war itself, one of the longest wars that Israel has fought. And the consequences are serious and dear to every Israeli. I mean, in Israel, everybody knows somebody. The pictures of the hostages are plastered everywhere. The casualties, everybody is one to remove from somebody who has been impacted by this war. And that is something that it's an untenable situation. And the idea that Israel needs to be proportional in its response to a modern day Holocaust when it's fighting for its survival is really beyond the pale. And I think that notwithstanding whatever timeline Washington has The Israelis are going to do what they need to do in order to reestablish the safety and security of their own citizens in the north and in the south. Given the amount of displacements inside of Israel, people can't live like this, and they need to do this. If any other country were attacked in the way Israel was, the response would not be proportional. But clearly, there seems to be a double standard in the way Israel responds, even though it takes great measure to maintain the civilian integrity of the areas that they go into between combatants and non-combatants. The opposition does not do that.
Dr. Asaf, always appreciate your expertise on this topic. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Thank you as always.
I want to give you a live look out in Beirut, Lebanon at 7:13 on the East Coast. And you can see, I wanted to show you all just how close in proximity these airstrikes are happening. You can see the interstate and highway there, and then just a few feet away, these airstrikes happening. And that's why evacuation orders are underway there in Lebanon. We're going to go ahead and go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. As we continue with your Thursday morning breaking news headlines, top stories, and live events, we continue to keep a close eye on conflict in the Middle East, but now transitioning to the very latest of the Russia-Ukraine war, just wrapping up out in Kyiv, Ukraine. The new NATO Secretary General and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky wrapping up a joint press conference. Let's listen in.
It was important to me that I come to Ukraine at the start of my mandate to make crystal clear to you, to the people of Ukraine, and to everyone watching, that NATO stands with Ukraine. As the new NATO Secretary General, it is my priority and my privilege to take this support forward, working with you to ensure that Ukraine prevails. Volodymyr, I've said this before, and I say it again. Your tireless leadership is an inspiration to me, to us all. The dedication of your armed forces and the determination of the Ukrainian people remind us of just how precious freedom is and how crucial it is that we do all we can to defend it. And this is why NATO was founded 75 years ago, to safeguard the freedom and security of all our members. And this is why we are so committed to supporting Ukraine, because your security matters for ours, and your fight for freedom reflects our core principles and values. NATO allies have provided Ukraine with unprecedented support since Russia launched its full-scale invasion in 2022, including more than 99% of all military aid. But we know that you need more. So allies agreed at the NATO summit in Washington this summer to make sure we could provide you with more equipment, more training, more support. We are setting up a NATO command to coordinate the provision of security assistance and training, helping to ensure that Ukraine has what it needs, gets what is promised, and that the support provided today contributes to building a NATO interoperable future in the future. Allies also have agreed to a financial pledge with a baseline of 40 billion euros worth of military aid within a year, and a commitment to review this level of support every year so that Ukraine has what it needs to prevail. And we know the need is urgent, and we are working hard to do more and more quickly. In the last few weeks, several allies announced further military aid for Ukraine, including new contributions from Denmark, from Latvia, the United Kingdom, and nearly $8 billion of assistance from the United States. Supporting Ukraine and replenishing our own stocks means increasing industrial production, and that will be a priority for me. And that is why in Washington, allies agreed to enhance our defense industrial capacity, working among allies on both sides of the Atlantic, and also with you, with Ukraine, to help build your domestic capacity, which has proven so effective and can only be improved with further investment and further innovation. Indeed, as you said, today we discussed all of these elements, the areas where Ukraine needs further support, and the ways in which NATO is working to provide it. Ukraine is closer to NATO than ever before, and will continue on this path until you become a member of our alliance. I very much look forward to that day. Mr. President, dear Volodymyr, NATO stands with Ukraine for your security and for ours. Thank you once again.
Шановні журналісти, будь ласка, ваші запитання. Суспільне телебачення Україна.
Good afternoon, Valeria Pashko, the public broadcaster of Ukraine. So the first question is for both of you. The Financial Times reported that there are preliminary indications that the US president might agree to change the status of Ukraine's NATO membership bid before he leaves his office. So from your perspective, allies are ready to move forward with Ukraine's membership in NATO. And the second one, Mr. Secretary General, so there is an information that certain allies are ready to shut down Russian drones and missiles over NATO member states. So is it possible from your perspective, if you understood that if it violates their airspace? So from your perspective, do you expect this scenario in close future? Thanks a lot.
Yes, well, first on NATO membership, and as you know, at the last NATO summit, which took place in Washington in July this year, allies agreed, and this is important, that Ukraine's path to membership is irreversible. And as I said in my short statement, Ukraine is closer to NATO than ever before. We now have a comprehensive assistance package to help Ukraine implement reforms. I met with many people today who are working on that with the Ukrainians. We are establishing this NATO command, and it will help to coordinate and provide security assistance, but also training for Ukraine. I already mentioned also the 40 billion euros, which is there to fund military aid for Ukraine. And as you know, many allies have now signed bilateral security agreements with Ukraine. And that means that Ukraine gets stronger day by day, more interoperable with NATO, and better prepared than ever to join our alliance. And this is basically building the bridge to NATO membership for Ukraine. I think the day will come that Ukraine is a full member of NATO. And let me add to that, if somebody might think otherwise, that Russia on this issue has no vote and no veto. On your other issue of allies to shoot down Russian missiles, I think that was your question. Of course, shooting down drones or missiles violating Allied territory are, of course, decisions for the national authorities. NATO has already significantly reinforced its air defenses on the eastern flank. And we recognize fully the right of every ally to protect its own airspace. And of course, this is also an issue for NATO as a whole. And this is why allies are continuing to consult closely when these situations arise. And NATO authorities, I can assure you, will continue to work with allied authorities to ensure effective air and missile defense.
Що стосується вашого запитання, дякую. Україна фокусується на деяких речах. Що стосується НАТО, зараз ми сфокусовані на тому, щоб Україну запросили в НАТО, по-перше. Це дуже важливий крок, це складно досягти. Ми фокусуємося на цьому результаті. Будемо робити все, щоб це отримати. Друге, це зброя, передусім ППО, передусім наближення рішення, яке було в Вашингтоні щодо відповідної кількості відповідних систем, Патріот і САМПТІ. Наближаємо цей час, щоб отримати все це, що було вирішено на саміті, а також щодо додаткових систем. Що стосується, чи готові союзники збивати, працюємо з ними, поки що вони не готові.
Дякую. Наступне і останнє запитання буде від BBC.
Thank you. Jessica Barker from BBC News. Firstly, to the Secretary-General, your first visit here as Secretary-General of NATO. People, of course, in Ukraine don't want symbolic visits. They want concrete steps. Looking ahead to Ramstein, do you think we can expect some key decisions? For example, permission for Ukraine to use long-range Western-made missiles on military targets inside Russia? Or do you think that permission just isn't going to come? And to President Zelensky, are you concerned that what's happening in the Middle East is distracting from support for Ukraine, your ideas in your victory plan? And if I could just ask you as well, President Zelensky, following reports of Ukraine's withdrawal from the town of Volodar, do you think you can continue, or can you halt Russian advances? Thank you.
Well, to your first question, President Biden called that meeting at the leaders' level. And I think that's particularly important that we have that meeting on Saturday, October the 12th, in Ramstein with allies and, of course, with Ukraine. More particularly focusing on your question on restrictions or lifting of restrictions for the long-range strikes. Let me say a couple of things. First of all, Ukraine obviously has the right to defend itself. And international law here is on the side of Ukraine, meaning that this right does not end at the border. And Russia is pursuing this illegal war. And that means that targeting Russian fighter jets and missiles before they can be used against Ukraine's civilian infrastructure can help save lives. The only country here that has crossed a red line is not Ukraine, it is Russia, by starting this war. At the same time, it is up to each ally to determine its support for Ukraine. And I know some of these discussions are ongoing. But in the end, that's not for NATO. That's up for each ally to decide what restrictions are there on the weapons they deliver to Ukraine.
Дякую за ваше запитання. Чому ми так достатньо наполегливі на використанні далекобійної зброї? Без відповідної зброї ми не можемо зупинити Російську Федерацію, яка використовує відповідну ж зброю проти нас, руйнує все. І тоді, коли вони руйнують позиції наших бійців, їм треба зберегти своє життя, бо вони набагато головніші, ніж будь-які забудови. І тому що це люди наші, це громадяни України. І тому дуже правильно, що вони відходять і можуть зберегти себе заради держави і заради своєї героїчної служби. Це абсолютно правильні кроки. Тому ми так і просимо нам дати можливість, щоб Росію зупиняти тією чи іншою зброєю, надати дозвіл, надати відповідні системи. Чи можна без цього зупинити Росію? На сьогодні це один із засобів посилення України, реальний засіб. Що стосується, не хочу йти вглиб, які ще засоби потрібні, просто все це партнери знають, у них все це є. Що стосується Близького Сходу, я не можу сказати, що та чи інша трагедія і війна відволікає. Це просто не дуже справедливо по відношенню до загрози на інших континентах, в інших частинах світу. Це велике горе, цей обстріл – це просто трагедія. А те, що знищили ракети і нема масових вбивств, слава Богу, можу сказати. Слава Богу, що так сталося. Слава Богу, що є союзники, які захистили людей Ізраїлю. Безумовно, хочеться, щоб про Україну не забували, але найкращий варіант, як не забувати про Україну, це надавати відповідну зброю, надавати відповідний дозвіл, мені так здається, і допомагати збивати ворожеві, до речі, ті самі іранські ракети або дрони, збивати так само, як і збиваються вони над небом Ізраїля, збивати так само над небом України. Мені здається, це найкраща можливість допомогти і підтримати Україну.
Дякую, шановні журналісти, за ваші запитання. На цьому прес-конференція добігла кінця.
Дякую. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
So that wraps up that joint press conference between the new NATO Secretary General and the Ukrainian president. Took place several moments ago out there in Kyiv, Ukraine. 7:30 here on the East Coast. I'm Jeanne Francine. We're going to go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. But when we come back, transitioning to another top story as it relates to those port strikes. Many of you at home or wherever you are viewing Live Now from Fox this morning, you've been very active, letting us know what you think. And if you haven't yet, now's your time. What are you most concerned about with the ongoing port strikes? A few options for you this morning. We have rate hikes, panic buying, and the imports of goods. All you have to do is scan that QR code on your screen and let us know what you think. When we come back from this quick 2-minute commercial break, further analysis of the latest with these dock worker strikes. We'll be checking in with Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader. Also, employee attorney Nicole Bernacki. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we continue with your top stories and headlines on this Thursday morning. The economy and consumers could be in for a major hit soon if a labor strike at U.S. seaports lasts much longer. We are now in day 3 with union dock workers out on the picket lines. As Doug Luzada reports from Washington this morning, the nation's supply chain is hanging in the balance.
Well, this is something that's going to start to hit all of us, and the union representing striking dock workers is not afraid to make some very explicit threats here about the impact this could soon have through the entire economy.
Make that deal! Make that deal!
Make the deal, they say. But in the meantime, U.S. shipping along the East Coast is grinding to a halt as dock workers hold out for a massive pay hike. Initially, 77% over the next 6 years was their demand, as well as constraints on automation.
I mean, we way behind the curve on with the inflation. That's why we're on strike today, because our members are demanding their fair share.
And already, containers that carry so many goods into the U.S. are piling up, affecting 36 major ports along the East Coast and into the Gulf. That could snarl supply chains in a way we haven't experienced since the pandemic. One estimate puts the impact on the economy at $4.5 billion a day.
They're having trouble getting product they need because of the port strike.
And President Biden has called this potentially a man-made disaster at the ports. But the White House is coming down on the side of workers, refusing to order them back to work for a cooling-off period. There are already signs consumers are starting to stock up, knowing there could be shortages coupled with rising prices.
I think prices are going to go up because, from the history of the pandemic, we know that breaking the supply chain like that forces, things to be off the shelves, forces people to panic, forces prices to go up.
This really puts the White House in a tough spot, though, unwilling to anger union workers ahead of the election, but also keenly aware of the impact this could have, driving up all kinds of prices with the holidays right around the corner. In Washington, Doug Luzada, Fox News.
Doug, thank you so much. And joining us live this morning to further discuss this news alert is employee attorney Nicole Bernanke. Nicole, good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
So such a pleasure to have you, because now we can get the perspective from the side of the employee, their rights. I know you've heard several discussions about the employees getting already so much money. And then from their take, it's like, OK, well, everyone isn't getting this $80,000 plus or $200,000 plus dollars. Could you provide some perspective for us this morning, please?
Sure. I think this animosity is largely driven by the fact that the port operators are usually foreign-owned companies, and as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, their earnings are alleged to have grown by approximately 800%. That being said, while inflation is ravaging our country, the dock workers are not able to have the same spending power with the money that they're earning. And I do understand the voices from the other side stating that the dock workers are already making a lot more than other union members, but we have to understand that the numbers that are being thrown around, that for instance, they make upwards of $250,000 a year, that very often has to include overtime. So either way is very, very hard work. And not all of them earn that much, because you have different tiers of earning depending on the length of time that you're in the union. There's a lot of different factors there. Some of them make $50,000 a year, which is not a lot given today's prices. Some of them make more. But I think, as I said in the beginning, the animosity and the impasse in those negotiations is probably caused by the fact that it's been revealed how much more the ports are making, and the workers' wages did not go up together with that. There's also a secondary, but I think an equally important theme, is that the workers are very concerned with the impact of automation and a potential impact of AI. And, some people can say that this is exaggerated at this time, that there's no evidence that their jobs will be taken. But at the same time, there's already a port in Rotterdam that is fully automated, and they know about that, and they fear the same will happen here.
I appreciate your perspective on that note. Thank you so much, Nicole. So another aspect and angle I want to look at this morning is some of the viewers wanting to know if the concern is wages and pay. Are these people who are on strike still getting paid while they aren't at work? Could you provide that perspective? Because if there is concern about not making fair wages, are they not making any money right now since they're on strike?
Well, it's day 3 of the strike. It depends also what company they work for. Unions are associations of workers, but these people do not work directly for the union. Union is like an agent that protects their rights and advocates for them, and sets some rules. But right now they're not working because the contract between the port operators and the union has not been renewed. And if you don't have terms that are set for the future, then it's a standstill. I would assume that if it continues, then they will not get paid. But at the same time, the pressure that they're exerting over me and potentially the supply chain and all these other factors, I think there will be a resolution to this very soon, because it cannot continue either way. They have to get paid, but the economy also needs to have their input of their work in order to function properly.
Well, Nicole, we are already in day 3 of these port strikes. Concerns by viewers about the economy and inflation as it relates to the imports also of goods and services. From your perspective and your expertise, how long are you thinking this strike will last? Do you see it further impacting Americans' bottom dollar?
Experts are saying that products for the holidays, for instance, which are coming up, have already been stocked and supplied before the strike started. But what could be affected are supplies for the spring. I think there's still some time to salvage this situation. I do think that the workers have a advantage here in this fight, because it's a pretty rare situation where right now we have the election coming up, but both candidates, I would say, are rooting for the workers. They say it's for different reasons. Obviously, wages have to be fair. Donald Trump is emphasizing the fact that these are American workers fighting against foreign-owned companies, stressing the influence of China over our supply chain and our ports. So the workers definitely are, in my opinion, at a better position in this fight, especially if they keep harping on the fact that port owners' earnings went up by 800%. So we should see a resolution soon, hopefully. I don't think that the sides are far apart. A negotiation process usually works that one side tries to lowball you and the other side tries to inflate their demands, so simply for the purpose of having enough wiggle room in the negotiation process. If you look at the numbers right now, workers were demanding 77%. Increase over 7 years or 6 years earlier. The other side was offering 50, and that is technically, in the world of negotiation, not really that far apart. Given the mounting pressure, political pressure, and pressure from the standpoint of the economy, I believe it should be resolved soon. But media is discussing that, and consumers are observing that, and they're creating additional panic, which makes the situation appear very severe. But I think it's doable, and it's capable of being resolved.
Nicole Bernecki, a pleasure speaking with you this morning here on Live Now from Fox. Is there anything else you'd like to add before we let you go? Anything we need to be keeping a watchful eye on in the coming days?
I'm curious as to when this will end, and I hope that it will end in a reasonable, balanced solution for both sides. I do personally believe that the workers have a lot of merit in their claims. We need to have some protections from certain companies overusing automation and affecting the lives of families. That conversation has to be had, and it's happening at a historical moment right before the election. So we need to keep observing this and taking lessons from the future.
Nicole, thank you so much for joining us this Thursday morning. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much. Same to you.
And giving you another live look at our poll this morning. What are you most concerned about with the ongoing port strikes? 51% of you are most concerned about rate hikes, 37% panic buying, and then 12% of you are concerned about the imports of goods. If you haven't voted just yet, feel free to do so right now by scanning that QR code on your screen or going to livenowfox.com/connect to let us know what you think. 7:43 here on the East Coast. We're about to go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, transitioning to this ongoing conflict in the Middle East, right here in real time, you're taking a live look there in Beirut, Lebanon, as airstrikes and missile strikes continue at this hour. When we come back, we'll be checking in with Fox News senior correspondent Mike Tobin, who joins us from Haifa, Israel. We'll be right back. .45 here on the East Coast, and we continue with the latest out of the Middle East. President Joe Biden says that Iran has gone way off board, but Israel's response to the latest missile attack should be, quote, proportionate. All of this comes amid speculation that Israel could target Iranian infrastructure like nuclear sites and even oil rigs. Israeli officials saying the response will be painful with the anniversary of the October 7th attacks just less than a week away. Fox News senior correspondent Mike Tobin joins us from Haifa, Israel, with the latest.
For the first time in this conflict, Hezbollah fighters directly engaged Israeli forces. An ambush involving anti-tank missiles in South Lebanon killed 8 Israeli soldiers.
I would like to send my deepest condolences to the families of our heroes who fell today in Lebanon. May God avenge their death.
This just one day after the unprecedented missile barrage Iran fired into Israel. Israeli air defenses intercepted many. Guided missile destroyers USS Cole and USS Bulkley fired 12 interceptors at the incoming barrage. Some Iranian missiles got through, hit civilian structures as well as air bases. Israel says its Air Force's capability is unaffected. At today's emergency UN Security Council meeting with the Israeli ambassador watching, Iran's ambassador defended the attack.
Iran's response was a necessity to restore balance and deterrence. Israel must understand that each act of aggression it makes is not unpunished and will be met with consequences.
Weighing retaliation to the second direct attack from Iran, the chiefs of Israel's defense establishment met in the Kiryat, Israel's version of the Pentagon.
We have the capabilities to reach and strike any point in the Middle East, and those of our enemies who have not yet understood this will soon understand.
Still cautious about escalation, U.S. President Joe Biden said he would not support an Israeli strike on Iranian nuclear facilities. Instead, he promised sanctions and called for a meeting of G7 leaders.
All 7 of us agree that they have a right to respond, but they should respond in proportion.
With the fight still on multiple fronts, Hamas has now claimed responsibility for those 2 Palestinian attackers who opened fire on civilians in Jaffa near Tel Aviv. They killed 7 before the gunmen were also killed. In Haifa, Israel, Mike Tobin, Fox News.
Mike, thank you so much. 7:48 here on the East Coast, and giving you a wide-scale view there in Beirut, Lebanon, as airstrikes and missile strikes continue at this hour. We're going to go ahead and go to our final 2-minute commercial break, but when we come back, heading out to Doha, Qatar, as the Iranian president and top Arab officials are taking part in the 3rd summit of Asia cooperation, discussing Middle East tensions. The details when we come back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. 7:50 here on the East Coast, and staying on topic of the latest in the Middle East and tensions that are ongoing. You're taking a live look out in Doha, Qatar, as several Arab officials and other officials from around the world have come together for the 3rd summit of Asia cooperation amid Middle East tensions. Let's listen in.
Member of the international community, we commit to actively and responsively contributing to the common efforts in building the world of peace and equal development for a prosperous and happy life of the humanity. Excellencies, finally, I just would like to reaffirm that only together and only with transformative actions will we achieve a peace, stability and prosperity in Asia for a safer, more peaceful and sustainable world for all. We wholeheartedly congratulate the State of Qatar for the fruitful and successful ACD 3rd Summit. We thank Iran for contributions as the ACD chair in 2024, and we wish Thailand all the success as the coming ACD chair in 2025. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your participation and valuable proposals regarding cooperation in all pillars to achieve our common goals. Now I'd like to give the floor to His Excellency Ihsan Afdal Khan, the coordinator, to the Prime Minister of Pakistan.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Let me at the outset extend our gratitude to His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad, the Emir, and the State of Qatar for its warm hospitality and the meticulous arrangement for the third summit of the Asia Cooperation Dialogue. I would like to extend our sincere congratulations to His Excellency Ambassador Radin Tamer Al-Mutayari for becoming the new Secretary General of Asia Cooperation Dialogue, and His Excellency Ambassador Mohammad Taghi Hosseini from Iran as the new Deputy Secretary General. I also thank Dr. Porchai. Excellent work for promoting cooperation among Asia countries through ACD. Over the 2 decades, ACD has evolved into a strong cooperative mechanism with a permanent secretariat and a clear, actionable vision. As one of the founding members, Pakistan remains fully committed to advancing the ACD's founding ideals of creating a united and strengthened Asia community. Excellencies, Pakistan is deeply concerned over the escalating hostilities in the Middle East, urging all parties to prioritize peace. In recent months, Israel has increasingly acted in violation of international law and the UN Charter, resulting in grave humanitarian crisis. Israel has endangered regional peace and security with the ongoing genocide in Gaza. The recent invasion of Lebanon has further intensified these tensions affecting the lives of innocent civilians. The people of Palestine, Lebanon, and the wider region deserve to live free from fear and violence. It is crucial for all sides to step back from the brink and for the international community to take swift action to de-escalate the situation. The prevailing culture of impunity and disregard for international law must be addressed urgently. Pakistan reiterates its call for the UN Security Council to uphold peace and security in the region, safeguard Lebanon's sovereignty, and put an end to the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Excellencies, the theme of this summit focuses on sports diplomacy, which is relevant for all the Asian states. Asia is the hub of sporting nation. It also resonates with Pakistan's focus on development of sports and use of sports for uniting Asian countries through various sport activities at all levels. In a world where geopolitical complexities and culture or ideological differences often challenge the path to peaceful coexistence, sports offers a unique platform that transcends borders, languages, and ideologies. They provide a common ground where individuals can interact, share experiences, and build relationships based on mutual respect and admiration. The values inherent in sports, fair play, respect, teamwork, are universal, resonating across all cultures and societies. Excellencies, the ACD can play a pivotal role in building a stronger and more cohesive Asia by promoting sport-related initiatives and encouraging collaborations among member states. This could include establishing regional sport academies, organizing joint sport events, and facilitating youth sport exchanges. Such efforts will not only enhance regional cooperation, but also contribute to the development of a shared Asian identity. Over the years, we have witnessed numerous examples of sports diplomacy in Asia across Asia. The Asian Games, for instance, have long been a symbol of unity and cooperation, bringing together athletes from all corners of the continent to compete in a spirit of friendship and mutual respect. Similarly, initiatives such as the inter-country sports exchanges, joint training programs, and friendly matches have helped to break down barriers. One of the most significant aspects of sports diplomacy is its potential to engage the empower the youth. In a region where more than half the population is under the age of 30, investing in youth through sports is just not a necessity, it is an opportunity. Excellencies, Pakistan is a sports-loving nation. We have a rich history in sports, with cricket being a particularly prominent sport, along with hockey, squash, where Pakistan has significant achievements in the past. We attach great importance to sport exchanges among the countries to promote people-to-people contacts and youth development. Pakistan is also expected to host South Asian Games in 2025, strengthen regional ties through sports. Therefore, Pakistan stands ready to play its role in promotion of sport exchanges among the Asian countries for shared development of youth of the continent and enhanced regional connectivity. Excellencies, let us champion the values of fair play, respect, and cooperation. Let us build a future where the spirit of sportsmanship guides our efforts towards peace, stability, and development. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Now I would like to give the floor to His Excellency Sergei Borev, Ambassador of Mongolia to Qatar.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates. At the outset, I would like to extend Mongolia's sincere gratitude to the government of the State of Qatar for the kind hospitality and excellent organization of the third summit of the Asia Cooperation Dialogue. The government of Mongolia wishes to express an appreciation to Dr. Pornchai Tanvitkhana for his proven leadership and dedication to the work of the ACD. We would like also to extend our congratulations to the newly appointed Secretary General, His Excellency Mr. Nasser Rajan Tamer Al-Mutari, and wish him successful tenure. Excellencies, sports diplomacy, the main aim of this summit, is an essential, as it has been never before, because sports unite all of us, regardless of our ethnicity, race, age, gender, religion, or cultural distinctions. This gathering provides us with unique opportunity to strengthen our partnerships and promote peace and prosperity through the universal language of sport. Mongolia, with its rich sporting heritage and deep cultural ties to traditional sports, recognizes the profound impact that sport diplomacy can have, bridging nations and fostering global understanding. Sports have always been a central part of Mongolian culture, reflecting values of teamwork, perseverance, and mutual respect. We believe that these values can serve as foundation for building stronger international connection and advancing global and regional cooperation. Mongolia therefore looks forward to working closely with all member states for the greater role of sport in advancing social and economic development in our region. Distinguished delegates, as peace and prosperity go hand in hand, climate change is sending distress call and warning an alarm of impending threat, especially in our region. The 2023 report of the World Meteorological Organization indicates that climate change and extreme weather effects are severely affecting Asia. Therefore, government should take urgent measures to implement the Paris Agreement, heed the guidance of scientists, raise public awareness, regulate resource utilization, preserve and restore biological diversity, foster ecologically friendly, economically efficient technologies, such as renewable energy, and substantially bolster climate financing. With this determination, Mongolia is effectively implementing national movements including Beyond Trees and food supply and security, initiated by President of Mongolia, Khurelsukh Okhna. I am also pleased to inform that Mongolia is preparing to host the 7th Conference of the Parties of the United Nations Convention to combat desertification in Ulaanbaatar in 2026. We encourage your active support and participation in the conference. Excellencies, my delegation fully supports the draft Doha Declaration. Mongolia wishes to thank the government of Kingdom Bahrain and the Islamic Republic of Iran for ably steering the ACD during their tenures as chairs from 2021 to 23 and 2023 to 24, respectively. We also welcome the government of Kingdom Thailand as chair of the ACD for the year 2025. The government of Mongolia continues to give great importance to the Asia Cooperation Dialogue as one of the leading mechanisms to foster mutually beneficial cooperation in Asia. We remain committed to the mission and vision of our organization. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I'd like to invite His Excellency Mohammed Nazar al-Islam, Ambassador of Bangladesh to Qatar.
His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, Honorable Heads of ACD member delegations, Excellency Secretary General of ACD, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. On behalf of Bangladesh and the Chief Advisor Dr. Muhammad Yunus, I would like to begin by extending my gratitude to the State of Qatar for organizing the third ACD Summit and the associated meetings in Doha, and also for extending a very warm hospitality. I take this opportunity to also commend the Islamic Republic of Iran, the current chair, for their dedication to realize the full potential of this platform, enhancing cooperation and fostering deeper understanding among the member states. Allow me to congratulate His Excellency Ambassador Nasser Radan Thamer Al Muthairi on his recent appointment as the Secretary General of ACD. Excellencies, we find ourselves at a time when the challenges of food, water, energy, and health security have never been more pressing. Moreover, the compound impact of climate change, the rapid advancement of technology, the COVID-19 pandemic, and the ongoing conflicts in Ukraine, Palestine, and Lebanon further exacerbate these difficulties. At this critical juncture, we must reaffirm our commitment to solidarity and to well-coordinated multilateral cooperation, both at the regional and global levels. The ACD, with its unique composition of 35 member states representing over 4 billion people and covering 46 million square kilometers, truly serves as the voice of Asia. Despite the disparities in political systems, culture, and economic development, we are united in our pursuit of peace, stability, and shared prosperity. I am confident that under the current chairmanship of Iran and the incoming chairmanship of the Kingdom of Thailand, the ACD will continue to strengthen its role as a major force of regional cooperation. I would also like to commend the work done by Iran, Qatar, and the ACD Secretariat for the successful negotiation of the Doha Declaration under the theme of sports diplomacy in Doha, the home of the most successful football World Cup ever. Excellencies, sports have an unparalleled capacity to unite people. The youth and women, with their resilience and strength, play a pivotal role in fostering mutual understanding and strengthening people-to-people connections across borders. Bangladesh, a strong proponent of sports, believes that integrating sports into ACD's agenda will be instrumental in achieving the shared objectives laid out in the ACD Vision for Asia Cooperation 2030. Likewise, in July in Bangladesh, we witnessed an unprecedented revolution led by the youth and students, a movement popularly known as the Gen Z Revolution. This revolution, driven by the unwavering resolve of our younger generation, has resulted in a transformative change in government in the early August. With approximately 48 million youth aged between 15 and 29 and a substantial proportion of them engaged in education, their call for justice, equity, and transparency has resonated across the nation and has now paved the way for a fairer, more inclusive society in Bangladesh. Excellencies, we must work together at the upcoming COP29 in Baku to ensure the successful finalization of the new collective quantified goal for finance beyond 2025. Distinguished delegates, Bangladesh remains deeply concerned about the humanitarian situation in Palestine and Lebanon caused by Israeli aggression. We strongly condemn the planned killing of innocent civilians, particularly women and children, and we demand an immediate ceasefire. We continue to support the immediate establishment of a sovereign, independent, and viable state of Palestine based on the two-state solution along the 1967 line. Excellencies, for the past 8 years, Bangladesh has shouldered the enormous responsibilities of hosting more than 1.2 million forcibly displaced Myanmar nationals. This crisis has taken a toll on our economy, security, and environment. Unfortunately, we are yet to successfully repatriate none of them back to Myanmar, and the worsening situation there has further complicated the prospects of their return. We urge ACD member states and the international community to intensify their efforts to create a conducive environment for their immediate, sustainable, and dignified repatriation of the Rohingya people to their homeland. Dear colleagues, in conclusion, I look forward to the complete success of the Business Forum and the third ACD Summit in Doha. I encourage all member states to engage meaningfully and contribute effectively to ensure that the ACD remains a vibrant platform in the evolving global architecture. As a founding member of ACD, Bangladesh reaffirms its commitment to the development of an Asian community and to the strengthening of the Asian unity. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I'd like to give the floor to His Excellency Matoshi Maeda, Ambassador of Japan to the State of Qatar.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Chair, Your Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, the Emir of the State of Qatar, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome the third ACD Summit meeting and pay tribute to the efforts of the Chair and the host country to arrange this meeting. I would also
All right, you were listening to that summit that is underway. Jeanne Francine was bringing you all of that all throughout the morning here on Live Now from Fox. Now, it is 8:08 on the East Coast and 5:08 on the West Coast. Do want to get to some other headlines right now. We'll get back to our Middle East coverage in a second, but let's head back to another big story we've been following, the aftermath of that very powerful Hurricane Helene. The Category 4 storm made landfall 1 week ago in the Big Bend area of Florida, but the effects were felt over the Gulf Coast region of Florida all over. I do want to head out live to Bradenton Beach. That's about 50 miles or so southwest of Tampa. Kelly Cowan with our Fox 13 Tampa team is live there as residents are being allowed to return for the first time. Good morning, Kelly. Thank you so much for being here. I can see some of the roads look like maybe they're still shut down, but what is the latest out there?
Good morning to you. Yeah, you're looking at the checkpoint that's just behind me here. They are making sure that only residents and business owners or those with legitimate business on the island are getting on at this point. So anyone that doesn't have a special red tag that marks you as a resident or business owner, they're being turned away. And on the other side of the camera, we have traffic stretching for several blocks at this point because this checkpoint just opened up. This is the first time in a week that business owners, residents, they've been able to bring a car onto Bradenton Beach since being evacuated for Hurricane Helene. So this is a big deal because everyone has been able to access at this point the island either by foot or by boat. And that means not being able to bring a lot of the supplies that they've needed to really clear things up. And we know that there has been a lot of work over the last week done by Florida DOT and the power crews as well to try to get things back open and back online. They've been working to clear a lot of sand off of the roadways. They've been completely impassable in many sections, and also restore power, which at this point not fully restored, but they are working to make sure that the rest of the island has that back up as soon as possible. That obviously helps a lot with the cleanup process to have power, to be able to run the dehumidifiers and keep the air flowing, run the fans in areas that have been inundated with water. And talking to the residents and the business owners here, they've never seen devastation like they had here. Several feet of water in almost all of the businesses and homes, especially those that are at the ground floor level. And talking to officials, over 1,000 structures damaged in this storm surge as well, more than 2/3 to the point of major destruction or complete destruction.
Walking down the street, it was very tearful, very heartbreaking. So it's been a very tearful, up and down, emotional feeling, and I'm sure it is for everybody. But we'll be all right. We're alive. We didn't get hurt. We don't know anyone that got hurt. Thankful for that.
And of course, we're very thankful for that as well. It's pretty amazing when you consider that some of the homes on this island were actually pulled off of their foundations. So incredibly lucky that people here heeded the evacuation orders and that we did not see some of the fatalities that we saw in some of our neighboring counties here in their barrier islands because people did not evacuate there. But just keep in mind that this is only going to be open to residents and business owners at this point. They are saying tourists stay away. They don't need people coming here taking photos, trying to survey the damage themselves. They're saying that if you don't need to be here, here, you shouldn't be here because you'll just be in the way. They are still very much trying to work on the island and get everything back to normal. Now, just next to Bradenton Beach is Holmes Beach, and they just announced that there's going to be at least a 45-day moratorium on tourism there. So no visitors there for the next 45 days as they work to get everything back in order.
All right, Kelly Cowan there with our Fox 13 Tampa team. As always, thank you so much for taking the time to be here. Definitely good news that folks are able to return home.
That's right. Thanks.
And the time now, 8:12 on the East Coast and 5:12 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next couple hours to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news. Going to head to a quick break here on Live Now, but we'll be right back with more live coverage in a matter of minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:14 on the East Coast and 5:14 on the West Coast. Taking a live look over Beirut at this hour here. As we get to the latest out of the Middle East, we know that Mike Tobin has been on the ground there covering all of it. We are going to bring you his latest report as he breaks down more about the situation that is unfolding.
For the first time in this conflict, Hezbollah fighters directly engaged Israeli forces. An ambush involving anti-tank missiles in South Lebanon killed 8 Israeli soldiers.
I would like to send my deepest condolences to the families of our heroes who fell today in Lebanon. May God avenge their death.
This just one day after the unprecedented missile barrage Iran fired into Israel. Israeli air defenses intercepted many. Guided missile destroyers USS Cole and USS Bulkley fired 12 interceptors at the incoming barrage. Some Iranian missiles got through, hit civilian structures as well as air bases. Israel says its Air Force's capability is unaffected. At today's emergency UN Security Council meeting with the Israeli ambassador watching, Iran's ambassador defended the attack.
Iran's response was a necessity to restore balance and deterrence. Israel must understand that each act of aggression it makes is not unpunished and will be met with consequences.
Weighing retaliation to the second direct attack from Iran, the chiefs of Israel's defense establishment met in the Kiryat, Israel's version of the Pentagon.
We have the capabilities to reach and strike any point in the Middle East, and those of our enemies who have not yet understood this will soon understand.
Still cautious about escalation, U.S. President Joe Biden said he would not support an Israeli strike on Iranian nuclear facilities. Instead, he promised sanctions and called for a meeting of G7 leaders.
All 7 of us agree that they have a right to respond but they should respond in proportion.
With the fight still on multiple fronts, Hamas has now claimed responsibility for those 2 Palestinian attackers who opened fire on civilians in Jaffa near Tel Aviv. They killed 7 before the gunmen were also killed. In Haifa, Israel, Mike Tobin, Fox News.
Mike, thank you so much for that report. And again, we are taking a live look from one of the many cameras that we have in this area. The Jewish New Year looks a lot different this year, no question, as many prepare to mark 1 year since the attack by Hamas on Israel that did launch the Gaza war. The Middle East conflict continues, and that has law enforcement all over the U.S. adding extra protection to keep the Jewish population safe during the celebrations of the high holidays. Briella Tomasetti with our Fox 5 New York team joining us now live with more on those preparations and what is being done. Good morning, Briella. Thanks so much for being here with us.
Hi, Josh. Yeah, good morning to you. So rabbis here at Temple Emmanuel, here on the Upper East Side in Manhattan, one of the largest institutions of its kind in the city, they say that the NYPD and the mayor have been extremely supportive when it comes to beefing up security in the area for the Jewish high holidays and ahead of the first anniversary of the October 7th terrorist attacks in Israel. As always, there are security measures you will see, like the ones we're panning over to now. You can see armed officers with long guns, barricades, police vehicles. These will be in place for the next week or so, and there will be measures you won't see, of course. As always, it's been a difficult year for the Jewish people, and congregants say they are not deterred by this. They are finding peace, hope, and even solace in staying together right now. Temple Emmanuel kicked off Rosh Hashanah with a special dedication ceremony for a new ambulance sponsored by the congregation and donated to Israel for disaster relief. Hundreds of congregants poured into the temple for services afterwards, with the city on high alert during the Jewish High Holy Days.
We're always at a heightened state of security. Sadly, that's the nature of being a synagogue in America today.
Mayor Eric Adams and NYPD top brass held a briefing earlier in the day to update New Yorkers about enhanced security protocols, expected to continue through at least the end of next week as people of Jewish faith prepare to commemorate the 1-year anniversary of the terrorist attacks in Israel. The mayor says he's aware of significant protests planned for Monday, October 7th, and has announced a zero-tolerance policy for violence and vandalism.
As a person of faith, I will always stand with those who seek to live in worship in freedom and security. And I want every New Yorker to know your city will protect you.
The NYPD says it's identified key locations and places of worship where armed officers will stand on patrol. The city will not only use thousands of cameras assigned to the department, but have access to additional security cameras in at-risk areas.
Canine teams will be sweeping sensitive locations each day, and our aviation units will be increasing aerial patrol. And behind the scenes, members of the NYPD's intelligence division and officers assigned to the JTTF will be monitoring leads both on and offline to identify threats that may emerge.
Yesterday, 8 Israeli soldiers were killed fighting Hezbollah militants in southern Lebanon in the wake of a massive ballistic missile attack launched by Iran. Most weapons were intercepted by the Iron Dome with help from the U.S. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu met with his heads of defense Wednesday, but President Biden and other allies plan to caution Israel on its response.
I called the meeting of the G7. All 7 of us agree that they have a right to respond, but they should respond in proportion.
As Israeli airstrikes continue in Lebanon, the State Department is now coordinating flights to get Americans out of the country as soon as possible. Here in New York, we're told there are no immediate or credible threats to Jewish communities or houses of worship. But again, it is something the NYPD is keeping a very close eye on. And if you don't believe me, you can see it from the police presence outside where we're standing. We're here on the Upper East Side. Josh, back to you.
All right, Briella Tomasetti there with our Fox 5 New York team. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
And I do want to take you back out to this live image that we do have over Lebanon at this hour as we get to the latest on the situation unfolding there. President Biden says the U.S. will not support an Israeli strike on Iran's nuclear sites in retaliation for this week's major attack. Over the course of an hour Tuesday, Iran launched 181 ballistic missiles at Israel, believed to be the largest ballistic missile attack ever. Israel's prime minister threatened retaliation, saying Iran, quote, made a big mistake firing a barrage of about 180 missiles at Israel and, quote, will pay for their actions. At the same time, Iran's U.S. ambassador warned Israel that its response to any acts of aggression against Tehran, quote, will be swift, decisive, and stronger than before, as Iran calls Tuesday's attack an act of self-defense. A lot here to discuss, so I do want to bring in Ali Reza Jafarzadeh, the Deputy Director of the Washington office of the National Council of Resistance of Iran, also the author of The Iran Threat. Thank you so much for taking the time, as always, to be here with us today.
Thank you so much, Josh. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
All right, so first off, my big question here, and this is kind of a big one. What is Iran's endgame overall? You have this major attack, the largest ballistic missile attack really ever. What is the endgame?
Well, as far as the Ayatollahs ruling Iran are concerned, they just basically want to stay in power because they are in deep trouble. What you've seen over the past few months is actually a projection of power by the Iran regime to make the world believe that the Ayatollahs are 10 feet tall, they have all the power, they have all the proxies. It's all done to cover a very deep-rooted weakness inside the country. The regime is facing a discontented population that has called for change. The regime is engulfed in corruption. And that's why they're relying on the proxy forces, whether it's in Lebanon, in Syria, in Iraq, and you name it, the whole region. That's the strategy of survival. Remember, in the backdrop of that, there were 9 rounds of major uprisings in Iran since 2018, when people in all 31 provinces of Iran protested against the regime, calling for change. And the regime had to resort to sheer violence and executions and killing people on the spot, arresting them and jailing them in order to temporarily put down the revolt. And the concern of the Ayatollahs is that there's going to be another restart, reemergence of the uprisings, and they may not survive the next round. That's why they're heavily relying on these proxies. That's why you see all these missiles being fired and, left and right. This is all just designed for that purpose, and I hope the world understands the vulnerability of the regime in the midst of all of these attacks.
And what I did want to ask you overall is we talk about the assassination of Hassan Nasrallah, the head of Hezbollah. Does that really mean anything to Iran overall? Do they care that much, or is it more of an excuse, I guess, to launch this kind of attack against Israel? Is it kind of in the middle somewhere?
Well, remember, what's really happening in the region is a clear indication that the head of the snake of war and terror lies in Tehran. And that's why when the regime or its proxies are receiving blows, that's serious for them. The elimination of Hassan Nasrallah was clearly a major blow to the supreme leader Khamenei and the regime as a whole. It was also the fate of Nasrallah is also a reminder and a proof that the biggest grand loser, strategic loser of the developments in the region is Khamenei and the regime in Tehran. They are the ones who have been behind much of the terror and warmongering in the region, and they're paying the price for it. Hezbollah, of course, among all the other proxies, has played a key role for Tehran. It's not even comparable to any other groups in the region. It's entirely relying on the regime in Tehran, both in terms of training, finances, and, over 3-4 decades. And they did most of the dirty work on behalf of the Quds Force of the Revolutionary Guards. Look at Syria. Hezbollah played a key role on behalf of Tehran to keep the Syrian dictator Assad in power. Look at the situation of the Houthis in Yemen. That a lot of the trainings that the Houthis are getting, they get it actually in Lebanon by the Hezbollah on behalf of Tehran. So when Hassan Nasrallah, who says we get everything from Tehran, he said when Iran has money, we have money. He said that even the clothes that they had on, in addition to everything else, the equipment and training, all come from Tehran. So when the regime when Hassan Nasrallah is eliminated, that's a big blow to the Iranian regime. And of course, they have to save face. They have to, to do something to show to their own forces that they're not under, constant barrage of attacks. They make acts here and there, which actually comes from the nature of the regime. But none of them are going to really save this regime.
My last question for you here. I want to talk about the nuclear threat from Iran overall, because we've seen their, I don't know if you would say stockpile, but their resources, the threat overall kind of rising over the past several months. What do you make of that? Is that a threat to the U.S., to Israel, to other countries across the world?
Well, the nuclear weapons program of the Iranian regime, in parallel to their support for terrorism, is actually part and parcel of the strategy of the regime to survive. Their survival strategy is 2 pillars: repression inside the country, export of terror, development nuclear weapons and missile program abroad. That program, unfortunately, has advanced over the past 2 decades. We were the ones who first exposed the nuclear sites in August of 2002 that triggered for the first time the inspections of Iranian nuclear sites by the International Atomic Energy Agency, the IAEA. But unfortunately, the outside world, instead of holding the regime accountable, instead of trying to prevent the expansion of the program, which was in the very basic steps in 2002, they just gave concessions to the Iran regime. They legitimized the Iran regime's program. They allowed them to expand. And allowed them to, basically kick out inspectors and making some sites off limits. It's gotten to a point that, this has become a serious threat. They have near weapons grade enriched uranium. They have an advanced weaponization part of the program that has basically been off limits. And that's why I think the real solution to end both the threat of terrorism and the threat of the nuclear weapons or the missile or drone program of the Iran regime is basically to focus on the head of the snake, which is regime change by the people of Iran. And it's, and it's very doable because, as I said, there is a, discontent population. But on top of that, there is an organized opposition. There is an alternative to this regime that has been fighting the Ayatollahs for years and have been undermining it. That's the main preoccupation of the Iran regime. The regime can survive pressure, they can survive sanctions, but what they cannot survive is their own population. And they want the outside world not to look at that direction. And that's why I think it's so important for the United States, for Europe, for all the Western nations and the countries to craft a new policy regarding Iran, that the central element of that policy would be accountability for the Iran regime, but also supporting the regime change by the people of Iran, as we have seen in the protests all over the country in the past. That's what you really need to do. You need to think about the solution, a long-term solution that would eliminate the root cause of all of these terrorism or the threat of the Iran regime, and that's regime change by the people of Iran. And, it doesn't matter what the regime does. They get a new president, just came to New York last week, preaching to the world about peace. but there were thousands of Iranian Americans who were there, making it very clear to the world and to the regime and whoever was there that this regime doesn't represent the people of Iran, that regime change by the people of Iran is the solution, and that there is an alternative with a clear platform known as the 10-point plan introduced by a female leader, Mrs. Mariam Rajavi, that calls for separation of religion and state, ballot box as the only criteria for legitimacy, gender equality, freedom of religion, free market economy, peace in the Middle East, and a non-nuclear Republic Iran. This is the platform that has the support of the majority of the members in the U.S. Congress, in addition to some additional 4,000 parliamentarians around the world. That's where the administration, whether the current or the future administrations, will have to focus. Listen to the elected representatives of their own parliaments and draft a totally new policy regarding Iran.
All right. Ali Reza, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here and break it all down. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Josh. Always a pleasure.
All right. We'll be right back here at 8:32 on the East Coast and 5:32 on the West Coast. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:35 on the East Coast and 5:35 on the West Coast. Do want to let you know that we are following some breaking news out of the Middle East this morning. The Israel Defense Forces now confirming the death of Yahya Sinwar's right-hand man. Rahi Mashtaha was the head of the Hamas government in the Gaza Strip, and the IDF in a message not too long ago saying the, quote, de facto prime minister of the Gaza Strip died in an Israeli airstrike. Now, the strike itself was 3 months ago, but his death again just being confirmed. Obviously, following that attack by Iran just days ago on Israel, there's a lot to discuss. So I do want to bring in Dr. Jonathan Schanzer, Senior Vice President for Research at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. Thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to be here with us today.
My pleasure.
All right, so first off, I do want to briefly touch on the death here of Yahya Sinwar's right-hand man, as he's being referred to, the de facto prime minister. We are seeing the numbers really start to dwindle when you talk about Hamas and Hezbollah leadership overall.
We are, and I got to say, I'm not sure that this individual, Mushtaha, is really anybody that that is important in the broad scheme of things. We're really scraping the bottom of the barrel now as it relates to Hamas leadership. There are really only a handful of recognizable names left. He was not particularly high on that list of those remaining. But this comes as the Israelis report this morning that they've destroyed an 8-kilometer long underground tunnel. They've taken out something like 450 Hamas fighters across the Gaza Strip over the last 3 months. This is in addition to, I guess, more than 20,000 killed so far over the course of this war. Hamas does not look particularly strong right now. I think we are really watching the hard fighting in Gaza begin to wrap up for the Israelis. And I think from their perspective, that's probably a good thing because they are now faced with new fronts. They're fighting Hezbollah in Lebanon. They've got ground operations happening there as we speak. And of course, there is the imminent response expected by the Israelis against Iran after that unprecedented assault the other night with 181 ballistic missiles.
Want to talk more about that attack there. Again, 181 ballistic missiles. How do you think and when do you think Israel is going to respond? Because I guess the question that a lot of people have asked is, will the actual attack be larger than the one that Iran did launch on Israel on Tuesday?
Well, I think a couple of things. Number one, it's the Jewish New Year right now. So Israelis are home with their families. They're eating, family meals. They're spending some quality time together. I doubt that the Israeli government will want to launch something over the next day or two. Then after that comes the Jewish Sabbath on Friday. I think the Israelis will probably want to hold off on that too, just giving their people a break after a very traumatic evening the other night. My guess is that it probably comes on Sunday or Monday. If it comes on Monday, it would be actually rather poetic. This is, of course, 10/7. This would be the anniversary of that Hamas attack. There would be some meaning, I think, if the Israelis tried to launch something on that date. But I think a lot of this also really does depend on coordination with the United States. We are seeing messages coming out of the White House that the Biden administration wants to take part in some way in Israel's response. You got to remember the United States, the Biden administration warned Iran not to do this. Iran, of course, snubbed the United States, did it anyway. And so now I think the Biden administration needs to show the rest of the region, not just Israel, but you got to remember, we've got a bunch of other allies across the region, whether it's the Saudis, the Emiratis, the Bahrainis, the Egyptians, the Jordanians. We've got to show them that we're reinforcing the U.S.-led regional order. And if we don't do that, I think we really begin to lose their confidence, lose their faith. And that's, I think, something that the Biden administration is keen to do. They need to reestablish or reassure these alliances. And so, yeah, I think the U.S. is probably going to be involved in some shape or form. And so when we talk about when that response comes, it's really not a question of if any longer. But if the U.S. does take part, we will, it could perhaps mean something of a delay to make sure that the Israelis and the U.S. are on the same page before that strike is launched.
This is going to be probably a difficult question to answer, so I figured I'd pose it to you because you are a true expert here. Is there any way to know who does have the stronger military overall, Israel or Iran? Now, we do know that the U.S. wants to take part in whatever retaliation happens, so you almost have to factor them in. But speaking generally, Israel or Iran?
It's a tough question. What I would say, though, is that Israel probably comes out on top, sort of pound for pound. But I think that there are some specifics that you need to kind of dig into. Number one, I think the missile arsenal that Iran has, they build a lot of these missiles on the cheap. They've got greater numbers. The Israelis have better air defenses, although, of course, those are going to be limited if Israel sustains a lot of incoming fire. There's only going to be so many that the Israelis are going to be able to shoot down. So I think Iran and its proxies possibly have some kind of an edge in terms of saturating Israeli airspace over the course of time. the Israelis have the edge in terms of Air Force. I mean, Iran doesn't have an Air Force to speak of. This is not a particularly advanced country in that realm. And I think that's how we're going to see the Israelis respond to the other night. You can expect those F-35s and F-15s taking to the air and striking with incredible accuracy inside Iran. The Israelis back in April showed that they have the ability to evade those Russian-made air defense systems. It'll be interesting to see how much they're able to penetrate those in a strike that Iran anticipates. It is getting ready for. But overall, I've got to say that Iran has never actually absorbed an attack along the lines of what we are about to see over perhaps the next couple of days or maybe weeks. And so it's going to be a very interesting test for the regime. They have, I think, poked a hornet's nest here. They've never, I mean, not in many years, probably not since, I'm guessing, maybe the Iran-Iraq War of the 1980s. That ended in 1988. Have they openly provoked an attack along the lines of what we are about to see? So it'll be very interesting to see how they prepare for this and whether they have a response when it's all said and done.
I want to read a quote for you here. Jordan's foreign minister saying that Jordan will, quote, defend itself with all its capabilities if missiles and weapons are flying overhead. Is that overall a threat to both Iran and Israel to maybe not involve them in any way?
Look, I think the Iranians are, continue to destabilize Jordan. We know this, right? The Jordanians have been actually smuggling weapons and cash and fighters into Jordan over the last, really over the last year. We actually saw a Hezbollah rocket penetrate Jordanian airspace and fall into an open space over the last week or so. The Jordanians have taken part in shooting down some of those Iranian missiles that were fired back in April, as well as the other night during that unprecedented ballistic missile attack. So I think the Jordanians see very clearly that it's Jordan that is the aggressor here. But I do think that some of that messaging is certainly directed toward Israel, but not directly toward Israel. I think they're speaking to the population of Jordan. Jordan is, I think if we're going to be realistic about it, it's probably 80 to 85, maybe even 90% Jordanian, or rather Palestinian origin citizens. These are people that fled the conflict between Israel and its Arab neighbors, fled Palestinian areas over the course of decades. And so now you've got a lot of Palestinians in Jordan. They don't like Israel. And the Jordanians often message to them. The rhetoric that we've seen out of Amman has been vitriolic toward Israel, even though Israel didn't start this and is not directly engaged militarily with the Jordanians. You got to remember, they still have a peace agreement. But the government continues to message to its Palestinian citizens. And I think that may be part of it. But look, Jordan is part of CENTCOM, right? They're part of a U.S.-led regional defense architecture. And I think they're very clear about that right now. They know that they need this in order to knock down some of these missiles and drones that are flying overhead. So I don't expect aggression toward Israel here, but the messaging, I think they're hedging, and they're making sure that their people see this as, perhaps more even-handed, even if in reality it isn't.
And what you're looking at right now is one of the live images that we do have over Lebanon, as we know that ground operation is underway, again, limited in scope. But we did learn that 8 Israeli soldiers were killed during the operations in southern Lebanon. So my question for you, are these operations maybe more dangerous than those that are happening in Gaza, or are they about the same in danger level?
Well, look, I think the first thing you need to know is that Hezbollah is a lethal fighting force. This is a fighting force that's trained alongside the armies of Iran and Russia in Syria when Hezbollah was deployed there to fight on behalf of the Assad regime during the Syrian civil war. They've got a lot of capabilities that I think Hamas doesn't have. They're better trained, they're better armed. They're better funded. This is a more formidable fighting force without question. And I think from the Israeli perspective, look, there was no way that Israel wasn't going to sustain deaths, injuries. I think that was a foregone conclusion. When you go in with a ground operation, you have to expect that. The 8 dead they were obviously a blow to the Israelis, especially after the month they just had where they were really on the offensive. I think it's fair to say shellacking Hezbollah from the air. This is perhaps a slowing of that momentum without question. I think the Israelis have to expect additional injuries, casualties as they continue to fight in southern Lebanon. This is the cost of war. But I would also just note that it's not all doom and gloom. The Israelis have shown this in their fight in Gaza over the last year. You got to remember, there were some catastrophic moments for the IDF early on in that war, and there have been actually some subsequent moments like that in the months that followed. But what happens is the Israelis begin to learn from what their enemy is able to do successfully. They've got really a very adaptable military. They learn on the fly how to protect themselves so that the tactic that worked just now that killed 8 Israelis won't work again. They build systems, and they've got defenses and offensive systems as well that will prevent these kinds of casualties, I think, in the future. So they're learning from that. And by the way, we see reports this morning that so far an estimated 60 Hezbollah fighters have been killed in the ground operations that we've seen starting on, I think it was October 1st. It might have been the day before that, in terms of what's been reported in the Israeli press. There may have been some special operators that got on the ground before the official limited ground operations were underway. But I think right now the fighting still looks lopsided, and certainly with the airstrikes that are happening even as we speak, some senior Hezbollah leaders were reportedly taken out, as well as some Iranian advisors inside Lebanon. Hassan Nasrallah, the former or now dead Secretary General of Hezbollah, his son-in-law was reportedly killed in an Israeli airstrike this morning. They continue to really thin out the ranks of Hezbollah's leaders. So I think on balance, the Israelis still have the upper hand here, but yeah, there are going to be, I think, still catastrophic events that will be a gut punch to the Israeli public as they learn more about the toll that this war will take.
All right, Dr. Jonathan Schanzer, thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to join us, a true expert. So we appreciate your insight into a lot of different questions, a lot of developments here. Anything else you want to add really about any of this before I let you go?
I'll just say this, that obviously we're anticipating a major Israeli response and maybe an American participation in that Israeli response to that unprecedented ballistic missile attack the other night launched by Iran. There are a lot of people talking about targets right now, and I think we can probably break those down into, a couple of buckets. I mean, I think, I think it's quite likely that the Israelis will target the Iranian intelligence services, because that appears to be what the Iranians tried to do, what the regime tried to do the other night. I would expect the Israelis to try to take out Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps facilities. The IRGC is the engine financially, but also ideologically, the training, the arming of these groups that have surrounded Israel, Hezbollah, Hamas, even the Houthis and others. The IRGC plays a significant role. I expect those facilities to get hit, and there are a lot of those. So how the Israelis choose those targets will be interesting. From there, I think there's some open questions. Do the Israelis target Iran's oil facilities? This would be a significant economic blow to the regime, and I think the Israelis are quite tempted to do that. They're thinking about taking out Iranian leaders, which I think is unprecedented. The Israelis typically stay away from sovereign leaders. They have been obviously very open about targeting terrorist leaders in the past, but targeting the Iranian regime's leadership, that's an interesting new wrinkle here, and I'm watching for that. But I think the big question that everyone's asking right now is whether the Israelis want to target Iran's nuclear facilities. I think there is a real temptation on the part of the Israelis to do this. In other words, if you're going to attack Iran and not attack those nuclear sites that Israel's been worried about for years, that pose an existential threat at some point to the state of Israel, it would be a wasted opportunity. But of course, we're hearing right now from President Biden, he's warning against doing that. He's saying that this needs to be proportional, whatever that means, after an unprecedented ballistic missile attack of the size we saw the other night. So that, I think that's the array of targets, and we'll have to just wait and see what the Israelis choose from that menu.
All right, Dr. Schanzer, thank you again for being here with us and breaking it all down, as always. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And we do know, of course, that we have seen Hezbollah firing quite a bit of rocket fire over at Israel. So I do want to pop up this image coming in from the Israel War Room here moments ago. They said one of the rockets launched by Hezbollah from Lebanon actually fell in northern Israel. We've seen this happen a lot. That is a photo of that downed rocket. No injuries reported there, thankfully, as a result. Do have to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more coverage here on the other side. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 8:54 on the East Coast and 5:54 on the West Coast. Do want to pop this up for you right here because we want to know what you think, as we know that dock workers at ports from Maine over to Texas do continue walking picket lines in a strike over wages and automation. Now, it is a move that could potentially reignite inflation and cause shortages of goods if it does last for more than a few weeks. The contract between the ports and about 45,000 members of the International Longshoremen's Association expired at midnight on Tuesday, and progress was actually reported Monday. We brought that to you as it appeared that the strike wasn't going to happen, but it was not enough. The strike affecting 36 ports. So again, we do want to get your take on all of this. What are you most concerned about with those ongoing port strikes? You have rate hikes, panic buying, or imports of goods. Unfortunately, we did report this morning that there is panic buying being reported as a result. We had Morgan Parrish live with our Fox 35 Orlando team to show us some of that. Now, as far as you at home have voted, 51%, so more than half of you say that you're concerned about rate hikes. 37% say panic buying, and 12% say imports of goods. If you do want to vote on that poll right there, you can scan the QR code on the side of your screen. That is right there on the top right-hand side, or you can go to livenowfox.com/connect. Do have to get one final 2-minute commercial break in at 8:56 on the East Coast and 5:56 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We will be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:58 on the East Coast and 5:58 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news. I do want to bring you to an update on a story that we have been following very closely here over the last week. 1 week after Hurricane Helene made landfall as a Category 4 hurricane with maximum winds of about 130 miles per hour, the cleanup is continuing, especially in hard-hit states like the Carolinas. I do want to send it over to Caroline Elliott. She is with Fox News and has been out there over in the Asheville area covering the latest details.
A week after Hurricane Helene hammered the South, residents here are coming to grips with how long the road to recovery will be.
I've hugged people and cried with them.
Heartache lingering across the South in the wake of Hurricane Helene. The massive system made landfall in Florida's Big Bend 1 week ago. The third time in 13 months that region took a direct hit.
We just haven't had time to get over. I dare you, Debbie.
But survivors hundreds of miles away here in North Carolina also have a long road to recovery. As of Wednesday night, officials say the death toll from Helene was more than 180 across at least 6 states. That number expected to rise.
We've lost friends. There's been landslides. Our valley got wiped out.
President Biden took an aerial tour of hard-hit Asheville Wednesday and is promising help to get the region back on its feet.
I'm also directing the Department of Defense to move up 1,000 soldiers to reinforce North Carolina's National Guard.
But until then, residents here are left with a massive job ahead, rebuilding their homes and lives.
We had people coming in bringing water, everything we needed. So I'm just proud of all the neighbors around.
Officials say about 6,000 National Guard troops from a dozen states are here helping with recovery efforts in the Southeast. In Asheville, North Carolina, Caroline Elliott, Fox News. A week after Hurricane Helene hammered the South, residents here are coming to grips with how long.
All right, a big thank you there to Caroline Elliott with Fox News as she has been out there reporting from Asheville, North Carolina. We're going to have continuing coverage of the aftermath of Helene here on Live Now from Fox. We are now at the 9 o'clock top of the hour here, 6 o'clock if you are on the West Coast. I do want to get to some of the other stories that we are covering here. Take a look. This is a live look over Beirut, Lebanon, as we do know that those ground operations do continue over in that area. Israel saying that they are limited operations. Now, if you've watched Live Now from Fox over the last year, you've probably seen a lot of our next guest. Trey Yingst is Fox News Channel's chief foreign correspondent, and he was on the ground along the Gaza border October 7th and saw the devastation as the Hamas terror group attacked Israel. Trey has been reporting from the Middle East nonstop ever since. Now, in Trey's new book, he shares his firsthand account of the October 7th attack and the Gaza war that did follow. It's called Black Saturday, an unfiltered account of the October 7th attack on Israel and the war in Gaza. Trey joining us live now from Haifa, Israel, to tell us more about all of this. Thank you so much, Trey, as always, for being here with us today.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, Josh.
And before we talk too much about the book itself, I do want to ask you, because I spoke to you yesterday, obviously after Tuesday's attack by Iran, we're talking 181 ballistic missiles. How are you doing? You're, of course, there and have been there reporting.
Oh, we're good. We're just focused on the mission to keep telling this story. The significant attack with 181 ballistic missiles soaring through the skies of this country. And the question now is how the Israelis are going to respond. It is a significant step up on the escalation ladder and very different from the attack that we saw back in April. And so as we look forward here, we're going to be looking for a few key things, Israeli movement and posture about what they may do in response to the Iranian regime following this attack, and then following the developments here in northern Israel as the war between Israel and Hezbollah expands.
I do want to pop this up right here. This is actually a cover of the book that you did right here. Can you kind of explain to me the motivation? What inspired you to write this book, and what can people kind of take away from it overall?
Black Saturday is a book about humans. It's about the people that were directly affected by this conflict, and it holds one key principle, and that principle is that two things can be true at once, that October 7th was the largest slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust, and that the Israeli response to that massacre has led to the highest death toll among Palestinian civilians in the history of their people. And so this cuts no corners. It goes right into the stories. On the morning of October 7th, you hear from hostages who were taken into Gaza and then later released as part of the November ceasefire deal, exclusive interviews with Israel's defense minister, Yoav Gallant, with soldiers, with civilians, with police officers, with Hamas leadership, with Palestinian doctors, Palestinian journalists and civilians, to get a clear understanding about what this conflict has been like. And from my perspective, I don't want people to look away from that day and the weeks and months that followed. And so the sort of idea behind this book is the responsibility to make sure that these stories are told and that people don't forget about what happened.
And you've been embedded, of course, with different military as you've been covering this. What has that been like overall for you as you're experiencing that?
Yeah, before October 7th, I entered the Gaza Strip many times independently. Once the war started, the only way to get into Gaza was on a military embed. I've been on 5 different military embeds, some of them into Gaza City, others further south to Khan Yunis and to Rafah, one of them at night. And this gave a clear picture of what was happening, at least from the perspective of the Israelis, and small opportunities to speak with Palestinian civilians who were affected during those embeds. Also, recently this week, I embedded with Israeli forces in southern Lebanon as they launched their ground operation against Hezbollah. And this gives just a different angle to the reporting, a little closer to what's taking place on the ground. But at the end of the day, I am a proponent for access for journalists to Gaza. And you'll see in Black Saturday, as you read the book, I call on the Israeli military and the Israeli government to open the border for journalists to enter. I think it's critical that international journalists are allowed into the Gaza Strip to report on what is taking place there. It is ridiculous and unacceptable how many Palestinian journalists have been killed by the Israelis throughout this conflict, and they've been doing it alone, the coverage from Gaza. And so it's critical that international journalists are allowed to enter the Strip to report freely on what has taken place in the Israeli campaign that still continues today against Hamas inside Gaza and is directly affecting the Palestinian people.
One thing that I did want to ask you here, and you kind of touched on this already, but what is one maybe disturbing, interesting piece of information that you have learned while you've been there, something that maybe you've seen over the last year kind of play out?
From a firsthand standpoint, we saw a lot of death and destruction in southern Israel. We went into the kibbutzim, these communities along the Israel-Gaza border, and we saw the aftermath of the massacre, oftentimes before bodies were actually cleared from the area. And we also saw horrific things inside Gaza. You could smell the death and destruction and the devastation caused to the Gaza Strip, the majority of its population now internally displaced. And so we saw those things. And then also in the course of my reporting for this book, I gathered a lot of information. One really interesting thing is that the Israelis had planned to launch an attack against Hezbollah in the early days of this conflict. On the Wednesday, after the attack against Israel took place, it was ultimately called off with Israeli jets in the sky. But it gives you a sense of just how close the conflict was at that point in the war from expanding to what we are seeing an expanded conflict today. Josh?
Trey Inks there. And of course, saying that your reporting has been fantastic is a true understatement. Thank you again for taking the time to be here with us today.
Thank you, Josh.
All right, time now 9:07 on the East Coast and 6:07 on the West Coast. Do want to take a live look once again over Beirut, Lebanon. We do have several different live images that are coming in at this hour. Again, we have this far out shot as well as the closer up one. We are going to continue to cover everything on that ground operation that is underway. Again, Israel saying it is a precise, targeted attack there, an operation to eliminate Hezbollah and all of its military assets in that area, showing no signs of letting up anytime soon. You can still see the smoke coming off of those buildings and the areas in general that have been hit. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more news to get to in just a matter of minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 9:10 on the East Coast and 6:10 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next hour or so to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. The Jewish New Year looks a lot different this year as many prepare to mark 1 year since the attack by Hamas on Israel that did launch the Gaza war. The Middle East conflict continues, and that has law enforcement all over the U.S. adding extra protection to keep the Jewish population safe during the celebration of the high holidays. I do want to head over to Los Angeles right now. We do have Mario Ramirez with our Fox 11 LA team with more on that for us. Thank you so much for taking the time, as always, to be here with us today.
Good morning, Josh. No problem. And as you mentioned here locally, we are seeing that beefed up security at local places of worship and synagogues. Rosh Hashanah started at sundown last night, and it's supposed to be a time of celebration with the rising conflict in the Middle East. There are now growing concerns about safety, and we're just outside one of those places of worship here, the Maimonides Academy, where we're expecting additional police patrols here for Rosh Hashanah services this morning. And that was definitely the case. We watched yesterday as worshipers arrived at the Temple Beth Am Synagogue in Pico Robertson to begin services there. The Los Angeles Police Department has been working with several Southern California law enforcement agencies like the Beverly Hills Police Department and the West Hollywood Sheriff's Department to use these visual deterrents in areas where there will be heavy foot traffic walking to services. Officers will be on foot in patrol vehicles and some even on horseback. Along with the start of High Holy Days, it's the 1-year anniversary of that October 7th attack on Israel just a few days away, and that's really fueling the anxiety among the community and the extra security from local law enforcement. LAPD officials say while planning for this stepped up security had already been underway, the urgency increased earlier this week when Iran launched missile strikes against Israel, and the agency says there's no known threat to places of worship here in Southern California, but they are preparing for demonstrations and protests. Rosh Hashanah services continue through Friday, and those increased patrols are expected to last for the next 2 weeks through Yom Kippur. And Josh, law enforcement agencies here in the area are really hoping those visual deterrents will keep the Jewish community safer during that time. Live here in Beverly Grove, we'll send it back to you, Josh.
And Mario, has there been a rise in anti-Semitic activity there? Because we know New York City actually put out a report, obviously the other coast, but they put out a report to say that they've seen anti-Semitic events or activities increase. They've seen a lot more over the last year since October 7th. Is that kind of the same situation that they're seeing over in the LA area?
Exactly, Josh. The same can be said here. The Los Angeles Police Department tracking that activity, and local Jewish leaders say that 2023 reached unprecedented levels of anti-Semitic events, and that rolled into 2024. The Anti-Defamation League says that they went up about 20%, and these local law enforcement agencies, they've really been partnering together for several weeks to try and combat that leading up to these high holy days.
All right, Mario Ramirez there with our Fox 11 LA team. As always, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Josh. Take care.
9:13 on the East Coast and 6:13 on the West Coast. As we mentioned, we're seeing that increase in security happening coast to coast. Briella Tomasetti with our Fox 5 New York team shows us how police in that area are beefing up security to make sure that everyone stays safe during these high holidays.
Temple Emmanuel kicked off Rosh Hashanah with a special dedication ceremony for a new ambulance sponsored by the congregation and donated to Israel for disaster relief. Hundreds of congregants poured into the temple for services afterwards, with the city on high alert during the Jewish High Holy Days.
We're always at a heightened state of security. Sadly, that's the nature of being a synagogue in America today.
Mayor Eric Adams and NYPD top brass held a briefing earlier in the day to update New Yorkers about enhanced security protocols, expected to continue through at least the end of next week as people of Jewish faith prepare to commemorate the 1-year anniversary of the terrorist attacks in Israel. The mayor says he's aware of significant protests planned for Monday, October 7th, and has announced a zero-tolerance policy for violence and vandalism.
As a person of faith, I will always stand with those who seek to live in worship in freedom and security. And I want every New Yorker to know your city will protect you.
The NYPD says it's identified key locations and places of worship where armed officers will stand on patrol. The city will not only use thousands of cameras assigned to the department, but have access to additional security cameras in at-risk areas.
K-9 teams will be sweeping sensitive locations each day, and our aviation units will be increasing aerial patrol. And behind the scenes, members of the NYPD's intelligence division and officers assigned to the JTTF will be monitoring leads both on and offline to identify threats that may emerge.
Yesterday, 8 Israeli soldiers were killed fighting Hezbollah militants in southern Lebanon in the wake of a massive ballistic missile attack launched by Iran. Most weapons were intercepted by the Iron Dome with help from the U.S. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu met with his heads of defense Wednesday, but President Biden and other allies plan to caution Israel on its response.
I call the meeting of the G7. All 7 of us agree that they have a right to respond, but they should respond in proportion.
That was Briella Tomasetti there with our Fox 5 New York team. Again, we're seeing that coast to coast as folks are keeping an eye on that beefed up security there during the Jewish high holidays. You are taking a live look right now from one of our many cameras across the country as we know that President Biden is boarding onto Air Force One. He just got on and is going to travel to Tallahassee, Florida, the state capital, to go and survey that storm damage in the area. We know, of course, that Helene did make landfall in the Big Bend region of Florida 1 week ago. It was late last Thursday night around 11 p.m. when the storm did make landfall in that area. There's been devastation that's been left behind, not just in that state, but we've seen it in Georgia, the Carolinas, as well as over in Tennessee, Virginia. We've had hundreds of reports of flooding and other damage as a result of the storm. Again, President Biden on board Air Force One right now as he does head over to Florida. He was in North Carolina yesterday, but we expect that he will likely meet with Governor DeSantis and will provide a news conference just a bit later. So we'll make sure to bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox as it does get underway. As I mentioned, Biden was over in North Carolina just yesterday. Connor Hansen has more on that visit.
We're not leaving until you're back on your feet completely.
President Biden met with officials in North Carolina, calling Hurricane Helene a historic storm.
Bridges damaged or completely destroyed, critical infrastructure and water systems, electrical grids, communications, all remain seriously damaged. Countless homes and businesses that are lost.
More than 170 people have been killed and many are still missing. Biden said it will cost billions of dollars to recover and called for unity dealing with the disaster.
There are no Democrats or Republicans, only Americans. And our job is to help as many people as we can, as quickly as we can, and as thoroughly as we can.
Millions still don't have power and some roads remain impassable after flooding and mudslides. In more remote areas of North Carolina, mules are being used to transport supplies to people stranded in the mountains. Meanwhile, Georgia is also dealing with widespread devastation. Vice President Harris visited the state and thanked workers at an emergency operations center.
And you do this work in these moments of crisis around the clock with an intention and with a level of care and love for community that is unmatched.
Vice President Harris announced the federal government will reimburse all the funds Georgia spends on cleanup and recovery. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Connor, thank you so much for that report. Again, a live look here. As you can see, Air Force One, we are going to see President Biden travel over to Florida to survey that damage, and there is quite a bit of it. Again, hundreds of reports of extreme flooding and damage left behind. A lot of people losing their homes, their businesses as a result of the storm, making landfall 1 week ago as a Category 4 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of about 130 miles per hour and stretching that damage through the Carolinas into Tennessee and other states as well. If we do hear from Biden, and we likely will later on today after he surveys the damage, we'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered as we do here on Live Now from Fox. And really quickly here, I do want to pop up this live image of our XRAD radar system. I'll let you know that right now you can't see much, but we are hearing from the National Weather Service that they are keeping an eye on what is going to be Hurricane Kirk, because it could provide some high surf, some issues there all throughout the I would say eastern coast of the U.S. So we'll keep an eye on that and bring you any updates as we get it. Again, you're not really seeing it on the radar just yet, but once we do pick that up, we will bring it to you here on Live Now. Let's head to a quick break at 9:20 on the East Coast and 6:20 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and we were able to get our XRAD radar system thanks to our producer, Taylor Anderson, who pulled that up for us here. You can actually see Kirk there on the far right-hand side of your screen. There is actually Leslie, I believe, behind it, but want to go over some of what we were talking about because waves from Hurricane Kirk could cause life-threatening surf and rip current conditions this weekend. That's going to be along the U.S. East Coast as well as in Bermuda, the Greater Antilles, and the Bahamas. That information from forecasters with the National Hurricane Center. Now, Kirk was a Category 3 storm in the Atlantic Ocean, strengthening even further, but expected to remain away from land. Again, that is important to note here as we watch it. Swells generated by Kirk were expected to reach portions of the Leeward Islands on Friday, Bermuda and the Greater Antilles Saturday, and then the East Coast and the Bahamas Sunday. No coastal watches or warnings in effect as of now. The major hurricane was about 1,100 miles east of the Leeward Islands with maximum winds of 120 miles per hour. So we're talking about a very strong storm, but again, not expected to head in the direction of the U.S., just going to cause the rip currents there as a result. In the meantime, Tropical Storm Leslie formed late yesterday in the eastern Atlantic and could strengthen into a hurricane here in the coming days. That is according to forecasters. It was not yet deemed a threat to land as of now, but we are keeping an eye on it at this hour. Again, as of now, it is still considered to be Tropical Storm Leslie. The storm does have winds of 40 miles per hour. I'm checking the National Hurricane Center, so it does look like it's picked up a little bit of strength over the last, I would say, maybe hour or so. Looks like it's moving fairly slowly west at 6 miles per hour, but Here at Live Now from Fox, we always keep an eye on the tropics, so we'll make sure to bring you all of these details here as all of this does unfold. Again, we do have this live look here over at Air Force One as President Biden will head over to the state of Florida, flying specifically over to Tallahassee today to survey some of the damage that was caused as a result of Helene, which made landfall as that Category 4 storm just 1 week ago. We will bring you any news conferences that are held. Not quite clear. We would assume that Biden will meet with DeSantis there, the governor of Florida, but we'll keep an eye on that. And again, if there are any news conferences, we will bring those to you right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, do want to take you to another big story that we have been following on Live Now over the last several days. Take a look. This is our poll that we are conducting at this hour here as we get to the latest on that strike. Dock workers at ports from Maine to Texas walking those picket lines in a strike over wages and automation. It's a move that could potentially reignite inflation and cause shortages of goods if it does last more than a few weeks, and that is a strong possibility. The contract between the ports and about 45,000 members of the International Longshoremen's Association expired at midnight Tuesday. Progress was reported Monday, so it appeared possible that a deal would be reached, but that wasn't enough to prevent the strike, which is affecting a total of 36 ports. We do want to hear from you. What are you most concerned about with the ongoing port strikes? We've had a lot of people log in to vote. Remember, if you do want your vote counted, just grab your phone and scan that QR code at the top right-hand side of your screen and you can vote. As of right now, it appears that more than half, 52% of you out there, are most concerned about rate hikes, 37% about panic buying, and 10% about the imports of goods. Again, to vote, just scan that QR code or go to the website livenowfox.com/connect. In the meantime, we do have Doug Luzader with Fox News bringing us a little bit more about the strike there and what will happen next.
Well, this is something that's going to start to hit all of us, and the union representing striking dock workers is not afraid to make some very explicit threats here about the impact this could soon have through the entire economy.
Make that deal! Make that deal!
Make the deal, they say. But in the meantime, U.S. shipping along the East Coast is grinding to a halt as dock workers hold out for a massive pay hike. Initially, 77% over the next 6 years was their demand, as well as constraints on automation.
I mean, we way behind the curve on with the inflation. That's why we're on strike today, because our members are demanding their fair share.
And already, containers that carry so many goods into the U.S. are piling up, affecting 36 major ports along the East Coast and into the Gulf. That could snarl supply chains in a way we haven't experienced since the pandemic. One estimate puts the impact on the economy at $4.5 billion a day.
They're having trouble getting the product they need because of the port strike.
And President Biden has called this potentially a man-made disaster at the ports. But the White House is coming down on the side of workers, refusing to order them back to work for a cooling-off period. There are already signs consumers are starting to stock up, knowing there could be shortages coupled with rising prices.
I think prices are going to go up because, from the history of the pandemic, we know that breaking the supply chain like that forces, things to be off the shelves, forces people to panic, forces prices to go up.
This really puts the White House in a tough spot, though, unwilling to anger union workers ahead of the election, but also keenly aware of the impact this could have, driving up all kinds of prices with the holidays right around the corner. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News. Well, this is something.
All right, a big thank you there to Doug Luzader with Fox News. Do want to take you to this breaking news that we are following at this hour. This is coming in out of Brazoria, Texas. That's about an hour outside of Houston here. So what you are seeing is a school bus and a dump truck that have collided. We are working to gather some more information at this point. But again, Brazoria, Texas is just outside of Houston, and you can actually see the school bus still there, as well as the dump truck. Looks like they did collide maybe within the last hour or so, and you can see the ambulance that is there on the scene, as well as emergency workers. No question, the road does appear to be shut down at this point, and it looks like we did get a statement that came in from the school district there. They say this morning a CBISD secondary route school bus collided with a dump truck at CR 353 and Highway 36. 21 high school students and 1 driver were on the bus at the time of the crash. The driver and 1 student were evaluated and are being life flighted, we're told. All other students were evaluated and have been released to their parents or are on their way to school at this time. Again, we are working to get some more information. Not sure if there will be a news conference with the folks out there, but we'll make sure to bring that to you if it does get underway. We know a crew is headed there by ground as well, but this is a live look from Sky Fox. Again, an hour outside of Houston. This is Brazoria, Texas. The time now 9:30 on the East Coast and 6:30 on the West Coast. Do want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more news to get to in just a matter of minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a live look once again at this situation that is unfolding about an hour outside of Houston. You can see a school bus did collide with a dump truck. This is over in Brazoria, Texas. We are working to gather some more information, but as I mentioned, we did get a statement a short time ago that came in from the school district here. I'm pulling it up so we can read it for you. It says, this morning, a CBISD secondary route school bus collided with a dump truck at CR 353 and Highway 36. 21 high school students and 1 driver were on the bus at the time of the crash. The driver and 1 student were evaluated and are being life flighted. All other students evaluated and have been released to their parents or are on their way to school at this time. Again, that is a live look here from Sky Fox. As you can see at this hour, that dump truck right there on your screen. Police, obviously a heavy law enforcement and emergency management presence as they're working to piece all this together. If there is a news conference of some kind today, we will make sure to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox, as we do. In the meantime, do want to head back out to this live image that we do have at this hour showing the scene over Beirut, Lebanon. That is where Israel does continue its ground operations. They do say they're limited in scope. Mike Tobin with Fox News has been on the ground and filed this report.
For the first time in this conflict, Hezbollah fighters directly engaged Israeli forces. An ambush involving anti-tank missiles in South Lebanon killed 8 Israeli soldiers.
I would like to send my deepest condolences to the families of our heroes who fell today in Lebanon. May God avenge their death.
This just one day after the unprecedented missile barrage Iran fired into Israel. Israeli air defenses intercepted many. Guided missile destroyers USS Cole and USS Bulkley fired 12 interceptors interceptors at the incoming barrage. Some Iranian missiles got through, hit civilian structures as well as air bases. Israel says its Air Force's capability is unaffected. At today's emergency UN Security Council meeting with the Israeli ambassador watching, Iran's ambassador defended the attack.
Iran's response was a necessity to restore balance and deterrence. Israel must understand that each act of aggression it makes is not unpunished and will be met with consequences.
Weighing retaliation to the second direct attack from Iran, the chiefs of Israel's defense establishment met in the Kiryat, Israel's version of the Pentagon.
We have the capabilities to reach and strike any point in the Middle East, and those of our enemies who have not yet understood this will soon understand.
Still cautious about escalation, U.S. President Joe Biden said he would not support an Israeli strike on Iranian nuclear facilities. Instead, he promised sanctions and called for a meeting of G7 leaders.
All 7 of us agree that they have a right to respond, but they should respond in proportion.
With the fight still on multiple fronts, Hamas has now claimed responsibility for those 2 Palestinian attackers who opened fire on civilians in Jaffa near Tel Aviv. They killed 7 before the gunmen were also killed. In Haifa, Israel, Mike Tobin, Fox News.
Mike, thank you so much for that report. A live look at this hour over Lebanon as we do bring you the latest. Now, we do know that there are questions about exactly what is going to happen with a retaliatory attack. Will it be on Iran's nuclear sites, as has been proposed, mentioned by Israel, even though President Biden did say he is against that. He said he understands that there could actually be a retaliatory strike. He is for that, but not for the attack of nuclear sites. Do want to bring in Javed Ali, Associate Professor of Practice at the Gerald R. Ford School of Public Policy at the University of Michigan, to help break down more about this. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today and help break it down.
Josh, always nice to be with you. Thank you for having me.
Of course. Well, first off, I do want to ask you here your thoughts. Is a retaliatory attack by Israel on Iran's nuclear sites really even a possibility? Would they strike those nuclear sites?
Well, based on everything that's unfolded the last several weeks and the rhetoric that and statements that we hear from Prime Minister Netanyahu, Defense Minister Gallant, other senior Israeli military officials, they have carried through on all of those warnings and threats. And so now with the latest statements coming out about what appears to be an Israeli response to the ballistic missile launches from Iran going back a couple days ago, that now a lot of things are most likely on the table for Israel to select in terms of targets. And now it's a question of what will they choose to hit? Will they try to engage or try to hit within that, try to hit Iranian nuclear facilities? And then if so, how many and how often, and what would be the impact of those types of operations? And that's just one potential list of targets. There are other things I'm sure that Israel's considering.
And I imagine there really are some possible ramifications there. You kind of went into that already, but what could possibly be the ramifications? Because we could potentially see that escalate all of this even further if that is what happens.
Well, as I've said in a lot of interviews the past few days, is that if your listeners can imagine this, or it can sort of conceptualize this imaginary escalatory ladder, both Israel and Hezbollah are climbing up that ladder. They're probably in the middle rung of that ladder, using that analogy. But if Israel now responds and really goes after things like Iranian nuclear facilities or sites, then the ladder, the climb up that ladder gets almost to the top of where a ladder would be. So if that happens, the escalation only further spirals, that makes the situation even more dangerous and volatile and precarious than it is right now. So that's, I think, a planning calculation for Israel. Is, do they want that escalatory effect to happen, even if they think they can successfully do damage to however many nuclear sites or targets they want to hit?
We know that Iran obviously would not want Israel to attack their nuclear sites because, again, the ramifications unclear. But President Biden also saying that he does not want that to happen, as we mentioned. So my question is, Does Israel kind of factor that into their decision making? Is that something that they care about? Obviously, they care overall about maintaining a good relationship between the U.S. and Israel, but do they really take Biden's word into account when they make a decision on what to do?
Yeah, that's another great question, Josh. And if we look at sort of this disconnect over the past year, beginning with the events of October 7th and then Israel's response to that, and now this multi-front campaign against Hezbollah and the Houthis and most likely Iran, that time and time again, when President Biden makes a statement urging a certain policy direction or a potential move that would be more de-escalatory in nature, to use that phrase, it seems often that that message doesn't land the way the White House thinks it would, or other senior U.S. government officials think it would in Israel. And so, to a degree, yes, I agree with you. I'm sure the Israeli leaders and Prime Minister Netanyahu are clearly concerned about the relationship with the United States and perceptions of that relationship. But at the same time, as we've seen over this past year, there are moments where Israel goes in a completely different direction than what the U.S. would prefer. And so, given the statements from President Biden just recently about not for Israel not to go after Iranian nuclear facilities, will that be part of the planning consideration? Hard to know.
Do you think other countries overall, talking specifically about others maybe in the Middle East, would want Iran's nuclear sites to be attacked? I keep talking about possible ramifications as a result. So is that even something that other countries would want?
Well, there are other countries in the region who, like Israel and the United States, are or have been concerned about the potential for Iran to develop an actual nuclear weapons capability, not just having the nuclear energy facilities themselves. Although there's always that potential that that could be the cover for a clandestine nuclear program. And those countries probably include Saudi Arabia, the Gulf countries, Egypt, Jordan, the countries that look at Iran as a threat to them, perhaps not as existential as Israel does, but still a security threat in the region. But none of those countries are going to get involved operationally in whatever Israel may try to do, if they do indeed go after nuclear sites. But I still think that is a much lower probability in whatever Israel is going to do next, just because of all these ramifications we've talked about.
Do we know what kind of weapons they have in those nuclear sites? I mean, you kind of touched on this already, and many other experts have as well. But do we know locations and what is inside?
Well, this is one of the great mysteries of Iran's nuclear program, and their known nuclear power facilities and energy facilities are all under inspection by the International Atomic Energy Agency out of Vienna. Now, we've seen other countries able to also engage in clandestine nuclear weapons related activity, even with IAEA, the acronym for that agency's inspections. So looking at Iran now, and there's multiple facilities, nobody really knows if they've actually developed a nuclear weapon. And if you can conceptualize, or viewers can conceptualize what a nuclear weapon is, the warhead mated to some kind of delivery system, whether it's a ballistic missile or cruise missile or something else. Again, this is complete speculation on my part, but I don't think the Iranians have built up their whatever their clandestine nuclear weapons program is. I don't think they've actually weaponized it, and they probably try to very quietly develop highly enriched uranium to put into a warhead, but I don't think they actually have a full-up weapon that's ready to launch against any country that they would do. And again, I just think that that scenario is so unlikely for Iran to engage in, just because the stakes would be so high. And right now, even though both countries are climbing up this escalatory ladder, even if Iran had a nuclear weapon, which I don't think anyone assesses that they do, then I don't think they would use it right now, just because it would be a monumentally profound moment and just create such chaos and destruction in the region.
All right, Javed Ali, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and break it all down. Anything else you want to add really about any of this before I let you go?
Well, outside of the nuclear issue, I think what we're seeing in the fight between Iran and Hezbollah is that now there are ground operations underway in southern Lebanon. Your previous piece mentioned that. And this is where I think that fight is going to get fairly difficult, because just like in 2006, when Israel and Hezbollah fought a ground war, that 34-day war was a stalemate before there was a UN brokered ceasefire. So this, I think, is part of Hezbollah's plan, is to try to lure the Israeli military on the ground into southern Lebanon and get them more sort of bogged down in that guerrilla warfare type of threat or operations that they conducted against Israel in 2006. So, and already overnight, we've seen the sad news that 8 Israeli soldiers died in ground operations against Hezbollah. So that, I think, is another twist to this fight, is that it's entering into the ground phase, and this is where it's also going to get very violent.
All right, Javed Ali, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here and break it all down. A lot to discuss, as always, so we definitely appreciate it.
All right, thanks, Josh.
All right, I do want to take you back out to this breaking news right now that we are following from about an hour outside of Houston here. Take a look at this image on your screen. Now, we do know from officials there that this does involve a school bus that collided with a dump truck. This is over in Brazoria, Texas. I apologize if I am saying that name wrong, but it is about an hour outside of Houston. Again, you can see the aftermath of the crash as we are seeing Skyfox flying overhead at this hour. Now, I do want to go over just this statement that we did receive a short time ago coming in from the school district there. Again, they're kind of working to piece all this together as well. They say this morning a CBISD secondary route school bus collided with a dump truck at CR 353 and Highway 36. 21 high school students and 1 driver were on the bus at the time of the accident. The driver and 1 student were evaluated and are being life-flighted. All other students evaluated and have been released to their parents or are on their way to school at this time. It's not clear if there will be a news conference of any kind here with officials, but we will bring that to you if it does happen. We're going to keep an eye on the situation here with the help of our Fox Houston team. And we do know that they are sending a crew on the ground as well, but this is that aerial shot that they got, again, out of Brazoria, Texas, about an hour outside of Houston. The time now 9:47 on the East Coast and 6:47 on the West Coast. Do want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, the final one of the hour, but we'll be right back here with more live coverage on the other side. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 9:49 on the East Coast, and it is 6:49 on the West Coast. What you're looking at right now is a live look as we should actually see President Biden getting off of this aircraft here, and he is going to head over to Florida. Specifically, he's flying over to Tallahassee. That is where he is going to survey the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. We do know that the storm did make landfall 1 week ago today as a very powerful Category 4 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of 130 miles per hour. Again, a very powerful storm. It did cause a lot of damage, flooding, and other issues there along the Gulf Coast of Florida, but actually made landfall itself over in the Big Bend region, so that is the Tallahassee area. Not clear just yet. We would assume that Biden would meet with Governor Ron DeSantis. Not clear if that's happening or if they will hold any kind of joint news conference, but we know Biden is expected to speak to members of the media later on after he has a chance to survey that damage here. He's about to step onto Air Force One as he prepares to fly out. You could actually see a spokesperson there, Karine Jean-Pierre, who is right behind him. She is going to board on that plane as well. He's waving there over to some of the members of the media who are filming this here. But he is walking on board the plane. Then you have members of the media and other administration there. Again, we did see Karine Jean-Pierre right there. She is stepping on board the plane as well. We'll bring you all of these news conferences that are expected to take place later on today as we do see President Biden survey that storm damage. There goes the shot right there. So I do want to pop up this other breaking news that we are covering. This is where a school bus has collided with a dump truck. This is over in Brazoria, Texas, about an hour outside of Houston. We are waiting to gather some more information on this at this hour, but at this point, all we know is that the school district says that this collision did happen at CR 353 and Highway 36. There were 21 high school students and 1 driver on the bus at the time of the accident. The driver and 1 student evaluated and are being life-flighted. All other students have been released to their parents and are on their way to the school. Our Fox Houston team just actually putting out a news story here, so I do want to bring you the latest details from that. They say a Columbia-Brazoria ISD bus was involved in a crash with a dump truck, again in Brazoria County this morning at CR 353 and Highway 36. 21 high school students and the driver on the bus at the time of the crash. As I mentioned, the driver and 1 student flown to the hospital from that scene. All other students were evaluated at the scene and released to their parents or are on their way to school. Again, this is an image from Sky Fox, and we will keep you updated as we do get the latest details. In the meantime, do want to take you out to another event that we had a bit earlier on today. Take a look at your screen as there was a news conference that took place over in Kyiv. This is over in Ukraine at this hour, as we know that the news conference was held here by NATO's new Secretary General, Mark Rutte, again alongside President Zelensky in Ukraine. Do want to pop up the audio so we can listen in. On the other side, Christy Matino will be in the hot seat with everything you need to know on this Thursday, October 3rd.
Working with you to ensure that Ukraine prevails. Volodymyr, I've said this before, and I say it again. Your tireless leadership is an inspiration to me, to us all. The dedication of your armed forces and the determination of the Ukrainian people remind us of just how precious freedom is and how crucial it is that we do all we can to defend it. And this is why NATO was founded 75 years ago, to safeguard the freedom and security of all our members. And this is why we are so committed to supporting Ukraine, because your security matters for ours, and your fight for freedom reflects our core principles and values. NATO allies have provided Ukraine with unprecedented support since Russia launched its full-scale invasion in 2022, including more than 99% of all military aid. But we know that you need more. So allies agreed at the NATO summit in Washington this summer to make sure we could provide you with more equipment, more training, more support. We are setting up a NATO Command to coordinate the provision of security assistance and training, helping to ensure that Ukraine has what it needs, gets what is promised, and that the support provided today contributes to building a NATO interoperable future in the future. Allies also have agreed to a financial pledge with a baseline of 40 billion euros worth of military aid within a year, and a commitment to review this level of support every year so that Ukraine has what it needs to prevail. And we know the need is urgent, and we are working hard to do more and more quickly. In the last few weeks, several allies announced further military aid for Ukraine, including new contributions from Denmark, from Latvia, the United Kingdom, and nearly $8 billion of assistance from the United States. Supporting Ukraine and replenishing our own stocks means increasing industrial production, and that will be a priority for me. And that is why in Washington, allies agreed to enhance our defense industrial capacity, working among allies on both sides of the Atlantic, and also with you, with Ukraine, to help build your domestic capacity, which has proven so effective and can only be improved with further investment and further innovation. Indeed, as you said, today we discussed all of these elements, the areas where Ukraine needs further support, and the ways in which NATO is working to provide it. Ukraine is closer to NATO than ever before, and will continue on this path until you become a member of our alliance. I very much look forward to that day. Mr. President, dear Volodymyr, NATO stands with Ukraine for your security and for ours. Thank you once again.
Шановні журналісти, будь ласка, ваші запитання. Суспільне телебачення Україна.
Good afternoon, Valeria Pashko, the public broadcaster of Ukraine. So the first question is for both of you. The Financial Times report that there are preliminary indications that the US president might agree to change the status of Ukraine's NATO membership bid before he leaves his office. So from your perspective, allies are ready to move forward with Ukraine's membership in NATO. And the second one, Mr. Secretary General, so there is an information that certain allies are ready to shut down Russian drones and missiles over NATO member states. So is it possible from your perspective, if you understood that if it violates their airspace? So from your perspective, do you expect this scenario in close future? Thanks a lot.
Yes, well, first on NATO membership, and as you know, at the last NATO summit, which took place in Washington in July this year, allies agreed, and this is important, that Ukraine's path to membership is irreversible. And as I said in my short statement, Ukraine is closer to NATO than ever before. We now have a comprehensive assistance package to help Ukraine implement reforms. I met with many people today who are working on that with the Ukrainians. We are establishing this NATO command, and it will help to coordinate and provide security assistance, but also training for Ukraine. I already mentioned also the 40 billion euros, which is there to fund military aid for Ukraine. And as you know, many allies have now signed bilateral security agreements with Ukraine. And that means that Ukraine gets stronger day by day, more interoperable with NATO, and better prepared than ever to join our alliance. And this is basically building the bridge to NATO membership for Ukraine. I think the day will come that Ukraine is a full member of NATO, And let me add to that, if somebody might think otherwise, that Russia on this issue has no vote and no veto. On your other issue of allies to shoot down Russian missiles, I think that was your question. Of course, shooting down drones or missiles violating Allied territory are, of course, decisions for the national authorities. NATO has already significantly reinforced its air defenses on the eastern flank. And we recognize fully the right of every ally to protect its own airspace. And of course, this is also an issue for NATO as a whole. And this is why allies are continuing to consult closely when these situations arise. And NATO authorities, I can assure you, will continue to work with allied authorities to ensure effective air and missile defense.
Що стосується вашого запитання, дякую. Україна фокусується на деяких речах. Що стосується НАТО, зараз ми сфокусовані на тому, щоб Україну запросили в НАТО, по-перше. Це дуже важливий крок, це складно досягти. Ми фокусуємося на цьому результаті. Будемо робити все, щоб це отримати. Друге, це зброя, передусім ППО, передусім наближення рішення, яке було в Вашингтоні щодо відповідної кількості відповідних систем, Патріот і САМПТІ. Наближаємо цей час, щоб отримати все це, що було вирішено на саміті, а також щодо додаткових систем. Що стосується, чи готові союзники збивати, працюємо з ними, поки що вони не готові.
Дякую. Наступне і останнє запитання буде від BBC.
Thank you. Jessica Barker from BBC News. Firstly, to the Secretary-General, your first visit here as Secretary-General of NATO. People, of course, in Ukraine don't want symbolic visits. They want concrete steps. Looking ahead to Ramstein, do you think we can expect some key decisions? For example, permission for Ukraine to use long-range Western-made missiles on military targets inside Russia? Or do you think that permission just isn't going to come? And to President Zelensky, are you concerned that what's happening in the Middle East is distracting from support for Ukraine, your ideas in your victory plan? And if I could just ask you as well, President Zelensky, following reports of Ukraine's withdrawal from the town of Volodar, do you think you can continue, or can you halt Russian advances? Thank you.
Well, to your first question, President Biden called that meeting at the leaders' level. And I think it's particularly important that we have that meeting on Saturday, October the 12th, in Ramstein with allies and, of course, with Ukraine. More particularly focusing on your question on restrictions or lifting of restrictions for the long-range strikes. Let me say a couple of things. First of all, Ukraine obviously has the right to defend itself. And international law here is on the side of Ukraine, meaning that this right does not end at the border. And Russia is pursuing this illegal war. And that means that targeting Russian fighter jets and missiles before they can be used against Ukraine's civilian infrastructure can help save lives. The only country here that has crossed a red line is not Ukraine, it is Russia, by starting this war. At the same time, it is up to each ally to determine its support for Ukraine. And I know some of these discussions are ongoing, but in the end, that's not for NATO. That's up for each ally to decide what restrictions are there on the weapons they deliver to Ukraine.
All right, we were just listening into NATO leaders speaking alongside Zelensky in Kyiv, and we are going to play that a little bit later for you. But right now, we did want to bring you the latest headlines, as we do here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks for watching. My name is Christy Matino. We did want to continue with our coverage of Hurricane Helene, and we did have an interview that we wanted to bring in, a live interview. But first, let's recap here what we're seeing in terms of Helene. The death toll has climbed. It is one of the most severe hurricanes we have seen in a very long time. Hard-hit regions include parts of western North Carolina. They're receiving aid from various states as emergency crews work to reach isolated communities devastated by catastrophic flooding. 189 people are now confirmed dead in 6 states: Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, and Tennessee. Helene, now the second deadliest hurricane to strike the mainland U.S. in the last 55 years, topped only by Hurricane Katrina in 2005. We did want to talk to Mariel Fontaine. She is part of disaster relief and global health organization AmeriCares. She is their director of U.S. emergency response. Let's bring her in to see what they are seeing as they are helping to deliver this aid. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox to break this all down for us. I did want to ask right off the bat here, where are you guys heading? Some of these hard-hit areas, what are you seeing?
Good morning, and thank you for having us. We have teams on the ground in southern Georgia and in North Carolina and are providing support in all of the affected states. Our teams on the ground are seeing, as you talked about, widespread damage, widespread destruction, and in a few of the villages and towns that we visited, we've been the first outside assistance to arrive. We had one team in southern Georgia who met with a health clinic whose staff have been badly affected themselves. One of their staff members is living in her shed because her home has been destroyed and is still managing to come to work to ensure that her community has health care. We met with another clinic in North Carolina who is having to pump water from a nearby stream in order to have the water that they need to wash their hands and keep the facility clean so that they can continue to see their patients.
And I did want to also continue. You were just telling us some of these horrific stories of these people and what you have been hearing, what you have been seeing. In terms of cleanup and recovery efforts, how long do you think this is going to take, and what resources, how many people are you guys utilizing to help with this?
Recovery from devastating storms like this takes years, if not decades, for the communities to come back to some new semblance of normal. AmeriCares is already providing medicines and medical supplies, as well as emergency funds, to help make sure that as these communities do start the recovery process, they're still able to access healthcare needs to ensure that they can do so safely and with all of the medications that they need to ensure their own health. We have sent clinics funding to support repairs and also to support their staff to ensure that they can keep their doors open.
And we are playing on the screen for our viewers right now some footage that you guys kindly sent us. This is out of your storage facility in Connecticut, and you can see just all of those supplies that you guys are getting ready to deliver. Could you tell us what some of that entails, and what are some of the supplies that people are needing the most?
Yes, this is our warehouse in Connecticut, which is ready and already sending out supplies. We are getting requests for hygiene items, for drinking water, and water that can be used, as I mentioned, for hand washing. We're also for medicines and other supplies that are health related. Our staff on the ground are reaching out to visit the clinics. We're connecting with them via email, via phone, in person, however we can, to find out what their needs are so that we can best support them.
I did want to ask, because we have seen so much flooding, has it been difficult for you to get in to deliver this aid? Because I imagine that road closures are still a thing.
Yeah, particularly in the North Carolina and Tennessee area, access remains a challenge, as does ensuring that our responders are able to get the connectivity that they need to then reach out to the clinics. One of the things we're helping with the clinics is to get them access to internet and phones so that they can ask for the help that they desperately need.
And Mariel, one of the other things I wanted to touch on, because you were mentioning these stories that you're hearing and seeing with your own eyes, and one of those are health workers, right? They're still showing up for work to help at hospitals, although they've lost everything themselves. What have they been saying to you?
Many of them are still in shock and just absolutely devastated. They've lost their own homes. They're struggling. One once told us that he was struggling to find water for the formula to feed his baby while still also going into work. They really are dedicated to their communities, and AmeriCares is dedicated to make sure that they can continue to serve.
Mariel, we appreciate what you are doing to help, and we wanted to ask if there was anything else that you'd like people to know about AmeriCares before we let you go here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you. If people would like to learn more about what AmeriCares is doing, how we're helping survivors, and what we're seeing on the ground, they can go to our website, americares.org, to learn everything about what we are doing and how they can support.
Thank you so much for being here, and keep up the good work. Thank you for what you're doing. All right, we are going to go away for a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we do have a lot of live events and big news to get to today. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thanks for being here. Your time now is 10:12 on the East Coast, 7:12 on the West Coast. And we did want to continue our coverage of Hurricane Helene as we do have this live event. I'm going to pop it up on your screen right now. This is the National Guard giving an update on Helene as these recovery efforts continue. Let's turn up the sound there and listen in.
And how we communicate, and I think that's just an evolving effort that is done in the background. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Next, Haley Britsky from CNN.
Hi, none for me right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather Lacey from Fox News. Okay. Louis Martinez from ABC News.
Hi, good morning. Thank you all for doing this. Quick question. I heard your answer to Lita at the top. about the active duty. But why do you think the active duty was called in for this? And then I have a follow-on question. Thank you.
Yeah, and sure, I appreciate the question. I'm not the one to speak to why they were, but I will tell you that they are an outstanding partner. They know, because these are their communities too. They know that they've got capability. They want to lean forward, and just like everybody that I communicate with all day long, they don't want to be late. And in an effort to not be late, you're going to want to push commodities and capabilities as far forward as possible. And then you just anticipate, what will be that need that you're called forward to provide. So I very much appreciate the relationship that we have with the active duty as it comes to domestic response in the homeland.
Great. And a follow-on question regarding capabilities. I mean, you said this is a once in a 1,000-year storm, but the storm, I think typically we associate the National Guard with follow-on, with high water vehicles, things like that. And in this case, correct me if I'm wrong, but is that the scenario that we have here with those mudslides? Was it different? Is this scenario beyond kind of the capabilities that you normally train for?
So the amount of destruction, and specifically, I think right now we're talking about North Carolina, it had to be worse, not than what people were imagining, but when the storm passes and you're able to get out and do the assessments, and you realize that the lines of communication are fractured, and it's not just roads, it's communications, you can't make phone calls to determine how people are or what the conditions are. You literally have to get out there and see it, whether it's through aviation assets or people on the ground. And, there's nothing in the National Guard that's immune to high water crossings. I mean, we've got high water vehicles, but there's limitations on what you can do safely and speed. You can rush into a really dangerous environment. But I wouldn't say that it was worse than what people thought was possible. But I think you really don't get a feel for it until you get out, and that's what makes every storm and every response unique.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Mr. Gaines from NBC.
Hi there, Moshe Gaines with NBC. Just a quick one. I was just wondering if you all had any estimate of how many people may be unaccounted for at this time and how long it might take to reach folks, especially in remote areas.
Yeah, Moshe, I'm going to defer to any one of the state partners on the phone, because they're going to have a much better estimate of what's happening within their state and the priorities of effort within each of their local counties or local state emergency managers. So North Carolina, would you like to illuminate on that one, please?
Yes, sir. We don't have a specific number for that right now of unaccounted. I'd say emergency management is getting after that with the local officials in that area as they're able to access more. So I don't think that information is available yet. We are still doing significant flight operations in support of search and rescue at this point. So as we, especially given the size of the event and the terrain, as we still continue to try to access everywhere, we need emergency management to access to make those assessments and to provide relief.
Thank you. And who was that from North Carolina, just for those folks on the phone who just spoke up?
Yeah, this is Colonel Paul Hollenau.
Thank you so much. South Carolina, was there something that you wanted to add to that?
Ma'am, I will tell you, and Moshe, I think it's a great question, but the Guard's focus is going to be, initially on the life-saving efforts, the damage assessments, and then it's going to transition to commodity distribution, how they can start getting in and helping to clear routes and restore connectivity. And they're going to respond to those types of missions. And I think probably the State Emergency Management Office would be a better source for the information of those people that are unaccounted for.
Hey, sir, this is Colonel Turner, South Carolina. You want
Jason, I can hear you.
Okay, Roger. Sure. So from South Carolina, and as you've already heard from General Burkett, the impact to the states it's a little different. So to answer the question unaccounted for, we assist with that, but I don't have a definitive answer either. I know early on, the search is a most critical component of what we do along with our civilian partners. So at the most safest point following the storm, that's what we do. We search for people with the intent of saving lives as fast as we can, or as widespread as we can. But that number may fluctuate by state, but I'm not tracking an exact number, nor name or still that risk existing in South Carolina. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And Tennessee, was there anything to add in response to this question?
Yes, ma'am. This is Lieutenant Colonel Meredith Richardson from Tennessee National Guard. So I would just say we are closely in working with our county EMAs. And so our aviation crews are working diligently with them in order to reach all of the communities that may be cut off from ground transportation. Simultaneously, we are working to open up that infrastructure, whether that's through debris removal and the engineer teams, and also going out, doing convoy and route assessments and trying to find alternate ways to reach those ground communities. So that way we are actively reaching every member of our state.
Thank you very much, everybody. Moving on to Ellie Watson from CBS.
Thanks for doing this. Two quick ones. The overall, how long do you expect the response mission to continue? You were saying days, maybe weeks. Do you have an expected timeline? And then specific to North Carolina, can you give us a breakdown of what support the Guard in North Carolina is giving? Thank you.
Yeah, and so Ellie, I'll start that, and then I will transition to North Carolina. The response is going to be a determination by the governors in each of these states when they can shift life-sustaining to recovery and that longer-term recovery. It's generally at that point that the National Guard has a smaller and smaller role to play. But the prediction, by state or by area in each of these states is going to be dramatically different based on the conditions on the ground and where the governor thinks they can make that transition. But to North Carolina, please to elaborate.
Yes, sir. Agree with you on that answer. For us, we're here till the mission is done. However long that takes, we're a week into it. I don't think we've made any significant assessment of how long for now. But a lot of it is tied into emergency management. They track their lifelines as far as when services are restored, and we can get back to some semblance of normalcy in Western North Carolina. To the question of what support we're providing, we have over 1,100 National Guard soldiers and airmen on active duty right now, almost 400 vehicles to include 26 aircraft. And those, we got support from 10 different states. So a lot of appreciation to our other state partners who have provided equipment and people to help us. We work in force packages. So over 200 force packages have been activated, working out of 20 strategic locations across Western North Carolina. Yesterday, we passed the 1 million pounds of commodities delivered threshold, with 600,000 pounds of that going by air. So food, water, and supplies into Western North Carolina. We've rescued roughly over 500 people and 150 pets through the search and rescue operations. Working through clearing road obstacles is another major effort. So trying to get access and then continue to get those ground supply routes established into Western North Carolina. So that's it at the high level.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Brad Dress from The Hill.
I do not have a question at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Steve Bainan from military.com. Okay, Kimberly Underwood from Signal Magazine.
Yeah, thanks for your time this morning. I wanted to ask if you could highlight some of the work you are all doing to support and establish communications and network capabilities across the various states and impacted regions, whether it's emergency communication networks or systems for residents. Thank you.
Kimberly, thank you for the question. I'm not tracking anything specifically that we are doing for the restoring communications, but please defer to the states. Any of you that may have more visibility on how we're supporting that.
Ma'am, good morning. Lieutenant Colonel Richardson, Tennessee National Guard. So our support in Tennessee is a indirect support. So for instance, debris removal teams that are opening up those trans networks that allow the crews that need to work on, say, cell phone towers or that critical communications infrastructure. So that way they have access to it. So we're primarily through that debris removal. We are allowing them access in order to restore communications.
This is Colonel Hollenack from North Carolina. So very similar as to what Lieutenant Colonel Richardson said, supporting our civilian partners, reestablishing, and then we also try to bring Starlink capability to our emergency management coordinators when needed to help facilitate that communication, and in some cases to the public when available.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Cita Lopez from DoD News.
Hey, thanks. Colonel Hollenbeck offered a great breakdown of what was going on in his state in terms of the number of people, force packages, vehicles, and missions. Can the rest of you provide a similar kind of breakdown of what's going on in your state? People, equipment, missions? Thanks.
This is Colonel Turner of South Carolina. I will tell you that we have surpassed the 1,000 number of personnel in South Carolina for military personnel for National Guard. And great thing about South Carolina is that's Army National Guard, that's Air National Guard, that's State National Guard. So we bring to bear all the components and personnel that we have in South Carolina. With South Carolina, and we mentioned it, General Burkett mentioned the EMAC. South Carolina is supporting South Carolina and North Carolina with aviation support. And from South Carolina perspective, the rescued number, the last number I was given was at 32. And so that's a great EMAC perspective of how the states effectively support each other. And there's really no boundary when that EMAC comes in play. We have, we're in communication with 8 states for EMAC. Currently, right now, we have Florida, Mississippi, New York, and Michigan in support of the South Carolina National Guard. So they are flowing into the state. We will put them to work once they get here. The main effort for South Carolina right now has been debris clearing. And based on the impact of the number of trees, the power companies, we work in concert with the power companies to ensure that power companies can have access to the locations they need, but clearing the roadway was the first and foremost priority for the state. And then establishing communications, you mentioned that. In one scenario, from an aviation perspective, and Colonel Hollenack mentioned it, we were able to use aviation assets to transport the communication personnel to get to the tower so they could do the work they needed to do because the roads were not open. So another great example of how South Carolina National Guard can help in that capacity. Unless you got any other specific questions, there's a large composition of equipment and personnel, but we've got aviation, we've got engineer, we've got logistics, we have drones, we have multiple engineer type equipment that is on the road. So we bring to bear the equipment we have to assist the citizens. Thank you.
And so this is Colonel Matheny. I'm the Engineer Brigade Commander for the 117th Engineer Brigade in South Carolina. I can talk and elaborate a little further on what Colonel Turner just gave you an overview on. We have engineers in all 16 of our affected counties, and their initial set, much like every other state, is to cut open a single lane of every road we can to allow those emergency workers to get into the affected areas and respond to 911 calls, as well as get those linemen in and communication experts in to start with the recovery of power and communications. And you've seen the pictures that are coming out of all of the affected states, but our engineers literally had to cut themselves out of their own armories just to get roads open so that they can make contact with those emergency operations centers and get a picture of what was going on initially. We finished that up late Sunday and began expanding that effort to clear right-of-ways so that we could have whole roads open in order to get additional aid to the citizens of our state.
Thanks.
Yes, sir. So Lieutenant Colonel Richardson from Tennessee, and Major Hewlin Holmes is on, and he will touch on our aviation support, but from a ground standpoint, from Friday, while aviation was simultaneously in the air responding to the hospital, we also had personnel on the ground in high water vehicles working with our emergency management crews, assisting with areas that we could get out to with search and rescue and welfare checks in our high water vehicles. Since then, we have grown to on the ground side, just shy of 300 personnel. We are operating in 6 different counties. We have a heavy engineer support, just like the other states, doing debris removal in order to open up that critical infrastructure. Additionally, we are working very heavily in supply distribution and commodities. We have 12 different points of distribution sites that we are manning, and we are also providing bulk water distribution at shelters and medical facilities, as water has very quickly become a dire need across the communities.
We are just listening into the National Guard as they're giving an update on these recovery efforts with Helene. We also just heard from a woman from AmeriCares as they are distributing aid, and she told us that heartbreaking story about a woman in Asheville who's now living in her shed, and that's just some of the destruction that was caused by Helene. And we did want to pop this up on your screen as we have been sharing this throughout the week here. If you'd like to help make a donation to help people affected by Hurricane Helene, you can scan that QR code. You can also go to redcross.org/FoxForward. And again, this is to help as we have seen that devastation, that video that we've been bringing you here on Live Now from Fox, the people we've been talking to after this has impacted and changed their lives forever. So if you would like to help, you can scan that QR code or again, go to redcross.org/FoxForward. When we come back, we do have more on Helene recovery efforts. We will head back to that live briefing as well as a live report from a Fox News reporter. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I did say we were going to head back to that live feed of the National Guard, but we also just saw Georgia Governor Brian Kemp giving an update on Helene, so we're going to head over there instead.
They haven't been added to that list yet, so he's aware of that situation on the ground, and Director Stallings and the team continues to work with FEMA in regards to that. Also, spoke directly to Secretary Vilsack about just the devastation that we've seen with crops in Georgia, with our pecan trees, with a lot of other things that's happening on the ground with our farms, poultry houses laying on the ground and other things. So as you all know, the ag economy was not good before the storm, and it's worse now. And so I'm very appreciative of them being on the ground to take a look at that today, and I know they'll be hearing about that. Also on the way in this morning, spoke to Deputy Secretary Kathleen Hicks of the U.S. Department of Defense. She was just asking if we had any needs from DOD. I told them that General Wilson and the National Guard had the resources that we needed from a state perspective right now. We didn't have a need for federal action. And as of right now, that's where we are. General Wilson will speak more to that here in just a minute. After my urging, you all know that we had the 11 counties originally. We had a bipartisan letter of Congress supporting the 90 counties, and we're at 41 now. And as I've just mentioned, we'll continue to push for more counties and work with FEMA to do that. We did get some good news yesterday. Director Stallings told me that the administration has agreed to cover 100% of cleanup costs for the first 3 months, which is what we were requesting for them for the category A and B. That is something they agreed to and have announced. For an update, unfortunately, we have up to 33 fatalities in the state of Georgia right now, and close to 200 impacted in total by the storm. Our thoughts and prayers continue to go out to the families of those that have just experienced this heartbreak and this tragedy, to the communities that's affected. And I would just ask all Georgians continue to keep these citizens and their communities in their thoughts and prayers. I want to thank the members of the General Assembly, and specifically the Speaker and the Lieutenant Governor, for quickly agreeing to support us in suspending the gas tax in Georgia. That goes into effect today. It'll take a little while for that to get baked into the pricing, but eventually we'll save Georgians up to 32 cents a gallon for regular gasoline and 36 cents a gallon for diesel fuel. A lot of people in rural communities that we talked to yesterday are spending a lot on fuel right now, responding to the storm, running generators to get their wells going, to power their homes, to power nursing home facilities and other things. And so we feel like this will economically help people a little bit, and I want to thank the General Assembly for doing that. We also work with the Department of Revenue and appreciate them waiving the penalties for using dyed diesel fuel. We started getting reports when we were on the ground about there's plenty of fuel out there. The problem is getting the fuel out of the tanks into vehicles or into storage containers because of the power situation. So we've allowed individuals to use off-road diesel on-road. So people have farm supplies and other things. They can use that in any vehicle they got. We would encourage them to do that, and we'll keep people posted when we end that waiver. But currently in the state of emergency, we're going to allow people to do that. You'll hear from General Wilson, as I mentioned earlier. We're now at almost 2,000 Georgia National Guard citizen soldiers working across our state. They're doing an incredible job. Marty and I had the opportunity to visit with a lot of them when we were on the road the last couple of days. They are working very hard, loading water into trucks, chainsaw cut teams clearing roads, clearing lines for power companies, distributing meals, getting pods set up. Just incredible work. But we're at almost 2,000 strong now. Power update, roughly 270,000 meters are still out, or customers. That's down from a peak of about 1.3 million. Georgia Power has roughly 200,000 still without power. They've restored power to over 1.14 million customers, which is about 85% I've been told they feel like later today or tomorrow they'll be at 90% of people back online. Just to put this in perspective, I know there's a lot of people that are frustrated out there, and I can certainly appreciate that. And Marty and I felt that when we were on the road yesterday, but also told them this is unprecedented that we're dealing with. Previously, the worst storm Georgia Power had ever dealt with, they had 1,700 poles that needed to be replaced. Currently, there are over 8,000 that have to be replaced. So this is just a significantly larger power outage storm that we've ever dealt with in the history of our state. They have more than 21,000 spans of wire down on the ground, which equals about 1,000 miles of wire that they have to get back up or either replace. Over 1,500 transformers were damaged. They had over 3,200 trees on power lines that they're having to clear. Some of those are over swamps, and they're having to actually use helicopters to remove trees from transmission lines, which is just incredibly dangerous, and incredibly talented people that are doing that work. They now have over 20,000 personnel working to get power back on. Our EMCs, 162,000 outages, primarily in South Central, Southeast, and East Georgia. That is down from a peak of 435,000 outages affecting 1.25 million customers. They had 26 substations and approximately 20 high voltage transmission lines out of service from peak damage. 80% of transmission is now restored. Several of the EMCs are literally having to completely rebuild the network. The damage was so bad. They have more than doubled their workforce, but I would tell you, you know, their customers are mainly in rural Georgia. It's a long way distance-wise between metering points, and it just takes a lot of time to get those poles and to get that network built back up. But we're appreciative of everything that they're doing, and I know they're working as hard as they can. One note of power, if people are using generators out there, unfortunately we lost 3 lives in Chatham County to carbon monoxide poisoning from a generator. So just make sure, and I appreciate the media helping us message this, to make sure that your generators placed a safe distance from your home or your shop or wherever it is that you're staying, to make sure that we do not have any more fatalities from generator episodes and carbon or CO2 deaths. You know, I told every county I went to yesterday in my opening remarks that no one was spared in this storm, and we've certainly seen that from the Big Bend area of Florida all the way through our state, through South Carolina, North Carolina, parts of Alabama, and Tennessee. And the stories that we heard and the things that we now know just really hits home for these communities and the families. One of the first lives lost was a first responder, Leon Davis, the Blackshear Fire Deputy Assistant Chief, when a tree fell on his truck while responding to a call. Trying to help those in need, he lost his own life. A 27-year-old mother in Thompson, Georgia, McDuffie County, and her 1-month-old twin boys were crushed by a falling tree when it hit their home. In Washington County, where Marty and I both were yesterday, a 7-year-old boy and a 4-year-old girl died when a tree fell on their home, trapped them inside that burning house. Marty and I had the opportunity to speak to both sets of first responders that had to respond to those calls. You can imagine the toll it's taken on them, on their colleagues, and on that local community. So again, I would ask all Georgians to keep these individuals and those families in your thoughts and prayers. And also, it is a reminder for us to watch out for each other from a mental health perspective. A lot of these people are working extremely long hours, putting themselves and their community ahead of their own families and their own homes that have trees laying on them. And just keep an eye on these individuals, make sure that they're getting the help that they need. And as the First Lady always reminds us, we've got the 988 hotline number and other resources available for those individuals. There was also some incredible stories of search and rescue. We heard one I believe it was the Forestry Commission folks got to a lady that got so scared in her home during the storm, she got in her car to try to drive away from it. The road got blocked in front of her. She tried to back up. Trees started falling, blocked her in, basically trapped her in her car in the middle of her driveway. Trees completely surrounding the vehicle. She couldn't get out of the vehicle. Thankfully, none of them hit the car. But 3 days later, because the Georgia Forestry Commission and first responders were checking every home, they found her and got her out of that car and saved her life. But she'd been in there for 3 or 4 days. Those are the kind of stories that we heard when we were on the road out there. It's just amazing what our first responders were doing. There was an older lady, that same type story. She was trapped in her home for several days, and we finally, or the local first responders finally got to her, literally saved her life as she was starting to run out of food or water. And then every community we went to, you just have everyday heroes that are stepping up, like the sheriff and his family in Glasscock County, the school superintendent there. They lost power to their school. Their food supply was going to go to waste. They took everything out of their freezers, got it to the sheriff, and they were literally cooking hot meals for people in their local community. We were in Johnson County and visited with a small church in Kite, Georgia, a new church, divine intervention in some ways. This little old church has been feeding 400 to 600 people a day. And 2 months ago, I don't think the church even existed. But to hear the people that are telling those stories and doing that good work reminds you of what a resilient state that we live in and just what good people we have. And it's so heartwarming to see people coming together in times like this and in a time of need. We also had a pastor in Sandersville that prayed for us in the parking lot. And probably one of the best pictures I've seen of this whole storm episode was in Valdosta on Saturday when we were doing our press conference, and First Lady Marty Kemp was standing right beside me with a big white T-shirt that had big red letters on it that said "Pray." And somebody had given that to her in a previous storm at the State Operations Center over at GEMA, and that really said it all about really how this response started. And we'll continue to pray for everybody that's working so hard out there. We also had the opportunity at the end of the day on Tuesday night when we ate dinner at a little Mexican restaurant in Dublin. We saw a bunch of first responders. There weren't any of them that were anywhere close to living in our state. They were from New Jersey, Indiana, and other parts of the country that were down here helping us. Just great individuals, just doing what they do, and we certainly thank them for that. The next morning, we were at the Georgia Power Base Camp. We got there right at 6:30 a.m. There's 500 and something trucks there, over 1,000 people. Most of them had already eaten breakfast before we got there and were starting to crank their trucks up. And then later that night, we're driving back and we're seeing people out there working 8 o'clock at night, the same people that started at 7 o'clock that morning. So they are doing everything in their power to get power back on, and we just shook a lot of hands and thanked them for what they were doing. So we've certainly seen resilience on full display in our state, and you'll hear from others here shortly. But I did, in closing, just want to give a quick BioLab update. EPD is in the State Operations Center with Director Sollins and the rest of the team. They continue to monitor and receive updates from local, state, and federal partners responding to the incident. The Department of Public Health is in coordination with GEMA and the Environmental Protection Agency, and we'll continue to monitor air quality levels as weather patterns change throughout the Atlanta metro area. As haze shifts toward the city, I know Mayor Dickens has urged residents to stay cautious, take precautions, and limit their outdoor activity till noon today. I would just encourage people to stay paying attention to their local media outlets and to any notices that GEMA, Public Health, or the EPA, or local elected officials like Mayor Dickens and the folks in Rockdale County continue to put out. Residents in Rockdale County and the surrounding areas should continue to listen for any updates from the EPA and local guidance. With that, I'm going to let's hear from the rest of the team, and then we'll be glad to take some questions when we get finished. Thank you. General Wilson.
Yes, sir. Thanks. Hey, well, good morning. As the governor said, the Georgia National Guard has almost 2,000 soldiers, airmen, and volunteers from our state defense force assisting over 30 counties across the state today. Some of the missions that we've supported and that we're going to continue to support so far are providing debris clearance teams in an effort to assist the power companies with just getting back into some of the affected areas so that they can get the power back onto our communities. We're transporting critical supplies, and we're doing this daily. Critical supplies across the state: water, generators, food. We're doing it by ground and air. I mean, today we're going to be using C-130s to pick up food and water from other states and bring in to Georgia. And then once we get the commodities out into the affected area, into the affected counties, we're using our soldiers and airmen to then further distribute, further push those supplies out to those that need it most. We place liaison teams in all of our counties, and we're doing that at the emergency management centers, and we're doing that just so that we can help coordinate the response efforts, help get things that are much needed a whole lot faster into the affected area. We're also keeping, like the governor said, we're keeping our eye on our neighboring states as well, just in the event that there's additional capacity or capability that's required. And then I'm working closely with Director Stallings, and we're making continual assessments to determine just how to best support those in need and alleviate any additional suffering as we move forward. Lastly, I too want to thank the entire team. I mean, our communities, our citizens in the communities are certainly very resilient, as the governor stated. Our private partners, volunteers, I mean, obviously our local, our state, and our government, and our federal government all working together. Just a lot of hard work going on just across the state. This storm left a tremendous amount of devastation, but the response efforts by all involved have been phenomenal. The Georgia National Guard is not going anywhere. Our soldiers, airmen, and volunteers from our state defense force live in many of the communities affected by the storm. They live and work there. Their kids go to school there. They go to church there. So we're gonna be committed to helping get us all through this. And so happy to answer any questions that you may have about our response efforts after this, and just thank you very much.
Good morning. I just want to hit on a couple topics real quick that the governor mentioned in his remarks, and I want to brag for just a second on the state's response. I know traditionally we let you in the SOC in some capacity, but we have been overwhelmed. I won't say overwhelmed. We've been overworked for a few days. Our folks are tired, and last thing I needed them to do was come by you grumbling. So I appreciate the hard work of our team and their efforts in there. They've been getting after it, bragging on some of the folks standing up here. Major General, he was very modest in his response. His team is out there, and they are doing a fabulous job. You should be extremely proud. As he mentioned, last night we found a capacity that we needed out of Arkansas and Louisiana, and so C-130s are en route right now to pick up additional resources to make that happen, and so we're so appreciative. He did mention a couple other cool resources. We've used Chinooks. We've used every capability, I think, that the National Guard has brought to bear to make this response. The governor was adamant that our job was to get our citizens recovered, get them the resources needed, and we have done exactly that. We've went after it as hard as we can, leaning forward into the response. In that pickup today, we're going to pick up 1,824 pallets of MREs that we'll be able to give out to those locally. That's the equivalent of 31 tractor trailer loads worth of supplies that we'll be bringing into the state via air and other means just today. I want to thank some of our neighbors. As the governor mentioned, we've got a lot of response, and we've got generators and other resources that have come in from other states, New Jersey, as we've mentioned. We just said Arkansas, Louisiana. We've got an IMT team that's we just finished paperwork that's rallying in Montana that's coming down to South Georgia to help us work through the process of the response. We're appreciative of our federal partners that have been in there with us the whole time. They pre-positioned as soon as the governor signed the state of emergency. We brought in federal resources into the SOC, and we've been working night and day to ensure the response was everything that Georgia expected it to be from our team. A couple of highlights I want to hit on for this weekend, though. We've already had a significant weather event. I know we've been monitoring the Gulf. The Gulf has been, a big question mark for us. So it appears that that system is going to move primarily through Florida. But I would say those in South Georgia and extreme South Georgia could see up to an inch of rain. So we just ask with patience there. It is going to be a nuisance on response and recovery, but we're not going to stop. We're not going to quit. We're going to be there supporting those. We've brought in an additional 130,000 tarps that will be delivered today that will be sent out. I know there's a lot of folks that's been asking, where are our tarps? And we've issued well over 100,000 already. So we'll be up to close to 250,000 tarps that will be across South Georgia in the next couple days. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Commissioner McMurray. He's going to provide some updates. But I just want to thank again the state's response and the support agencies. DPS, they've had us. They've been escorting a lot of generators around the state. It's been amazing, the response that they've given, and certainly Commissioner McMurray and his team, they have absolutely been out there night and day, and all our state agencies, Georgia Forestry, DNR, you name it, DOC, DJJ, GBI, and the list goes on for the response. And so, Governor, I'm appreciative of your full endorsement of us allowing us to utilize what was needed to get the job done, sir.
Thank you, Director Stallings. Georgia DOT's role in this horrific event has been one of clearing roadways. Our priority routes are our interstates first, the state routes, those critical routes that get to hospitals, energy production, schools, the like. At the worst of this, we had over 300 state routes blocked, impassable. That included 3 interstates at the time. We have made great progress on the state routes and the interstates, and now just down to a handful of locations that have power lines that the power crews are still working on. But this storm was so big, as the governor talked about. We've had right at 2,000 employees at one time working in all 159 counties. And of course, since then, we've triaged to work in the counties most affected, from Valdosta all the way to Augusta. This storm impacted 32,000 miles of roads just in the 41 declared counties. Now, again, 90 counties, you can pretty much double that. So you're talking about over 60,000 miles of roadways that are impacted, as you heard the governor, with power line crews, with over 1,000 miles of power lines that have to be rebuilt. But just think about trying to traverse over 60,000 miles of road just to see what the conditions are. I'm very proud of the women and men of the Georgia Department of Transportation for them providing the ability to get emergency vehicles through and power companies through. Our goals are first, to make it passable. That means that you can just get around. And today, we're down to only a handful of routes, literally about 5 to 7, that are just remain passable due to power lines. Everything else is our second priority. We try to get the roads fully open, but trees may be right up to the edge of pavement. Sometimes they may be encroaching in the edge of pavement. So we need everybody to still be aware that the roads are not fully open, even though all lanes appear to be open. And regrettably, we're still having trees fall. And with the power line work, sometimes they have to take trees out and then block a road again. So we need to ask everybody to still remain vigilant and remain as a defensive driver, because you never know what's going to be right around the corner. And then thirdly, our priority is, once we get cut to white line, is coming to push back the debris to make sure that if there's an errant vehicle or somebody needs to pull over, or if you got to pass a convoy of National Guard or other resource agencies, there's places to safely maneuver over. So we're beginning that. But our first priorities are always those high routes. But now, again, this is a statewide event. We are working with all the counties in the affected area. In fact, we have our resources and consultant resources, some 50 consultant contractor crews working in 10 counties of the 41 counties in the declared area. And we're reaching out to each county, too, to say, what can we do to help get you white line to white line, or passable to white line. So we're, again, moving into the cities and the counties, trying to provide the relief that they need. Out of those 32,000 miles of roads impacted in the 41 counties, the majority of those are city, streets, and county roads. So you can understand that this is still many, many days of cleanup to get the roads fully passable. I need to update you on another critical issue, traffic signals. So we've had 106 signals today that still have to be repaired or rebuilt totally. They're just totally damaged, they're non-functional, they're not working. That's going to take us some time. We have full resources working on that. The 106 signals, the majority of them are in Augusta, Richmond, and Columbia County. So we're redeploying forces from all over the state, including consultant contractors, to help get those 106 signals back online. When you come to a signal that is not functioning, it is a four-way stop. I got to re-emphasize that. It is a four-way stop. Even if there's part of a signal hanging there and you're saying it doesn't look like a signal, please, you got to treat it as a four-way stop. We don't need anyone else to be hurt or injured. We still have 146 traffic signals.
Looks like that feed did just go out for us, but you were just listening to Georgia officials giving an update there, Governor Brian Kemp, as we do know that Georgia was severely hit by Helene, especially Valdosta, as well as Atlanta, Georgia, as they did see their first ever flash flood emergency that did happen. We did also want to pivot to our Fox News reporter, Caroline Elliott, because she just did an interview with some residents in the community of Asheville, North Carolina, where we have also seen a lot of damage and a lot of flooding. And she spoke to someone who lives there, talking about how the community is coming together to help during this tough time. So let's head over to Caroline and listen in.
We're seeing widespread damage. We just moved into Swannanoa from Asheville, and we're just going to have you walk with us over here just to show you some of what we're seeing. We are seeing building after building right now completely destroyed. This is one small street, which really just shows the bigger picture here of what we're seeing right now across the county. We will tell you, Steve, you mentioned power outages, and right now that is still a work in progress. As of this moment, there's still around 300,000 customers without power, and you can see crews behind us still working on that right now. We're told that is a top priority, just getting back to a sense of normalcy in this area, as this community is now almost 6 days without power. We do want to tell you, though, we are seeing a lot of people right now help others. We're seeing a lot of volunteers here on the ground, and this is where we want to bring in Kevin. Kevin, thank you so much for doing this. Kevin, what are you seeing right now?
Well, we're seeing our community come together. I think the real heroes of this community are actually the community itself. It takes so long to get paper signed in Washington. We've got boots on the ground here, actually, the neighbors helping neighbors. It doesn't matter about anything but other than help. I mean, dump trucks going up, people bringing their excavators, getting people's driveways cleared out, getting muck cleaned up, getting our infrastructure back. These guys have worked since the storm started, and we don't need people in Washington doing things. We need people here doing things, and this community showed that.
Kevin, that's exactly what we're hearing from the city here. We know a lot of people in your group have been working with homeowners in this area. You know, tell us about some of the stories you're hearing.
I mean, we've whole trailer parks washed away. I was involved in some water rescue the morning of the flood. 65-year-old ladies holding on to trees for 12 hours and heroes wading across that water because EMS couldn't get to anybody. So neighbors actually went in and helped those folks, and we saved 5 or 6 people in like 5 hours, and it was amazing to see that community come together. Seeing those people risking their lives for others is very, very important, and that's why the pride of this area and so much is Appalachian takes pride in their people, and that's very important. I think that's a really good representation of this area.
Well, Kevin, thank you so much for what you're doing. You told me that this is your hometown. You've lived here forever. How is it seeing your home like this?
It's devastating, but also I think life is about perspective. This is a way that we can get updated infrastructure now. This can be a positive. It doesn't have to be a negative. And I think when people's perception changes, we're going to get new buildings through here. So old buildings are gone. We're going to get a new story to write in this area, which can be very beautiful.
Kevin, thank you so much, and thank you for what you're doing in the city right now.
Thank you.
Again, this is stories that we are hearing all over this region right now. Neighbors helping neighbors, and a lot of people here tell us that they are dedicated to rebuilding. Steve?
Thank you to Caroline Elliott as she brought us that story within the past hour or so here. We also did want to give you this live look as Florida Governor Ron DeSantis set to speak in just about 10 minutes here, hopefully, in Manatee County, Florida. However, as we have seen in a few recent days as he does these press briefings, it can either start right on time or it can start a little late. Either way, we're going to keep an eye on this for you as he will also give an update on Helene. We also did want to point out here that President Biden is set to land here in Florida, in Tallahassee, as he is going to be surveying the damage from Helene as well. That's set to happen around 11:25 here on the East Coast, so just about 20 minutes. Again, keeping an eye on these shots so that we can bring you the latest on the hurricane recovery efforts as these shots do pop into our newsroom. For right now, though, we do have to go for a quick 2-minute break, but we'll be right back to bring you more live events. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. It is the top of the hour here at 11:08 on the East Coast, 8:08 on the West Coast. Going to show you this live image again as we are awaiting Florida Governor Ron DeSantis to hold a briefing in Anna Maria. Oh, you can see that is the photographer there. Looks like he's adjusting the shot, but we did want to just show you that really quickly to let you know we're keeping an eye on it, and he should be up here in just a little bit. But for right now, let's head back to Georgia. That's Governor Brian Kemp on your screen. He is giving an update on Helene. Let's turn back and listen in.
Enforcement action by EPD, having EPD.
Well, I would just refer you to EPD or EPA on any enforcement actions. I mean, they have the leverage to do that. If there are violations, that's what they do every day. They don't need direction from me on that. I tell them to do their job, and that's what they do. I mean, our immediate posture is we're trying to help coordinate the response to the incident. And I know Director Stallings can probably speak more to that than I can on the communications that we've had with EPA, who I think is the lead agency on the biolab. So you know, certainly refer you back to them on that too. Do you have anything else you want to add to that? Okay.
Can I ask a follow-up on the biolab? With the fire coming a short time after the storm came through, is there any indication that high winds may have damaged the facility before those, before the fire happened? I mean, is there any indication that those events are?
Well, I mean, I certainly have not heard that, but I don't know.
I would just refer to Rockdale. They're investigating that.
Governor, back to the storm damage. Can we get an updated cost of the damage and the recovery?
Well, it's not near what it's going to be, but I'll let Director Stallings give you the latest number, but it's going to grow substantially.
Yeah, as of this morning, we've received information, just preliminary results from about 50 counties so far, and we're around 417 million, and that number is expected to grow exponentially.
I mean, just to put that in perspective, I talked to 2 different landowners that had lost in the double-digit millions, 10 million, over 10 million, one of them over $20 million worth of timber that's laying on the ground. And that's 2 people and 2 landowners. So it'll be significant on the ag side with literally everybody was in the path of the storm. Pretty much everybody was on the right side of the storm. I think the cotton crop will be almost a complete loss. A lot of the pecan crop will be a complete loss, or at least a complete loss for the affected counties there. So it's going to be significant, not to mention the structures that have been damaged, the amount of money it's taken to rebuild the transmission lines and the power lines. I mean, it's going to be a lot.
Governor, we remember last time after Michael, there were some bureaucratic snafus that prevented farmers and growers from getting the federal help that they needed. Any indication now trying to make sure that pipeline is going to be flowing sooner?
Well, I think we have a better process for this now because of the politics of that at the time, which is very frustrating for me. When I was working that issue with our congressional delegation, with our agriculture commissioner at the time, that's a conversation that Commissioner Tyler Harper, myself, Congressman Austin Scott, a lot of other members of the congressional delegation are already having to make sure that we're attacking this in a bipartisan way so that we don't have politics involved in this response. I mean, we should not have politics involved in disaster response and getting relief for our farmers or the citizens of our state. And I think you will see that. Our hope is that if there's a supplemental done, which I think they probably would be for the ag side of this, that money is block granted to the states like it was last time, which allows us to really cut out a lot of the red tape and the bureaucracy and get the relief directly to the producers that need it. That worked very well once we finally did get this done with Hurricane Michael, and so that's our hope, and that's what we're working on.
Governor, now that you've had a chance to do this tour and review so much of the state's response, have you learned any lessons or any takeaways, anything you think might do differently next time?
Well, I don't know that there's anything that we would do differently. I'm just so thankful that we did the early state of emergency, that we made it a statewide event, listening to Will and the rest of the weather team and the information that we were getting to make sure our whole state knew to prepare for this, which is, if you remember what Director Stallings was saying, pre-storm was prepare to survive for 72 hours after the storm hits. That'll allow us enough time to cut through and get to you, no matter where you are. And that really played out. We had individuals that were prepared for that, and we also know that there were some individuals that weren't prepared for that. So that's a good lesson, really, for all of us as citizens, to make sure you have enough food, enough water to survive that additional 72 hours in a storm like this. But also, look, I think people, you talk to a lot of people over in the CSRA and the kind of Augusta, Columbia County area. They were not thinking this storm was going to hit them. And I think a lot of people got blindsided. So it's a good lesson for all of us. But I'm just thankful that we have an experienced team. We got ready early. We had all the resources available. The emergency, the state of emergency that we did allowed Director Stallings to really pull every resource into the State Operations Center, our private sector partners like the Red Cross and federal partners like FEMA, so that we were ready when the storm hit and we were responding literally as soon as it was safe to do so afterwards. I do think you know, we've experienced, and you do this in every storm, is just there's a lot of turnover in emergency management. So sometimes you don't have as experienced people on the ground at the county level or city level as you might in from one county to another. And you know, I think Director Stallings and his team's done a good job about shifting either some of their resources to those counties or getting other counties that weren't as hard hit. I think it was Glasscock. No, it wasn't Glasscock. There was one of the counties where we were yesterday, but we had, like I know Baldwin County did a lot to help Glasscock County out. And we had, I think one of the Baldwin County folks went to maybe Washington County or one of the other smaller counties. Their EMA guy went over there to help because their county wasn't hit as much. So we had a lot of that going on too in our state. And I think as we, you know, kind of do a post-mortem on the storm, there'll be those kind of things that we'll look at to just see, not that we would have done a whole lot different, but just how could we be maybe more efficient or provide the locals more resources when they're seeing turnover at that level. But I'm sure we'll continue to learn. I mean, look, we learn something after every storm. That's one reason Georgia has such a good team, is we've been through a lot. If you think back to some of the things that happened in the Deal administration and their response and how they improved things, and I certainly learned a lot from watching Governor Deal in these scenarios, and then have learned a lot dealing with what I have in 5.5 years, and we'll continue to sharpen the team and just do all we can to help support our people. But also, you know, we've made, despite what we have to do for ourselves, there are resources that we have that we're not using, and we're certainly offering those to people that need them. And so we want to be good neighbors, like a lot of people are being good neighbors to us.
All right, thank you, everybody. We're going to pray.
Great job. Thanks, sir. Thanks. Great job.
That was Georgia Governor Brian Kemp giving an update on Helene recovery in the state. We are also awaiting Florida Governor Ron DeSantis to hold a briefing that is supposed to start momentarily any time here. And President Biden is also going to be in Florida. He's supposed to be there in about 10 minutes or so. But again, these things do run a bit late at times. But President Biden is going to be in Tallahassee, also surveying that damage. Again, as we await these live events, we are going to pivot to another big story that we've been following, and it's one of our polls that we've been asking you all about, and it's about the ongoing port workers strike. It's a strike by 45,000 dock workers, and it's halting shipments at U.S. East Coast and Gulf Coast ports. And it is now a few days in. And we've been asking you here on LiveNOW from Fox to weigh in about your concerns. What are you most concerned about? And here are your options: the rate hikes, panic buying, or imports of goods. And a lot of you have weighed in, and we do thank you for that. We'd love to hear from you here on LiveNOW from Fox. But 56% of you said rate hikes. If you would like to weigh in, you can also scan that QR code at the top of your screen, or you can head over to livenowfox.com/connect if you would like to still weigh in. Again, we do like to hear from you here on LiveNOW from Fox. In the meantime, we do want to talk a little bit more about this story. As we just said, this 45,000 dock workers are stopping shipments to U.S. East Coast and Gulf Coast ports, and this is now a few days into this. And the lack of progress is raising some of those concerns that we just showed you on the screen, because a lot of concerns here rely about those shipments and the distribution that could be disrupted if this is prolonged. And also holiday shopping. These are all things to think about. Will that be impacted as well? This all happened after the International Longshoremen's Association union strike is blocking goods from food to automobile shipments across dozens of ports from Maine to Texas, which analysts are warning will cost the economy billions of dollars a day. President Joe Biden's administration has put pressure on U.S. port employers to raise their offer to secure a deal with dock workers to end the strike. We did want to turn over to Fox News' Doug Luzader, as he is covering this for us and can provide a little bit more context. Let's head over to Doug.
Well, this is something that's going to start to hit all of us, and the union representing striking dock workers is not afraid to make some very explicit threats here about the impact this could soon have through the entire economy.
Make that deal! Make that deal!
Make the deal, they say. But in the meantime, U.S. shipping along the East Coast is grinding to a halt as dock workers hold out for a massive pay hike. Initially, 77% over the next 6 years was their demand, as well as constraints on automation.
I mean, we way behind the curve with the inflation. That's why we're on strike today, because our members are demanding their fair share.
And already, containers that carry so many goods into the U.S. are piling up, affecting 36 major ports along the East Coast and into the Gulf. That could snarl supply chains in a way we haven't experienced since the pandemic. One estimate puts the impact on the economy at $4.5 billion a day.
They're having trouble getting product they need because of the port strike.
And President Biden has called this potentially a man-made disaster at the ports. But the White House is coming down on the side of workers, refusing to order them back to work for a cooling-off period. There are already signs consumers are starting to stock up, knowing there could be shortages coupled with rising prices.
I think prices are going to go up because, from the history of the pandemic, we know that breaking the supply chain like that forces, things to be off the shelves, forces people to panic, forces prices to go up.
This really puts the White House in a tough spot, though, unwilling to anger union workers ahead of the election, but also keenly aware of the impact this could have, driving up all kinds of prices with the holidays right around the corner. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Thank you to Doug Luzader, as again, this is one of the big stories that we've been following. It's a pretty busy news week here. The port workers strike, Helene recovery, and we do have another story, and of course, that is the conflict in the Middle East. We did hear from President Biden as he spoke to reporters a bit earlier this morning about that. Again, that is just 2 days after Iran launched 200 ballistic missiles into Israel. Of course, the U.S. involvement in that is we helped shoot down some of those missiles. We did hear from President Biden, as I just said, maybe about an hour or so ago. Let's turn over there and listen in.
Can the country afford these ships to stay off front off?
I think we're making progress on it.
How much progress? Any updates on the
Find out soon.
Any updates on the
are you considering on Iran? What kind of sanctions are you considering?
Tell them before I tell you.
Did Tim Walz lose the debate? Did Tim Walz lose the debate?
No, he didn't. And by the way, the other guy lost the debate. He represented everything, including, anyway.
The hostages in Gaza, sir. The hostages in Gaza. Do you have any updates on them?
Not right now.
And on the election,
would you support Israel striking Iran's oil facilities, sir?
We're in discussion with that. I think that would be a little, anyway.
Do you believe that Donald Trump was acting as a private candidate and not as president when he sought to overturn the 2020 election, as Jack Smith laid out in his filing?
I'll let Jack Smith make that case.
Are you surprised that any Americans
Will you let Israel retaliate? What are the plans to allow Israel to strike back against Iran?
First of all, we don't allow Israel. We advise Israel, and there's nothing going to happen today. We'll talk about that later.
Will there be Americans in combat to help Israel, sir?
I'm sorry? I doubt whether Putin will show up.
Are you surprised the race between Harris and Trump is so close right now? Are you surprised?
No, I'm not. It's always gets this close. He's going to do fine.
Again, some brief comments there from President Biden on the situation in the Middle East. You did hear them ask about the retaliation from Israel on Iran, though, and the president did reject this suggestion that the U.S. would grant permission for such an attack. He said all they can do is advise Israel on what to do and how to respond. And of course, this is such a fluid, developing situation over there, and we'll continue to keep you updated here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to go away for a quick 2-minute break. My name's Christy Matino. Thanks for watching. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thanks for being with us. We did also want to talk, of course, about the vice presidential debate that happened just 2 days ago, as we are just a month out from Election Day, which is pretty crazy. Vice presidential hopefuls Tim Walz and J.D. Vance focused their criticism from that debate on the top of the ticket on Tuesday as they engaged in a policy-heavy discussion that may be the last debate of the 2024 presidential campaign. Now, of course, this was the first encounter between Walz and Vance, and it comes just 5 weeks before Election Day, as we just said, and as millions of voters are now able to cast early ballots. And again, this is tying into those other top headlines we've been bringing you, because some of those topics that the two discussed involved Iran firing those missiles. That happened the day of the vice presidential debate. Also, the hurricane and these port strike. That's what they've been talking about in that debate that we watched on Tuesday. So over and over again, Walz and Vance outlined the policy and character differences between their running mates. Now, we also did want to just talk a little bit about how Vance and Walz are courting voters in multiple battleground states. They were yesterday, and we anticipate that they're going to as we get closer to the election. It comes after their debate Tuesday night, which some say focus more on policy than political attacks. Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff has more on this for us.
Fresh off the debate stage, Governor Tim Walz and Senator J.D. Vance returned to the campaign trail Wednesday with visits to crucial battleground states.
We're winning Pennsylvania. We're going to get this thing done.
Walz kicked off a bus tour through central Pennsylvania, while Vance made several stops in Michigan.
And it is great to be in the state that I think is going to be pivotal to giving us 270 electoral votes.
Tuesday night, they introduced themselves to voters during their first and only debate before November's election, focusing less on personal attacks and more on policy.
It wasn't a fist fight. It wasn't a name-calling fest. They were both very civil.
They debated a range of issues, including the economy, immigration, foreign policy, and abortion, but not without criticizing their opponent's running mate.
I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
A nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment.
Both the Harris and Trump campaigns are claiming victory.
When people see this debate, they saw two different visions for the country.
Senator Vance eloquently and effectively prosecuted the case against Kamala Harris's failed record.
But whether the debate will affect voters' decisions on Election Day is still to be determined.
The American people are still going to vote for the top of the ticket and not the vice president.
Vice President Harris has said that she wants another debate with former President Trump, but that does not seem likely to happen before Election Day. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
Thank you to Alexandria there as we continue to give you the latest headlines that have been happening the past few weeks and months. This has been a very crazy election cycle. We are going to go away for another 2-minute break. When we come back, we've got more updates for you. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we continue to talk about Helene and the devastation you can see on your screen right there. That's just some of the footage we've been bringing you here on Live Now from Fox. Now, President Biden is making a second visit to storm-ravaged areas of the Southeast as the rescue effort continues and the recovery process ramps up. Fox News correspondent Caroline Elliott joining us now from Swannanoa, North Carolina. Caroline, what have you been seeing there on the ground? I can see a little bit of it behind you.
Christy, right now we are seeing widespread damage from Swannanoa to Asheville and other isolated communities in the region as well. You can see behind us that recovery is ongoing, but survivors here tell us it could take some time.
Hurricane Helene made landfall, and the full scale of the devastation is still being assessed. The death toll is climbing, more than 190 killed, and first responders are still searching for missing people. The grieving process is now underway for those who lost loved ones, like this woman whose parents and 7-year-old son were washed away by the floodwaters.
My grief today is unfathomable. I'm so proud of my son because in his last moments, he wasn't screaming for me. He was screaming, Jesus, Jesus, save me.
The recovery effort is ramping up. Crews working hard to restore power to about 1 million customers, mostly in the Carolinas. While anxious home and business owners survey the damage, predicting a long road ahead.
It's not just our livelihood, ours, but it's also our employees, and just having to rebuild it, and everybody in this complex. It's not going to be weeks, it's going to be months.
And President Biden is trying to reassure those folks they won't be left behind. He's making his second visit to the area today, getting a first-hand look at the damage in Florida and Georgia.
And right now, we know that people who live here, they're not only dealing with the emotional toll of this storm, but also logistical challenges. It's about 6 days without power for people who live here. And we know that also cell service is limited, food and water as well. We will tell you one small sign of hope here is that power outages are getting a little better. If you take a look behind us, you can see power crews working on the power outages right now. As of the last 5 minutes or so, when we just checked, there's still about 300,000 customers without power, but that is slowly going down. So certainly a small sign of hope for people that live here. But again, this recovery will take some time. Christy.
He did speak to people a little bit earlier today who are helping with the aid and recovery efforts in various parts of the Southeast that have been the hardest hit. And they were telling us that it is a little bit difficult to get that aid to them because of the flooding and the road closures. Are you seeing that where you are? Is there aid coming in now?
Yeah, Christy, we will tell you that there are so many volunteers and groups on the ground right now helping out, and a big priority is getting supplies to some of these isolated communities that are still cut off a week later. We've talked with other people who again are getting some help from their friends. We just want to tell you this personal story we heard from someone who's lost several friends in this storm. We were told that their house was completely destroyed. They couldn't get out of their home, and they actually had a friend come back to see them and rebuild a road with pavement. They brought pavement, or cement rather, to their house to build pavement to get them out of there. So that's exactly what friends and neighbors can do in this city, and we're seeing that on full display right now.
Can you just, for our viewers, describe where Swannanoa is in North Carolina? Because we brought a lot of stories about Asheville, Valdosta in Georgia, and we're trying to just pinpoint for people here where exactly these places are. So can you just explain for our viewers how close you might be to, let's say, Asheville, which has been a really hard-hit area?
Yeah, so we're actually just going to walk and just show you a little bit of what we're seeing right now. This is, again, in Swannanoa, which is only a couple miles away from Asheville. And this is what has hit this area so hard. You can see the Swannanoa River right over here. And we are seeing a lot of houses and businesses damaged in this area. Walking around, we've seen several businesses and homes that have partially fallen in, some that were swept away completely. So very hard situation, but because of the river here, this area flooded that much more. Christy.
Caroline, appreciate your reporting and for being out there covering this. Thank you so much for giving us a visual of what people are dealing with and how devastating it is. We appreciate you. All right, we are going to go away for a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back in just 2 short minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and we are coming back on the air with some breaking news that the death toll from Helene has now risen to 200 people dead. That is according to Fox Weather, just coming into our newsroom. Again, the death toll from Helene continuing to climb, now hitting 200 people dead. And this is in the hardest hit regions, including parts of western North Carolina, as well as Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, Tennessee. You did just hear from our Fox News correspondent as she showed us the devastation that is still taking place in Swannanoa, North Carolina, which is just a few miles from Asheville, North Carolina, where we have been hearing from people and just seeing the flooding that took place from that. Now, again, Helene is the second deadliest hurricane to strike the mainland U.S. in the last 55 years, topped only by Hurricane Katrina in 2005. And the most since Hurricane Camille hit the Gulf Coast in August of 1962. A very sad story that we do continue to follow as the recovery and cleanup efforts are still going to take weeks, months. It is devastating to see, as you can see on your screen, the damage of what we've been seeing. And we heard a bit earlier from people who are helping with assistance that people are living in their sheds, that they are not having access to potable water. It's difficult to be bringing this aid into these people because these roads are still blocked off. So again, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox for this breaking news, that death toll from Hurricane Helene continuing to climb as those rescue efforts are persisting across the southeast. Again, that death toll now at 200 within the states of Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, and Tennessee. Of course, we are going to continue to follow this with all of these developments. That is just into our newsroom from Fox Weather as we continue to cover the now second deadliest hurricane to strike the mainland U.S. in the last 55 years. We are still awaiting to hear from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis as he is set to be speaking in Anna Maria, Florida. He's set to be giving an update soon, and we would show you that shot, but it does look like the photographer has a tarp of some sort over the lens, so that signals to us that that is not about to start anytime soon. We were anticipating that to start maybe about 20 minutes or so ago. I'm going to pop up some other footage here so you can see that devastation. As we wait for that to appear, we do want to pop over to Pinellas County, Florida, where we were getting an update just a little bit ago on what they are seeing. Now, Pinellas County is near St. Pete Clearwater area, if you are familiar with the state. We are going to turn up over there and listen in to that update.
Disaster areas just in Region 4 alone. So we'll be working with our municipalities to identify locations where we can get more mobile sites. We have the disaster survivor assistance teams out in the field coming into communities. Again, those folks are wearing official FEMA vests and uniforms, and they have IDs. So please make sure that anybody that you're sharing information with is an official FEMA person. As a reminder, for those of you with access to the internet or a phone, you can go online at www.disasterassistance.gov, or you can call 1-800-621-3362 to get registered. And for those of you that were impacted by both storms, they can help you do registrations for both. And I want to stress for people, if you have immediate needs for feeding, for housing, that you stress that with FEMA when you're registering. They can help get the special programs that can help get money in your hands as quickly as possible. And for those of you, if you've been displaced and you're staying at a friend's house, you know what they call couch surfing right now, you're considered displaced from your home. So make sure that you are stating that when you do apply. I do want to talk about the crisis cleanup crews. So these are folks that have been going out in the community, volunteer agencies that are helping to clean up people's homes. Right now, we have 1,156 cases, 24 of those that have been closed out. And we've got Team Rubicon, we've got Samaritan's Purse, and lots of other agencies out there in the community that are helping folks. So please, if you need help with doing that cleanup, please go to disaster.pinellas.gov to get that information and to call that number. So today we've added a new portion to our website that lists available housing options ranging from apartments to short-term rentals. And again, you can find all that information at disaster.pinellas.gov. There's a link there, and that information will be as up-to-date as possible. We know many people now may be searching for alternate housing. And again, we're going to continue to get FEMA programs turned on to be able to help our residents. So we are working with the state to get them all the data that they need to help get those programs started. We still have about 100 people in our 2 shelter locations that have continued to be displaced.
We are going to dip out of this as Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has stepped up to the podium. Let's listen in.
General Haas, Kevin Guthrie, Jared Perdue, a lot of legislators, local officials, appreciate everything they've done to work very hard. As of this morning, Our state emergency response team has completed about 1,700 missions, and we're in the process of finishing another 2,000. Our search and rescue was finished very quickly, I think, as people know, and a lot of those assets are rescuing people in North Carolina in the mountains. We have 17 pods, points of distribution, open around the state. Food, water, other items you may need. If you can go to floridadisaster.org/updates. But, and this is a good sign, we've been collapsing a lot of those pods due to lack of demand. So we had pods in different areas. No one was really going. So you collapse. And so the general is going to continue to collapse if there's not enough traffic to justify how we're happy to do it. But at the same time, a lot of these areas that are recovering, the stores are open and people do have access to things. So that when we're closing them, it's actually a good sign. We've also deployed multi-resource agency centers to bring expedited services to areas that are hardest hit. Today we have marks opening at Horseshoe Beach, which has been open, Swanee and Jasper in the Big Bend section of Florida. We were able to announce yesterday that less than a week after a Category 4 storm, all school districts were back open and people were back in school, including in Taylor County. We understand that there's challenges that go with that, just like Hurricane Ian. Just because you happen to work in a school or a teacher doesn't mean that your home is somehow magically spared. And so there were a lot of folks who are working in our schools, working in different critical areas that also suffered a lot. So it's a tough situation. So we wanted to help with that. So we did, through the Florida Disaster Fund, to the counties that were the hardest hit in the Big Bend, $50,000 to each of their local education associations. That can help teachers with whatever costs are associated with getting them back on their feet. And that worked well during Hurricane Ian in Southwest Florida. We're bringing it back to the Big Bend. So as of this morning, we have 2.4 million accounts have been restored with power, and we got less than 9,000 that are without power. And we're still not even a week out from when the storm actually made landfall. Most of those 8,800 accounts are in the Big Bend area with the electrical co-ops, and it's just because some of those systems had to be completely rebuilt. So they're actually making really good progress on that. Those are things that would take 6 weeks in the past. That is not going to happen here. And I know Kevin's talking with them. We think that likely that'll be up and running pretty soon. So that's a remarkable. This is the fastest power restoration after a major hurricane than we have ever had. And we did fast in Ian. We did fast in Idalia, but this was even faster. So I want to thank everybody that was involved with doing that. Manatee County specific missions. So far, the state has delivered 587,000 bottles of drinking water, almost 100,000 shelf-stable meals, 11,000 tarps, 4 pallets of adult diapers, 4 pallets of baby wipes, 9 pallets of diapers for babies, 10,000 sandbags, 12 3,500-gallon tanker vac trucks, and we're also in process of finishing the following: a 24-hour security for one-stop business resource site, 2 floating docks to service 2 ferries shuttling residents from mainland to island. We opened the road again, which is great, but there's a lot of traffic. I mean, it took a lot longer to get out here, so that's an option for folks. Showers, laundry, and restroom trailers for the shelters, coordinating laundry, shower, and hygiene centers, along with towels, bedding, toiletries, and laundry detergent for Two Rivers Mobile Home Park, which I toured a couple days ago, as well as a coordinating damage assessment team, deployments for City of Anna Maria Island and for Manatee County. We also have 1 disaster recovery center for both Debbie and Helene assistance. One of our announcements today is we understand the housing is a challenge. If you had 4 feet of water in your house, even if it's not a total loss, you got to gut that drywall, muck and gut, and there's a rehab process that goes. So we've done things like do our trailer program where you can go through Hope, Florida if you want to get a travel trailer that Kevin and his team can deliver. We also have options through Visit Florida, emergency accommodation on Expedia Priceline. Here in Manatee, you have some more options for hotels in the general area. Taylor County, some of the Big Bend, not as much. So that is still available if people want to use that. But in addition to all of those things, today I'm announcing that I am taking executive action to temporarily lift time restrictions on rentals. And we're directing municipalities and counties to do the same. We have regulations in this state, some of them local, some of them state, that require rentals to be greater than 30 days, either greater than or less than 30 days, depending on the locality. So you have this 30-day thing. Bottom line is you may need less than 30 days if you're rehabbing your home. Maybe you need a little bit more. If you are a victim of Hurricane Helene, those regulations are lifted, and you can rent what you need to rent, regardless of any arbitrary rules. So we will provide. This will help provide immediate housing that will last 30 days or more for those who need it, but also cover those who need less than 30 days. And this is all counties that were declared under a state of emergency ahead of Hurricane Helene. Second executive order that we're doing is the continuity of our elections. So I'm announcing actions to ensure that people are going to be able to vote regardless of this storm. So in the areas that were most affected, Charlotte, Dixie, Hernando, Hillsborough, Lee, Levy, Madison, Manatee, Pasco, Pinellas, Sarasota, and Taylor, we are authorizing the supervisor of elections to make appropriate accommodations, just like was done after Hurricane Ian. And so we obviously are continuing with voter security efforts. None of those are being lifted. But if there's a polling place that's been destroyed, you have an ability to set up a different site, provide proper notice, and follow all the rest of state law. But this will ensure that residents that were impacted by this storm and displaced maybe still have the ability to vote in this November's election. Third executive order. We see, just going down here, you see debris, and they're doing a good job of cleaning up around here. I can tell you there was a lot of damage in Anna Maria, and so I see the progress, and there's a lot that needs to be done. But you have a lot of people that had feet of water in their homes. They're having to throw away furniture. They're having to gut the drywall. They're having to do all these things, and that's going to require them to be able to have the resources they need and the supplies they need to be able to rehab their homes, to be able to purchase additional furniture or whatever it is that helps get them back on their feet. And this is something that even in a normal circumstance, you can have challenges when you have this many properties that have been affected by a storm of this magnitude, of making sure you get all of that. And that's under normal circumstances. Now, we have this situation where you have these ports are being shut down across the East Coast and the Gulf Coast of the United States. This has the potential of really disrupting the hurricane recovery and of hurting the people who were victims of the storm. And I don't think it's right to try to cripple the recovery that our storm victims are undergoing. We want to accelerate the recovery and do all we can to make that happen. What is going on in this work stoppage will negatively impact the distribution of cargo, and that will include perishable foods, medical equipment, home goods, electronics, machinery, apparel, vehicles, vehicle parts, lumber, steel, as well as other essential construction and hurricane supplies. At Port Everglades in Southeast Florida, about 41% of businesses at 2 of the 5 terminals will be impacted. At Port Miami, strike will affect about 50% of the port's cargo capacity at 3 of its container terminals. And at Jacksport, about 1/3 of the commerce, particularly international container volumes and international vehicle volumes, will be impacted. This could lead, and indeed, if it goes on longer, will lead to significant supply chain disruptions. This will cause delays in the delivery of critical goods, and it will result in inventory shortages. Economic forecasts show that for every 36 hours this continues is equal to 1 week of supply chain disruptions. Do we have time for weeks of disruptions, given all that's happened in communities in Florida and throughout the Southeast? I don't think so. I think we need to get the stuff here as soon as possible so that people can get back on their feet. So as Floridians work hard to recover from Hurricane Helene, we have thousands of houses that are requiring substantial repairs or complete rebuilds. We know that these downstream harms to our residents are not acceptable. Our residents need reliable, steady supply of resources and building materials to keep their families fed and rebuild their homes and businesses. And so we have a responsibility in the state of Florida to do everything we can to avoid, mitigate, or minimize these disruptions that will have a negative impact on the people of Florida. So there are ships that have nothing to do with this, these negotiations. They may need a place to be able to come, and we just want to send the message, you can come to the state of Florida. You have Port Manatee can accept some of these ships. In fact, there's a ship that's got a bunch of steel that would be used for things that we need that may end up being rerouted. So Florida is open. We want to use our resources to be able to get all this stuff to the market so that people are able to use what they do. We have 16 different deep water seaports. We will work with you to get critical commodities to shore and promptly plugged into the supply chain. At my direction, the Florida National Guard and Florida State Guard will be deployed to critical ports affected to maintain order and, if possible, resume operations, which would otherwise be shut down during this interruption. Florida Department of Transportation is coordinating calls with seaport rail and trucking partners to ensure that all are prepared and positioned appropriately to limit disruptions to the supply chain and other areas should this continue. I'm also directing Florida Department of Transportation to temporarily waive the collection of tolls and other fees for commercial vehicles using public highways in Florida and waiving the size and weight restrictions normally governing vehicle transportation for the duration of this emergency. This will help expedite the movement of goods that have been impacted from seaports to intermodal logistics centers, distribution centers, and delivery points, and very well may help offset additional costs incurred by operation during this period. Finally, I'm directing the Florida Highway Patrol to manage the flow of traffic from all Florida seaports and adjacent roads and highways as needed to further expedite the flow of goods that are currently being held up. This will include the provision of law enforcement escorts for commercial motor vehicles by FHP officers upon request. And I would say that this is something that would have significant impacts on the nation's economy anyways, but to have this happen in a way that could negatively impact people that are reeling from a Category 4 hurricane, that is just simply unacceptable. So it really is incumbent upon the Biden-Harris administration to do everything in their power to ensure that these goods are where we need to be, that people are not left hanging out in the cold waiting for these goods if they're sitting in the ocean somewhere and they're not being able to be used here in the state of Florida or in Georgia or North Carolina or where people are going to desperately need this. We need to accelerate. We have no time for delays. Biden-Harris has a responsibility to stand up for the storm victims, stand up for the people who've had their homes damaged or who've lost their homes, and make sure they have what they need to get back on their feet. For the next 2 weeks, Hope Florida will be 24/7. If you need resources, non-government resources, or travel trailers, you can call 1-833-GET-HOPE, 1-833-GET-HOPE. We have Hope buses in Dixie and Hamilton counties. We also have Hope navigators in Charlotte, Sarasota, Lee, Levy, and Manatee counties going into neighborhoods directly impacted by the storm to offer resources and support. We do have individual assistance available here in Manatee and the surrounding counties that were hit, and we appreciate that. We have an importance in a time of uncertainty like this. We have a responsibility to ensure that people don't take advantage of it. We are a law and order state. If people want to come and try to loot or try to take advantage of people when they're on their backs, you will face severe consequences. And it may be law enforcement consequences that will hold you accountable, but we also have a lot of citizens that are going to defend their property. So do not even think about messing around in the state of Florida. You will regret it. This weekend, we were down in Bradenton Beach. We launched the Gulf Drive emergency repairs. We had 4 or 5 feet of sand covering the road. There were damages to the road. I mean, you look at the picture before, and then you look at what happened after the storm. It wasn't even recognizable in some areas. We wanted to make sure that this was not going to be something that was going to take weeks or months, as some people said, and probably would take weeks or months in many other states because of bureaucracy. We said you got to get going. Within 24 hours, Longboat Key portion was reopened, and on Monday night, really just a couple days after launching the emergency repairs, the entire 16-mile stretch of emergency repairs was completed. So I want to thank the Department of Transportation and Jared Perdue for getting that done very quickly and efficiently and making sure that people are able to use that important road. We have been talking about emergency bridge loans for businesses. We've set aside $15 million. We could do more if there's a demand. This is a zero-interest loan for up to $50,000. Very flexible repayment options. And so if you're somebody that needs that, use it. We've approved 99 loan applications for more than $4 million. And we have, like I said, we've got up to $15 million at a minimum that are ready to go. We've also made sure that you have places that have these restaurants that had either total destruction or significant damage. Some of them still want to be able to stay in business in the short term. Well, we've waived any limitations or any bureaucracy so that if you want to start a temporary restaurant, have it in a food truck, you should go do that. And government shouldn't be holding you back. So that is approved, and I know there's going to be restaurants that are going to be doing that, and we welcome that. We want you to be able to continue to earn revenue in this transition time. FloridaDisasterFund.org is open. It can accept taxpayer donations. I mentioned we did $50,000 increments to these Big Bend counties for the teachers. We'll probably do some stuff for maybe first responders as need be. So that's something that's been effective, and we appreciate people that have helped with that. Because our rescue operations happened very quickly, and because there was not a demand for that shortly after the storm, Florida redeployed resources to North Carolina under Operation Blue Ridge. They are working across multiple agencies to provide rescues, to provide food and water and essentials to people who are really in need. We also have our Florida Department of Transportation has brought crews to help repair roads, including 7,500 of emergency feet of bridges, and those will be utilized as appropriately, and we're happy to do that. We had just a couple days ago, we had people from the Florida Guard as well as Fish and Wildlife make contact with a community of 100 families that was stranded. They didn't have access to food or water. The team airlifted in rations, clean water, and fuel. Yesterday, a family of 3 was relying on rainwater and running low on food until the Florida State Guard and FWC showed up to provide badly needed food and water. National Guard also brought a generator to a home with a well, allowing them to provide water to the entire neighborhood until power is restored. I'm pleased to announce that Florida successfully evacuated 3 families overnight from storm-hit parts of North Carolina to Florida, including the family's dogs. So this operation, assisting Floridians seeking rescue in North Carolina, is ongoing. If you have somebody there, or if you are there and you have access to comms and you need to be rescued, you can go to FloridaDisaster.org/Operation Blue Ridge. So we are, all systems go on everything we can do to be helpful. We do believe that this executive order on the rentals will provide more flexibility for people that need short-term solutions. We also think the elections are going to go fine. We're making the same accommodations we did with Ian. Everyone's going to be able to get to vote, and they'll be able to do so securely and safely. And then our resources are being mobilized to do whatever we can to avert negative impacts to the people of Florida as a result to shutting down some of these ports. We have hurricane victims that are going to need relief. We do not want to be in a situation where people are having to wait weeks and weeks for things that they could have had as a result of these ports being closed. So our executive order is doing what we can within the power and authority of the governor's office to be able to mitigate those effects. So we're happy to do that, and we'll do whatever we can to make sure that folks have a smooth recovery. Okay, we're going to hear from some of our folks now. So we'll start with Kevin Guthrie from the Division of Emergency Management.
Hello, everyone, and thank you, Governor DeSantis, for your nonstop support as we continue to recover from this storm. Recovery is a very long process, but we have continued to work towards making it faster. As we begin our portion of the debris removal efforts for waterways, I need to caution debris haulers.
Start with Kevin Guthrie from the Division of Emergency Management.
Hello, everyone, and thank you, Governor DeSantis, for your nonstop support as we continue to recover from this storm. Recovery is a very long process, but we have continued to work towards making it faster. As we begin our portion of the debris removal efforts for waterways, I need to caution debris haulers. We've had an incident happen in Sarasota County. If you are a debris hauler or a contractor who is in default of your contract or who will not fulfill the terms of your contract, I will be directing the Department of Management Services Secretary to place your company on the suspended vendor list for the state of Florida. Your contract could be with FDEM, it could be with any state office, department, board, commission, division, bureau, council, or any other government entity, but you will be on that list and you will be suspended from doing business in the state of Florida. This is not the time to go chasing debris and debris money. It's time to do your job that we ask you to do here in the state of Florida. If you want to work with the state, then you need to fulfill your contract. Our Florida communities deserve the utmost service excellence as they work to clean up and rebuild resiliently for their residents, and debris removal is a massive part of that mission. For our impacted residents, if you are applying for FEMA assistance, you need to continue to provide the information that FEMA asks you for and make sure that you keep your account and application up to date. I'm going to take a moment just for a second and just explain a couple of things. We as individuals and human beings are just generically, we're prideful. We don't want to say that we're homeless. But if you're staying on a couch with a friend or a family, by definition, to qualify for programs, you are homeless. So please make sure that you're keeping that information up to date with FEMA. If your situation changes, you got a place to stay today, you're in a hotel, but your funds are going to run out, you're going to have to go stay with somebody on their couch. Update your status. That may open up other programs to help you out. Disaster recovery centers are continuing to open up every single day in the impacted counties for Hurricane Helene and also Hurricane Debbie. These centers can provide one-on-one assistance for the application process, and you can find one in your area through our live map at floridadisaster.org/updates. If you have an application for FEMA assistance from Hurricane Debbie, and you also need assistance for damages caused by Hurricane Helene, you need to start a new application. You need to start a new application specific for Helene. When you're in your Helene application, don't reference Debbie. When you're in Debbie application, don't reference Helene. That will kick one or the other out. So please make sure you're talking about the specific storm that you've been impacted by. You can find all information that you need for Activate Hope on the Hope Florida website at hopeflorida.com, or you can call 1-833-GET-HOPE. The sooner we know what you need, the sooner that we can connect you for the best resources to support you. Hurricane season goes until November the 30th. We still have 2 months left. For some of you, your situation has changed. Now is the time to go ahead and evaluate your plan, see what you need in your kit based on your circumstances today. If you need food and water, we have plenty of points of distribution that you can go and get that free food and water to put back into your kit. We're here to help you, and we want to help you navigate this difficult time. We also need you to reassess your disaster plan and determine if any of your needs have changed. FloridaDisaster.org has those planning and recovery resources. And again, I just want to thank the governor for the nonstop work that he's been putting in, and also the nonstop work that the men and women of the state of Florida and their agencies have been putting in. We were on the drive-in this morning, and I saw 2 Hope navigators walking the neighborhood going door to door. Again, it takes all of us to respond to this. I appreciate all of the state emergency response team's assistance, and especially yours, Governor. Thank you for your leadership.
Okay, Jared.
Governor, thank you for your leadership on this issue and fighting to protect our supply chain. As you've heard from the governor, many East Coast and Gulf Coast seaports have slowed way down or shut down due to the ongoing negotiations between USMX and the ILA. As the Transportation Secretary of Florida, FDOT fully understands that the transportation network is the nexus for Florida's supply chain. It is quite disappointing we've reached this point given the well-known ripple effects a disruption in our supply chain has on the quality of life for our country and, most importantly, our Florida residents. Most of the things we buy every day come through one of our 16 deepwater seaports. These 16 ports produce 900,000 direct and indirect jobs, annually provide more than $117 billion in economic value, and handle over 114 million tons of cargo. The East and Gulf Coast ports combined handle about 25 to 30% of U.S. imports of steel, cement, and other construction materials that are needed for Floridians to quickly rebuild after Hurricane Helene. This is especially critical during this time of hurricane recovery for a large portion of our state and the whole eastern seaboard. I've been in the field with our FDOT crews who were deployed to the field within hours of Helene's landfall. After personally spending time with Floridians this past week who are hurting and will have to rebuild, it is a genuine concern that this kind of shutdown will hinder them from being able to do that. Our FDOT crews have worked around the clock to clear Gulf Boulevard in Pinellas County, to cut and toss I-10 in a matter of hours after the storm, and also cut and toss over 12,000 miles of roadways statewide. We inspected over 1,900 bridges across the state and removed debris and repaired all of our critical infrastructure within days of the storm making landfall. Just south of here, as you heard from the governor, we worked to clear Gulf Drive, which as of 8 a.m. this morning, we are also proud to announce that the local side streets in Bradenton Beach are now clear. People want to get back to normal, and under the governor's leadership, FDOT is committed to helping them do just that. If this issue is prolonged, Florida will directly feel the impacts with a lag in receiving construction materials, consumer goods, and agriculture products, amongst many other things. FDOT is proud to answer the governor's call in this executive order. When we do reopen, we need to be ready for the influx of cargo at our seaports and getting that cargo to its ultimate destination as quickly as possible. Our team has already begun coordinating with our seaport and trucking partners, Florida Commerce, Florida Highway Patrol, and our national and state guard leadership to ensure they have access to all resources and information they may need to help mitigate the impacts of this issue. Under the governor's executive order, the state stands ready to waive tolls, size and weight restrictions, and hours of service for truckers, and to coordinate FHP and National Guard and State Guard escorts and convoys for trucks and manage the flow of traffic leaving out of seaports. FDOT is ready to serve in any capacity we can, including supporting those seaports not impacted by the strike who are able to receive and prioritize vessels with a Florida port of call who may be carrying medical equipment and hurricane recovery supplies. Florida seaports are still open for business, and we welcome any vessels to redirect here. Thank you to our port partners who have been steadfast in seeking solutions to ensure Florida experiences as minimal impacts as possible. I've witnessed firsthand the destruction this storm has caused across Florida and the Southeast. It's unacceptable that this continues as Floridians, and I stand with Governor DeSantis in trying to recover from a devastating hurricane and keeping our supply chain moving. Thank you, Governor, for supporting our communities in their greatest time of need and standing with us as we work to protect Floridians. Thank you.
What did they say? Purdue? Jared Purdue. Yeah,
Purdue.
Department of Transportation.
Governor, thank you for your leadership, for your support, and for your decisive actions enabling a broad and capable hurricane response. As the governor and the secretary have announced, the Florida National Guard is currently preparing for the deployment of guardsmen to support port operations under the direction of the Department of Transportation to mitigate the impacts of the current labor strike across Florida. Our guardsmen are prepared to perform several key tasks, including heavy equipment operations, warehouse operations, security operations, transportation, and command and control. These critical functions are essential to alleviating potential disruptions caused by the ongoing strike and to ensure the necessary services and supply continue to flow across Florida in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. The Florida National Guard continues to support hurricane operation response both here at home and in Carolinas, and stand ready to support Secretary Perdue and the Department of Transportation with the deployment of personnel and essential capabilities across Florida's major ports. Florida Governor, your Florida National Guard stands ready to support.
Okay. So we will continue to really press on this. We know it's important, and we know we've got to do everything we can to make sure people are able to get back up on their feet. And it's going to take time, but we don't want it to take more time than is necessary because of some of these interruptions. So thanks for everyone involved with that.
Governor, we've seen several times you've worked with President Biden in the past. You've met him at several disasters. Is there a particular reason you're not with the president today in Tallahassee?
No, we had this plan.
Governor, last night the city of Holmes Beach enacted a 45-day moratorium on vacation rental reservations. Will your executive order today supersede that?
It will supersede it for people who were affected by the storm. So if someone's got a rental in Holmes Beach and you've lost your home and you need a 15-day, you have a right to enter into that agreement and do a 15-day rental or a 30-day or whatever you need. So, but it is limited to the people that were displaced from the home. Obviously, these local municipalities have certain authority to do how they want to do it. Generally speaking, for the general public, but for our storm victims, we want to give them as many options as possible.
And sir, we're seeing a lot of tourists that had vacations planned to places like Ana Maria and I'm sure other places along the coast, wondering if they should come. What's your messaging for people just wondering if they should be visiting these disaster area recovery zones?
No, look, I mean, I think, this is something where I know the mayor's here and others, and I know they're approaching it very thoughtfully, but my view would be that there's still a lot of good stuff. We want the economy to get back going. We want people to be able to come, and there may be some areas where it may be a little bit more challenging, but the goal needs to be to get people back up and to get the tourism flowing again. Obviously there was a lot of storm surge. There's been a lot of damage. They're cleaning it up. But you look, this is a beautiful part of the state of Florida. And so we want our restaurants back. We want these places to go. But there are local issues with that. And I think they can work that out however they see fit. But state of Florida is open for business. There's still a lot that you'd want to be able to do. It's still, there's a lot of stuff that you can do. So we anticipate to continue to see people want to come down here.
Governor, we know that there's a tragic death toll. More than 200 people across the southeast. Sheriff Gualtieri in Pinellas County has been very transparent. There's been 12 deaths in his county. Can you talk specifically about the death toll, county by county, or more how it's affecting Floridians at this time?
Well, one, when you have any deaths, it's a tragic situation, and the thing about these storms is, there are times where a death may occur, and I'm not saying it happened in this storm, where somebody goes out intentionally into the hurricane. We've had people try to surf and stuff, but a lot of these deaths are just freak things where a tree falls on someone's house. We had somebody evacuating and a sign fell on the interstate. So this stuff is very, very difficult, and our hearts go out to everybody that's been affected by that. We do have county by county. I don't have it off the top of my head, but if you follow up with our guys, they're happy to do it. Pinellas is where at least the plurality of storm deaths occurred. And then I would also say some of the other ones, whether something is a storm-related death or not, sometimes people have some disputes. So, for example, some of the deaths that have been reported go as far as Jacksonville and Miami, which obviously were not close to the main action here, but may have had some stuff. So, but yes, we have that and do. I will say, just with our guys being in Western North Carolina, that is where I think most of the deaths have occurred. And I think the tragic thing about that is I don't know that they know when it's going to end in terms of finding people. but also you have people isolated. You know, our Florida Guard and Fish, they dropped supplies. There was 100 families in a community. They were totally cut off. Eventually, if you don't get the relief, you're not going to be able to survive that indefinitely if you don't have access to food and water. So I think this is still, the tragedy is still unfolding, particularly in Western North Carolina. That was one of the reasons why we had these resources idle. There were no demands for rescue in Florida after the initial 24, 48 hours. So we felt an obligation to help, and we felt an obligation to make a difference. And we have made a difference, and we'll continue to make a difference.
Governor, are you able to say about how many deaths Florida has had?
Kevin knows exactly. What is the...
I believe it's 15 as of this morning, sir.
Okay, so there's 15 confirmed. I think it's probably higher. So I think, like I said, because you got Miami, you got others. So it's not just the Gulf Coast that's being included. And I think the reason is because if you have a hurricane going on, maybe there's a traffic accident, the weather's bad, even though maybe hundreds of miles away, they tend to count that. So, but we will provide that. I know they have it. And so I would think it's probably at a minimum 15. I think it's likely more than 15. Okay. I think Pinellas is definitely the plurality. I don't know if it's the majority. It might be, but it's definitely the plurality.
With respect to the Holmes Beach ordinance from last night, with that, with just a little nuance, would it supersede the rule for hotels in addition to the home, instead of the homes?
In terms of what for hotels?
For allowing the hotels to rent, or the hotels be subject to the same restrictions of the homes?
You'd have to ask them. I'm not sure. I have not seen that ordinance. You know, you guys obviously have your local officials that you work through on all those things, but we want people to have access to hotels. I mean, that's why we have the Expedia and the Priceline. You will be, have they done the TSA yet? Has that been approved?
It has not been approved. The request went up 2 days ago.
Okay. So we anticipate for people, at least in the IA counties, would be approved for it. Yeah, so if your Manatee has been approved, if you've been approved for individual assistance, we've requested support for something called TSA. No, not the bureaucracy that you see at the airports. This is transitional housing money, and you would be able to take that and use it at a hotel. And we encourage people, if they want to do it. If you're a rehab in a house here, that is actually a live possibility to maybe be in a hotel for a short time period. It's a little harder if you're in Horseshoe Beach, very rural part of the state, or if you're in Deacle Beach in Taylor County. They may not be able to use. But I do think the greater Tampa Bay area, the folks that need transitional housing, that TSA very well may be something that'll be useful. And the thing is, it's helpful for the hotels too, because to the extent they have had interruption and anybody coming down, you know, they're able to basically rent the rooms out and continue to get revenue on their end as well. So that we anticipate that will be approved, and then anybody here who's been displaced in Manatee, Pinellas, Hillsborough, Pasco, all those counties, you will be eligible for that. And Kevin, how long is that? Does that go for?
It could be extended. We usually do it 30 to 60 days at a time, and we extend 30 days.
Okay, so at a minimum, you'll get 30 days with the TSA for the hotels.
Governor, can you talk about not just the consumer aspect of the strike that's going on at the ports, but talk about our local businesses, because they rely on these items that are off our shores right now?
100%. We've obviously... Obviously included this port executive order under the umbrella of our Hurricane Helene emergency executive order because we think the impacts are significant for storm victims. But that is only one aspect of this. You are going to have businesses that are going to not have what they need to be able to continue their operations in an optimal way. And so it will absolutely hurt small businesses. And the thing about it is, you know, there's certain things that if you're in business, like I know a lot of people in business, if they could get this made in America, they would, even if they had to pay a little more. But some of the stuff just isn't made here. And that's a whole other discussion that we can have about how you can go about fixing that. But the reality is they rely on this. And if they don't have it, they're not going to be able to discharge what they need to be successful, and especially in a time where their businesses have already been interrupted by the storm. So it will have an impact. Every 36 hours of shutdown at the ports is like a week of delay of different materials. And what happens is it initially is something you can probably get through in the first however many day or two, because there are inventories, may have surplus and whatnot. Sometimes people plan for some of this stuff, and so you do that. But as you go further and further, the effects become exponential, and they really build and they really snowball. So why would we want to be doing this right now? I just think the harm to people is going to be really significant, and it's my responsibility to do whatever we can to alleviate that as best we can. And look, our tools are imperfect, but we're going to sure deploy them as necessary. Okay, thanks everybody. Appreciate it. Hang in there.
All right, Governor Ron DeSantis there out of Florida giving the latest updates in Anna Maria as the recovery mode continues out in Florida, and unfortunately learning today that more than 200 people have died from Helene in 6 different states. So our thoughts are with everyone right now. We'll take a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. When we come back, I have some dramatic video to share with you. Armed thieves out in Arizona jacking a truck. We'll have it for you on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back, everyone, here live now from Fox. We appreciate all our viewers continuing to join us all in real time, bringing you the top stories and headlines, and of course, breaking news as it happens. Do want to show you some dramatic video, all caught on camera out in Arizona. Armed thieves stealing an Arizona man's truck. Take a look at here. This was all caught on that Ring security camera, and you could see the one person getting into the truck, and then you are going to see another one with being fully armed, and again, looking to see when they could jack this person's truck here. This was all caught on video, and again, bringing it to you here on Live Now from Fox and showcasing just that very scary and breaking news mode here as the people come to the driveway and are looking out for anyone and then decide to get into the truck. Having a wireless key fob for your car has its benefits, but a new trend in car theft is using the technology to unlock cars. The thieves appear to be using a device to amplify the wireless signal from the fob and use that signal to unlock the car. Just happened to at least 2 families in the West Valley neighborhood in Maricopa County. In one of the instances, the thieves were armed and aiming a rifle at a home. Shocked, I can't believe this happened to me, one of the residents did say there. So again, really disturbing video, all caught on camera there. We'll keep an eye on that story for you out in Maricopa County, Arizona. All right, everyone, we are going to take another 2-minute break as we get you ready for President Biden out in Florida surveying damage from Hurricane Helene. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everyone. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be with you, bringing you the world of top stories, headlines, and, of course, when breaking news happens, we do have you covered. Coming up in just moments, we'll be taking you out to Florida, where President Biden is right now. He is on the ground surveying damage from Hurricane Helene. We're also learning the sad news that now 200 people have died from the devastating hurricane along 6 states in the southeast there. So we'll be keeping an eye on all of the movements from President Biden coming up here in just a little bit. But I have new video regarding that scary situation out of Arizona, all caught on a Ring camera. Take a look here of the armed thieves caught on video, and really, really scary stuff in the driveway as you have one person on the lookout here with a high-powered rifle, and then you have the other person going through the car, able to gain access inside, and then you are going to see them just flee from the driveway. But this is not the type of video that you want to see, as there goes the truck, and there is a getaway car as well following along right there. The thieves appear to be using a device to amplify the wireless signal from the fob and use that signal to unlock the car. It just happened to 2 families in Maricopa County in Arizona. In one of the instances, the thieves were armed, like we saw here, aiming a rifle at the home. And we're just looping this back so you can see it just one more time. And again, not the type of video that you want to see. And you wake up, you see not only your vehicle gone, but then when you look back at the video and you see how this all happened in the overnight hours for this family, Police still investigating, but again, scary stuff out there in Maricopa County, Arizona, where this video was taken. All right, everyone, we are getting you ready for President Biden out in Florida to survey damage from Hurricane Helene. Do want to take another 2-minute break as we get you ready for that and so many other top stories from across the country here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everyone. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be with you as we continue to bring you the world of top stories and live feeds. Do want to go out to New York City just a little bit ago, talking the UN Security Council meeting amid high tensions around the world, including, of course, the Israel-Gaza war that does continue and tensions with Iran as well. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
We echo the Secretary-General's call for all stakeholders to work together to resolve differences on electoral modalities and timelines, and we are watching closely the outcomes of the National Consultative Council meeting this week. I support Ms. Ellman's comments on the importance of an approach inclusive of civil society, women and youth in Somalia's political and peace-building processes. Fourth, we welcome the continued progress on the planning for the African Union-led successor mission to ATMIS. We underline the importance of the UN and AU consulting broadly, in line with Resolution 2748, to ensure the overall mission design and financing options are viable and deliverable. We look forward to next week's interim update and the detailed reporting on the 15th of November. Finally, President, I would also like to welcome Somalia and all incoming members as they begin observing Council proceedings this month. We look forward to working closely with Somalia from January on the full range of Security Council business. I thank you.
Je remercie le représentant du Royaume-Uni et je passe la parole au représentant des États-Unis.
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you, Ambassadors Swan and Suef, for your briefings. And thank you to Ms. Ilwad Elman for your courage and insight today. I would also like to welcome Foreign Minister Fiki to this council meeting. We look forward to working closely with you and with all incoming members of the council. We commend UNSOM's leadership and the mission support to Somalia. The United States thanks the Joint Technical Team for examining modalities and a timeline for an UNSOM transition. We are reviewing the federal government of Somalia's proposal and look forward to further discussions in the coming weeks. Colleagues, UNSOM's role must reflect the progress Somalia has achieved, and we support updating elements of the mandate as appropriate. At the same time, peace building, reform, political reconciliation, and strengthening the rule of law remain critical issues where more work is needed. A special political mission mandated to support Somali-led efforts is needed to advance progress on these fronts in the midst of insecurity, tense regional dynamics, and a dire humanitarian situation. Colleagues, reaching an agreement on a post-ATMIS force is urgent. We welcome international consensus in support of the AU Support and Stabilization Mission in Somalia, the follow-on mission to ATMIS, and urge stakeholders to complete the necessary transition planning as soon as possible. The international community must maintain focus on this transition, which is critical to our shared security. We recognize some have advocated for applying the UN Security Council Resolution 2719 framework to the new AU mission. This is not the time or place to apply 2719. We must coordinate closely to ensure the requisite mechanisms are fully in place in order to set a future 2719 mission up for success. We believe, and many partners agree, that we must avoid premature application of the framework, which would undermine its credibility. Successful application will be critical to maintaining international confidence in and support for this tool in the long run. Colleagues, we are deeply concerned about rising tension between Ethiopia and Somalia and the negative impact it is having on shared security interests. The United States joins the African Union and other international partners in reiterating our support for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Somalia and rejecting any efforts to undermine it. We support Turkey's mediation efforts and call for dialogue to de-escalate tensions. Regional tensions must not distract Somalia from critical state-building challenges or efforts to degrade al-Shabaab. Regional tensions also cannot interfere with planning for and deployment of a post-ATMIS mission. We cannot risk the creation of dangerous security gaps, which could worsen the humanitarian situation, or the additional expenses that would be associated with changes in troop contributors. Part of addressing ongoing threats in Somalia involves the close cooperation of the federal government of Somalia and the panel of experts. We urge Somali authorities to ensure access for the panel so they can continue their important work. Finally, colleagues, we look forward to engaging with member states on the upcoming discussion to renew the panel of experts mandate and review the relevant sanctions measures. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie le représentant des États-Unis. Je passe la parole au représentant de la Sierra Leone.
Madam President, I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the A3+ members, namely Algeria, Guyana, Mozambique, and my country, Sierra Leone. We take note of the report of the Secretary General on the situation in Somalia and the updates on the implementation of the mandate of UNSOM and UNSOS. We thank Acting SRSG, Mr. James Swan, Special Representative His Excellency Mr. Mohamed El Amin Swef for their insightful briefings, and we thank Ms. Elwad Elman for her contribution. We welcome the participation of His Excellency Mr. Ahmed Mualin Faki Ahmed, Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Somalia, in this meeting. We also look forward to Somalia joining the A3+ in January next year. The A3+ welcomes the constructive dialogue and engagement between the federal government of Somalia and the United Nations through the Joint Technical Committee regarding the Somali request for a transition from a special political mission to the United Nations country team. We've taken note of the proposal from the Somali government for the transition to take place over a 2-year period based on the discussions of the Joint Technical Committee. We look forward to engaging fellow council members on the future of UNSOM, taking into account this proposal. On the political front, we're pleased with the developments towards the democratization of Somalia, including the commitment to institute measures by the federal government of Somalia on the constitutional review process, which is central to the state-building process. The transition to universal voting rights, that is one person, one vote, underscores the commitment of the Somali authorities to enhancing democratic participation, especially for women and youth. We further encourage the Somali authorities to prioritize the minimum 30% quota representation for women in elective and senior government appointments. We encourage the relevant stakeholders and parties to collectively complete the revision of the provisional constitution through a consensus-based approach in consultation and engagement with the relevant stakeholders. The A3+ also encourages the federal government of Somalia to prioritize engagement with the state authorities as part of the strengthening of the federal system. In this regard, we take note of the positive overtures by the Portland authorities on direct dialogue with the federal government on a number of important issues. The A3+ further welcomes the effort deployed by the federal government of Somalia to promote inclusion in the governance structures following the passing of the National Disability Bill. The A3+ looks forward to the passing of this text in the Upper House. On the security situation, the A3+ commends the federal government of Somalia on the consolidation of the security gains realized by the Somali security forces through its offensive against Al-Shabaab with the support of ATMIS. We urge continued efforts to ultimately destroy the group's capabilities and the opportunistic attacks that it continues to carry out. Despite the gains made, Al-Shabaab remains a present threat. The group maintains its ability to carry out deadly attacks, which have endangered the lives of the Somali people. We wish to pay tribute to the Somali security forces and ATMIS personnel for their heavy sacrifices to protect the people of Somalia from the terrorist threat posed by Al-Shabaab. We are pleased with the collaborative work of the African Union, the federal government of Somalia, ATMIS, and UNSOS on the ATMIS transition, noting the progress on the security transition of forward operating bases to the Somalia security forces. The A3+ welcomes the African Union's adoption of the concept of operations for the new African Union support and stabilization mission in Somalia, and looks forward to the update from the Secretary General next week on the progress of the work on the mission design, including financing options in accordance with Security Council Resolution 2748. On this latter point, we stress the importance of predictable and sustainable financing for the new mission and encourage all stakeholders to commit to building on the peace gains in Somalia thus far, including through the tangible support for the new mission. On the economic situation, the A3+ commends the federal government of Somalia for 10 years of significant achievements, including in domestic revenue mobilization, public finance management, and good governance. The approval of the income tax bill is also very commendable. We stress that strengthening the security environment is critical for preserving and building on these achievements. Nevertheless, we are concerned about the humanitarian situation in Somalia, which remains there due to recurrent and intensifying climate shocks, conflict, and disease outbreaks. These conditions have led to water scarcity, diminished crop yields, displacement, and the proliferation of diseases. We are also concerned about the level of internal displacement and the state of food insecurity. In this regard, we call on development and other partners to scale up funding on the humanitarian response plan, which is only 37.1% funded at the moment. In conclusion, Madam President, the A3+ would like to express its appreciation to the African Union, to UNSOM, UNSOS, and the European Union, and all regional and international partners for their collaborative efforts in supporting Somalia in its peace-building journey. And I thank you.
I thank the representative of Sierra Leone. I now give the floor to the representative of Malta.
And I also thank Acting SRSG Swan, AU Special Representative Suef, and Ms. Elman for their briefings. I also welcome the Foreign Minister of Somalia to the Chamber. Malta welcomes ongoing discussions concerning UNSOM's transition with the federal government of Somalia, These include recent efforts towards a smooth transfer of responsibilities. We value the work of UNSOM, particularly its technical, financial, and logistical support for reconciliation efforts. The collaborative agreements with the Galmudug state on disputed lands and capacity building and training in the rule of law and countering violent extremism are critical tools in this transition. UNSOM's assistance has also been pivotal in drafting the electoral legal framework. As stated by the Secretary-General, an inclusive and implementable electoral framework is of fundamental importance. Safeguarding the political rights of women and ensuring a minimum 30% quota for women in elected positions and appointed bodies must be maintained. Malta reaffirms the importance of women's participation in Somalia's political processes. And as we have heard today from Ms. Elman, their engagement is essential for lasting peace in Somalia. We support recent efforts towards the finalization of the bill on female genital mutilation and commend the inclusive consultation process led by the Ministry of Women and Human Rights Development, supported by UNFPA. On the other hand, we are deeply concerned about the trafficking of young girls for forced marriages to Al-Shabaab members and other incidents of conflict-related sexual violence. We are also alarmed by recurrent forced evictions of displaced people. We welcome all efforts to end CRSV, enhance survivor support, and strengthen the relevant legal, policy, and institutional frameworks. We must end impunity and recognize the needs and rights of survivors. President, children's needs in the face of alarming violations cannot be overlooked. Malta urges Somali authorities and international partners to prioritize child protection in the transition. On 17 August, 4 young adults in Galkayo, Puntland, were executed after being convicted and sentenced to death for crimes committed while they were under 18 and associated with Al-Shabaab. This is deeply troubling. The Puntland Age Verification Committee advised against the death penalty, and the UN is actively engaging with Puntland authorities, urging compliance with due process for all young adults associated with armed groups when they were minors. In this vein, Malta advocates for a moratorium on such executions. The repeated use of improvised explosive devices by Al-Shabaab also remains a significant threat to Somalia's security. The attack on Lido Beach and the group escalated attacks in recent months, resulting in a 367% increase in civilian casualties, warrants our urgent attention. At the regional level, we take this occasion to commend the recent talks between Ethiopia and Somalia, facilitated by Turkey. We encourage continued dialogue between these neighboring states as part of broader efforts to promote regional peace and security. President, Somalia is also grappling with climate change challenges, perhaps some of the most devastating impacts, globally adding yet another layer to its security and humanitarian situation. We welcome recent efforts by the Green Climate Fund and their pledge of $100 million for local climate adaptation plans. Malta continues to stress the need for integrating climate resilience within security planning, recognizing the link between environmental challenges and regional instability. As an EU member state, Malta reaffirms the EU's strong partnership with Somalia, aimed at placing Somalia's ownership for its security at the center. Since 2019, the EU has provided 5 packages of support to the Somali National Army, totaling €110 million. The EU will also stay engaged through financial support to the new AUSSOM, together with all security partners of Somalia, on the principle of burden sharing. In conclusion, let us continue to work collectively towards this next phase. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Malta, and I now invite the representative of Slovenia to take the floor.
President, let me thank Acting Special Representative Swan and the African Union Special Representative Suf for their updates. I'm especially grateful for the testimony of Mrs. Elman, and I welcome the participation of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Fiki, at this meeting. Madam President, the briefings we heard today come at a crucial juncture for the future of the UN engagement in Somalia. In this regard, allow me to make 3 points. First, I would like to express Slovenia's continuing support to UNSOM, UNSOS, and ATMIS. UNSOM continues to be a major stabilizing asset in the Somalian state building. We especially commend UNSOM's technical support during the constitutional review process and the drafting of the electoral legislation, which will enable peaceful, inclusive, transparent, and credible elections. In this vein, we join Somali women parliamentarians, as well as the other women leaders and activists, in calling for a minimum of 30% women quota in elected positions and appointed bodies in state institutions. We welcome constructive dialogue between federal government of Somalia and the United Nations in regard to the phased transition of the UN country team, which should ensure that UNSOM plays an active role even during the transition period. We take note of the proposal submitted by the federal government of Somalia on August 28. Federal government of Somalia and the United Nations should continue working together in preparation of a detailed transition plan and timeline in order to present it to the Council members in advance of the UNSOM's mandate renewal. Second, Slovenia expresses its utmost concern regarding the substantial increase of civilian casualties and displaced persons due to Al-Shabaab's attacks. Especially women and children continue to bear the heaviest brunt. Horrific attacks against civilians, such as the one in Lido Beach, are reprehensible, and we condemn them in the strongest terms, and we express our deepest condolences to the families. Violence undermines the fragile humanitarian situation, causing new displacements and new risks, particularly to vulnerable groups. We also pay respect to sacrifices made by members of the Somali security forces and ATMIS. Countering Al-Shabaab activities demands continuous and coordinated holistic approach while also addressing underlying conditions that enable the terrorist group to operate. Since the threat of terrorism is a regional concern, the response must be regional as well. We remain concerned over the persisting tensions between Somalia and Ethiopia. We urge both countries to de-escalate and refrain from any unilateral acts that could negatively affect their good neighborly relations. Only diplomacy and meaningful dialogue can lead to sustainable solutions of disputes. We also encourage both countries to engage in all mediation initiatives, including by the African Union and Turkey, in order to find peaceful solutions on mutually acceptable terms and in accordance with international law. We also take note of the adoption of the concept of operations by African Union for the follow-on mission to ATMIS. This represents a positive step towards avoiding any security vacuum that might appear after the final withdrawal of ATMIS in 3 months' time. The United Nations, African Union, Somalia, and all of its security partners should engage in a timely and constructive manner in order to prepare the overall design of the mission in line with the timetable from the Resolution 2748. And finally, Madam President, the negative effect of climate shocks on the populations of Somalia are a continuous concern. Extreme weather events are following each other in quicker and quicker cycles. Just this week, IGAD Climate Prediction and Application Center issued an exceptionally heavy rainfall warning for northern Somalia, which is expected to affect more than 250,000 people. Preparation of local climate adaptation plans in all federal states, supported by the Green Climate Fund, the World Food Programme's Climate Smart Interventions, are welcome steps in ensuring greater resilience to climate shocks. Although we welcome the decrease in the number of people in need, millions of people still face water crisis and food insecurity. We welcome the proactive approach of humanitarian agencies, including World Food Programme. This year, Slovenia allocated 280,000 euros through World Food Programme to alleviate food insecurity in the Horn of Africa. We also invite other donors to continue supporting humanitarian response in the field. Madam President, the next 3 months will be some of the most momentous for the future of Somalia. Slovenia stands ready to engage in order to further support the country on its path. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Slovenia, and I invite the representative of France to take the floor. Madam President, I thank Monsieur Swan, Mr. Amin Souef, and Ms. Elman for speaking here. I welcome the presence among us of the Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Somalia, Mr. Fiqi Ahmed. I would like to express my heartfelt condolences to the Somali government and to the people following the attacks carried out by al-Shabaab, in particular on the 2nd of August on the Lido beach in Mogadishu, which led to a number of civilian casualties. This serves as a reminder that we are facing a persistent Shabaab threat in Somalia. I welcome the Somali president's quick response and wish him of our full support as his country is engaging in major changes with regard to external support. Turning to UNSOM, France has taken note of the transition proposed by the Somali authorities with a gradual drawdown of the SPM over the next 2 years. France is prepared to support this transition so that it takes place with the concerted support of the United Nations. The UNSOM missions must be transferred to country teams and to the Somali authorities without being prejudicial to the people of the country. France welcomes the fact that the Council should adjust the frequency of our meetings on Somalia accordingly. Turning now to ATMIS, France is concerned about the tight timeline for defining the mission which will replace ATMIS as of the 1st of January 2025. Given the challenges in Somalia, we must remain particularly vigilant so that delays in preparations do not risk creating a security vacuum. France will look closely at the report prepared by the UN, the African Union, Somalia by the 15th of November, and the possible shape for the future mission, as well as its exit strategy, the involvement expected of its donors within it, the budget, the financing, as well as the logistical support to be provided by the UN. France is prepared to participate in these discussions to establish an appropriate model. France remains convinced that only a joint and coordinated response by all of Somalia's partners will make it possible effectively to support Mogadishu's efforts to uproot the terrorist threat by respecting international law. Civil society, in particular women, must play a key role. With the European Union, a key partner for Somalia, we stand ready and have been involved for quite some time in supporting this future mission in a balanced and sustainable manner. We call on all partners of Somalia to participate in these efforts. Madam President, Somalia's stability, which is essential to peace and security in the Horn of Africa, requires constant and calm dialogue with all of the Somali political forces and partners of the region, respecting the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Somalia. On this point, we welcome the fact that Somalia will be joining us in the Council, and we are pleased to pursue our engagement with that country within this framework. Thank you. I thank France, and I now invite the representative of the Russian Federation to take the floor.
We welcome the participation in this meeting of the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, Mr. Ahmed Moalin Fiqi, in our meeting, and we thank the Acting Special Representative James Swan and the head of the African Union mission in the country, Mr. Mohamed El Amin Swef. And we thank Ms. Elman for the briefings and statements. We are following the developing situation in the friendly country of the Federal Republic of Somalia very closely. We support the efforts made by Mogadishu aimed at stabilizing the situation in the country. And we have a positive view of the constructive role played by the National Consultative Council in building a relationship between the central leadership and the federal states. We're pleased to see that in the course of that body's work, important agreements have been reached on cooperation in terms of implementing main national priorities, and they include preparing plans on transferring the security responsibility in the country from the African Transition Mission to the Somali National Army, establishing an independent commission to draft the federal constitution, and improving the electoral system. We do hope that all participants to the political process will continue work so as to create a sustainable model for a federal structure and to normalize the situation in the country. We took note of the Mogadishu plan disseminated in the Council, the plan on stage transfer of UNSOM functions to the federal bodies and the UN country team. It is our view that it is the government of the Federal Republic of Somalia who should have the last word on determining the parameters for the special political mission in the course of the agreed 2-year period. We expect that the British penholders will take into account the position of the Somali side on this issue. Madam President, the conclusion of the African Union transition mission in Somalia and the deployment of the support and stabilization mission there opens a new chapter in the history of Pan-African efforts to rectify the situation in Somalia. We are highly appreciative of the consistent work conducted by the African Union here. The most important thing now is to finalize in the few months remaining the process of agreeing between Somalia, African Union, and the UN of all of the parameters for the further presence of African peacekeepers within AUSOM, including, of course, the financial aspects thereof. We are of the view that all existing possibilities for that need to be activated. The presence of African peacekeepers in Somalia, for us, is one of the most important factors containing terrorist threats, containing extremist and other unlawful activity, and is also a gauge of consistent movement towards strengthening the statehood of Somalia. The most important goal in the area of security today is for us include enhancing the effectiveness of the federal force entities, so to make sure that at the end of AUSOM then can on their own protect the civilians and their infrastructure throughout the territory of the country. We are seriously concerned, we remain seriously concerned by the Al-Shabaab potential. This terrorist group continues conducting large-scale attacks on government facilities, on Somali National Army units, and against civilians and international organization staff. We strongly condemn the terror attacks conducted on the 20th of September in Mogadishu and in Middle Shabelle, as a result of which 6 people died and further 10 were wounded. The upcoming several months will be of decisive importance for the context of the current situation in the Horn of Africa, where we can see some worrying trends. And stabilizing the situation there is a common denominator for all countries in the region whose positions, for whatever reason, can be currently divergent. In these conditions, of particular importance, the system is making sure that there's coordinated work conducted by the UN and AU presence in the country. We support mediation efforts aimed at finding mutually acceptable solutions amongst countries in the sub-region. And we hope that they will act wisely and ensure that each other's interests are duly taken into account. Madam President, in conclusion, I would like to underscore our support to this.
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox, always worldwide here for you as we are going to take our first break of the hour. Stay right here with us, everyone. We are awaiting State Department briefing, the latest on the war in Gaza and the conflict in the Middle East. That continues. We'll have more coming up next on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, always worldwide here for you, bringing you the top stories and headlines, and, of course, the live feeds when they come in. We have one that we are waiting on. State Department briefing should be happening in the next 5 minutes or so. We are also keeping an eye out in Florida. Soon, President Biden will be on the ground surveying damage from Hurricane Helene. While we are speaking of the aftermath of Hurricane Helene, let's just show you just a little bit of the remarks from Georgia Governor Brian Kemp.
All right, well, good morning, everybody. Thank y'all for being with us this morning. We got Director Stallings with GEMA with us, General Wilson, Georgia National Guard, Commissioner McMurray, Georgia Department of Transportation, and Lieutenant Colonel Kendrick Lowe with the Georgia State Patrol. Just wanted to give you an update on, after being on the ground for the last 2 days and then getting back here and getting briefed, wanted to give everybody an update of where we stand right now on the response to Hurricane Helene. I actually just got off the phone with President Biden and Secretary Vilsack. As you know, they're coming into the state today. I thanked them for visiting and also thanked them for thank the president for adding the additional counties to the disaster declaration. I did tell him that I felt certain he would hear on the road that there's still a lot of other counties out there that are expressing frustration that they haven't been added to that list yet. So he's aware of that situation on the ground, and Director Stallings and the team continues to work with FEMA in regards to that. Spoke directly to Secretary Vilsack about just the devastation that we've seen with crops in Georgia, with our pecan trees, with a lot of other things that's happening on the ground with our farms, poultry houses laying on the ground, and other things. So, as you all know, the ag economy was not good before the storm, and it's worse now. And so I'm very appreciative of them being on the ground to take a look at that today, and I know they'll be hearing about that. Also, on the way in this morning, spoke to Deputy Secretary Kathleen Hicks of the U.S. Department of Defense. She was just asking if we had any needs from DOD. I told them that General Wilson and the National Guard had the resources that we needed from a state perspective right now. We didn't have a need for federal action. And as of right now, that's where we are. General Wilson will speak more to that here in just a minute. After my urging, you all know that we had the 11 counties originally. We had a bipartisan letter of Congress supporting the 90 counties, and we're at 41 now. And as I've just mentioned, we'll continue to push for more counties and work with FEMA to do that. We did get some good news yesterday. Director Stallings told me that the administration has agreed to cover 100% of cleanup costs for the first 3 months, which is what we were requesting for them for the category A and B. That is something they agreed to and have announced. For an update, unfortunately, we have up to 33 fatalities in the state of Georgia right now, and close to 200 impacted in total by the storm. Our thoughts and prayers continue to go out to the families of those that have just experienced this heartbreak and this tragedy, to the communities that's affected. And I would just ask all Georgians continue to keep these citizens in their communities in their thoughts and prayers. I want to thank the members of the General Assembly, and specifically the Speaker and the Lieutenant Governor, for quickly agreeing to support us in suspending the gas tax in Georgia. That goes into effect today. It'll take a little while for that to get baked into the pricing, but eventually we'll save Georgians up to 32 cents a gallon for regular gasoline and 36 cents a gallon for diesel fuel. A lot of people in rural communities that we talked to yesterday are spending a lot on fuel right now, responding to the storm, running generators to get their wells going, to power their homes, to power nursing home facilities and other things. And so we feel like this will economically help people a little bit, and I want to thank the General Assembly for doing that. We also work with the Department of Revenue and appreciate them waiving the penalties for using dyed diesel fuel. We started getting reports when we were on the ground about there's plenty of fuel out there. The problem is getting the fuel out of the tanks into vehicles or into storage containers because of the power situation. So we've allowed individuals to use off-road diesel on road. So people have farm supplies and other things. They can use that in any vehicle they got. We would encourage them to do that, and we'll keep people posted when we end that waiver. But currently in the state of emergency, we're going to allow people to do that. General, you'll hear from General Wilson, as I mentioned earlier. We're now at almost 2,000 Georgia National Guard citizen soldiers working across our state. They're doing an incredible job. Marty and I had the opportunity to visit with a lot of them when we were on the road the last couple of days. They are working very hard, loading water into trucks, chainsaw cut teams clearing roads, clearing lines for power companies, distributing meals, getting pods set up, just incredible work. But we're at almost 2,000 strong now. Power update, roughly 270,000 meters are still out, or customers. That's down from a peak of about 1.3 million. Georgia Power has roughly 200,000 still without power. They've restored power to over 1.14 million customers, which is about 85%. I've been told they feel like later today or tomorrow they'll be at 90% of people back online. Just to put this in perspective, I know there's a lot of people that are frustrated out there, and I can certainly appreciate that. And Marty and I felt that when we were on the road yesterday, but also told them this is unprecedented that we're dealing with. Previously, the worst storm Georgia Power had ever dealt with, they had 1,700 poles that needed to be replaced. Currently, there are over 8,000 that have to be replaced. So this is just a significantly larger power outage storm that we've ever dealt with in the history of our state. They have more than 21,000 spans of wire down on the ground, which equals about 1,000 miles of wire that they have to get back up or either replace. Over 1,500 transformers were damaged. They had over 3,200 trees on power lines that they're having to clear. Some of those are over swamps, and they're having to actually use helicopters to remove trees from transmission lines, which is just incredibly dangerous, and incredibly talented people that are doing that work. They now have over 20,000 personnel working to get power back on. Our EMCs, 162,000 outages, primarily in South Central, Southeast, and East Georgia. That is down from a peak of 435,000 outages, affecting 1.25 million customers. They had 26 substations and approximately 20 high voltage transmission lines out of service from peak damage. 80% of transmission is now restored. Several of the EMCs are literally having to completely rebuild the network. The damage was so bad. They have more than doubled their workforce, but I would tell you, their customers are mainly in rural Georgia. It's a long way distance-wise between metering points, and it just takes a lot of time to get those poles and to get that network built back up. But we're appreciative of everything that they're doing, and I know they're working as hard as they can. One note of power, if people are using generators out there, unfortunately, we lost 3 lives in Chatham County to carbon monoxide poisoning from a generator. So just make sure, and I appreciate the media helping us message this, to make sure that your generator is placed a safe distance from your home or your shop or wherever it is that you're staying, to make sure that we do not have any more fatalities from generator episodes and carbon or CO2 deaths. I told every county I went to yesterday in my opening remarks that no one was spared in this storm, and we've certainly seen that from the Big Bend area of Florida all the way through our state, through South Carolina, North Carolina, parts of Alabama, and Tennessee. And the stories that we heard and the things that we now know just really hits home for these communities and the families. One of the first lives lost was a first responder, Leon Davis, the Blackshear Fire Deputy Assistant Chief, when a tree fell on his truck while responding to a call. Trying to help those in need, he lost his own life. A 27-year-old mother in Thompson, Georgia, McDuffie County, and her 1-month-old twin boys were crushed by a falling tree when it hit their home. In Washington County, where Marty and I both were yesterday, a 7-year-old boy and a 4-year-old girl died when a tree fell on their home, trapped them inside that burning house. Marty and I had the opportunity to speak to both sets of first responders that had to respond to those calls. You can imagine the toll it's taken on them, on their colleagues, and on that local community. So again, I would ask all Georgians to keep these individuals and those families in your thoughts and prayers. And also, it is a reminder for us to watch out for each other from a mental health perspective. A lot of these people are working extremely long hours, putting themselves and their community ahead of their own families and their own homes that have trees laying on them. And just keep an eye on these individuals, make sure that they're getting the help that they need. And as the First Lady always reminds us, we've got the 988 hotline number and other resources available for those individuals. There was also some incredible stories of search and rescue. We heard one, I believe it was the Forestry Commission folks got to a lady that got so scared in her home during the storm, she got in her car to try to drive away from it. The road got blocked in front of her. She tried to back up. Trees started falling, blocked her in, basically trapped her in her car in the middle of her driveway. Trees completely surrounding the vehicle. She couldn't get out of the vehicle. Thankfully, none of them hit the car. But 3 days later, because the Georgia Forestry Commission and first responders were checking every home, they found her and got her out of that car and saved her life. But she'd been in there for 3 or 4 days. Those are the kind of stories that we heard when we were on the road out there. It's just amazing what our first responders were doing. There was an older lady that same type story. She was trapped in her home for several days, and we finally, or the local first responders finally got to her, literally saved her life as she was starting to run out of food or water. And then every community we went to, you just have everyday heroes that are stepping up, like the sheriff and his family in Glasscock County, the school superintendent there. They lost power to their school. Their food supply was going to go to waste. They took everything out of their freezers, got it to the sheriff, and they were literally cooking hot meals for people in their local community. We were in Johnson County and visited with a small church in Kite, Georgia, a new church, divine intervention in some ways. This little old church has been feeding 400 to 600 people a day. And 2 months ago, I don't think the church even existed. But to hear the people that are telling those stories and doing that good work reminds you of what a resilient state that we live in and just what good people we have. And it's so heartwarming to see people coming together in times like this and in a time of need.
That is the Georgia Governor Brian Kemp speaking on the latest there in recovery mode for his state. And as you can see, that President Biden's motorcade has arrived in Florida, and soon we will be getting some remarks from President Biden as he surveys the damage there on the ground. We're also keeping an eye on the State Department briefing. It should be happening in any moment. So what we'll do is take a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come in just moments on Live Now from Fox, everyone. back to Live Now from Fox, everyone. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be with you as we continue to bring you the top stories of the day, top headlines, and of course, when breaking news happens, you know we have you covered on Live Now from Fox. Just getting a new image here out in Florida. Expected, this is where we will see President Biden touring some of the damage across the state. He's also going to Georgia as well a little bit later. Now learning that 200 people have died in the Hurricane Helene disaster, really, across 6 different states. And we're also keeping an eye on the State Department briefing. That should be coming up at any moment as well. So stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox when we do get those live images of President Biden out there in Florida. In the meantime, do want to continue to showcase some of the Georgia recovery efforts from Helene as well.
To make that happen, and so we're so appreciative. He did mention a couple other cool resources. We've used Chinooks. We've used every capability I think that the National Guard has brought to bear to make this response. The governor was adamant that our job was to get our citizens recovered, get them the resources needed, and we have done exactly that. We went after it as hard as we can, leaning forward into the response. In that pickup today, we're going to pick up 1,824 pallets of MREs that we'll be able to give out to those locally. That's the equivalent of 31 tractor trailer loads worth of supplies that we'll be bringing into the state via air and other means just today. I want to thank some of our neighbors. As the governor mentioned, we've got a lot of response, and we've got generators and other resources that have come in from other states, New Jersey, as we've mentioned. We just said Arkansas, Louisiana. We've got an IMT team that's, we just finished paperwork that's rallying in Montana that's coming down to South Georgia to help us work through the process of the response. We're appreciative of our federal partners that have been in there with us the whole time. They pre-positioned. As soon as the governor signed the state of emergency, we brought in federal resources into the SOC, and we've been working night and day to ensure the response was everything that Georgia expected it to be from our team. A couple of highlights I want to hit on for this weekend, though. We've already had a significant weather event. I know we've been monitoring the Gulf. The Gulf has been, a big question mark for us. So it appears that that system is going to move primarily through Florida. But I would say those in South Georgia and extreme South Georgia could see up to an inch of rain. So we just ask with patience there. It is going to be a nuisance on response and recovery, but we're not going to stop. We're not going to quit. We're going to be there supporting those. We've brought in an additional 130,000 tarps that will be delivered today that will be sent out. I know there's a lot of folks that's been asking, where are our tarps? And we've issued well over 100,000 already. So we'll be up to close to 250,000 tarps that will be across South Georgia in the next couple days. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Commissioner McMurray. He's going to provide some updates. But I just want to thank again the state's response and the support agencies. DPS, they've had us. They've been escorting a lot of generators around the state. It's been amazing, the response that they've given, and certainly Commissioner McMurray and his team, they have absolutely been out there night and day, and all our state agencies, Georgia Forestry, DNR, you name it, DOC, DJJ, GBI, and the list goes on for the response. And so, Governor, I'm appreciative of your full endorsement of us allowing us to utilize what was needed to get the job done, sir.
Thank you, Director Stallings. Georgia DOT's role in this horrific event has been one of clearing roadways. Our priority routes are our interstates first, the state routes, those critical routes that get to hospitals, energy production, schools, the like. At the worst of this, we had over 300 state routes blocked, impassable. That included 3 interstates at the time. We have made great progress on the state routes and the interstates, and now just down to a handful of locations that have power lines that the power crews are still working on. But this storm was so big, as the governor talked about. We've had right at 2,000 employees at one time working in all 159 counties. And of course, since then, we've triaged to work in the counties most affected, from Valdosta all the way to Augusta. This storm impacted 32,000 miles of roads just in the 41 declared counties. Now, again, 90 counties, you can pretty much double that. So you're talking about over 60,000 miles of roadways that are impacted, as you heard the governor, with power line crews, with over 1,000 miles of power lines that have to be rebuilt. But just think about trying to traverse over 60,000 miles of road just to see what the conditions are. I'm very proud of the women and men of the Georgia Department of Transportation for them providing the ability to get emergency vehicles through and power companies through. Our goals are first, to make it passable. That means that you can just get around. And today, we're down to only a handful of routes, literally about 5 to 7, that are just remain passable due to power lines. Everything else is our second priority. We try to get the roads fully open, but trees may be right up to the edge of pavement. Sometimes they may be encroaching in the edge of pavement. So we need everybody to still be aware that the roads are not fully open, even though all lanes appear to be open. And regrettably, we're still having trees fall. And with the power line work, sometimes they have to take trees out and then block a road again. So we need to ask everybody to still remain vigilant and remain as a...
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us here on Live Now. When we see President Biden speaking to the media, we will go out to Florida live here. He's still talking to officials there on the ground, so we'll be keeping an eye on that. In the meantime, let's go out to the State Department briefing, just getting started on the latest on the war in Israel.
Development, environmental protection, maritime security, combating illegal fishing, irregular migration, and drug and people trafficking within the Chagos Archipelago, with the shared objective of securing and protecting one of the world's most important marine environments. By settling all outstanding issues between Mauritius and the United Kingdom, today's agreement reflects the power of diplomacy to solve long-standing challenges and further invigorates our shared commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific region. And I would just note that Secretary Blinken discussed this a number of times in recent weeks with officials from both Mauritius and the United Kingdom, including on our trip to the United Kingdom 3 weeks ago, including in conversations with Foreign Secretary Lamy last week in New York, and another conversation this week, as well as a conversation with the Prime Minister of Mauritius last week, while a phone conversation while the Secretary was in New York at the UN General Assembly. So especially welcomes this agreement. Next, turning to our efforts to provide assistance to U.S. citizens who wish to depart Lebanon. As I said yesterday, we are working 24/7 to help provide U.S. citizens in Lebanon with as many options as possible to depart. We know that not all of them wish to leave, but our goal is to provide as many options as we can to make sure all of them are safe. First, we are working with U.S. airlines to block seats for U.S. citizens. We are also working to...
With U.S.?
With airlines. Sorry. We are working with airlines to block seats for U.S. citizens. Excuse me. We are also working to increase the commercial capacity by organizing additional flights. In the past week, we have made over 1,400 seats available on flights out of Lebanon, and many seats do remain available. In addition, as I announced yesterday, we are organizing additional flights to allow more U.S. citizens and their eligible family members to depart Lebanon now. A second flight departed Beirut this morning with 134 passengers on it, bringing the total number of American citizens and their immediate family members who have departed on these flights to 250. And while we don't know the total number of U.S. citizens who have left via the seats we have made available on commercial flights, we do know that a high percentage of those seats have been filled. As I said at the top, we do recognize that a number of American citizens do not wish to leave. They have family members in Lebanon, and many of them are dual citizens, have lived there for a number of years. So we are also offering loans to U.S. citizens who may wish to stay in Lebanon, but want to instead relocate to a safer destination inside Lebanon. Americans in Lebanon should visit the embassy website or travel.state.gov to fill out our intake form so we can ensure that they are aware of all of the options available to them. And we urge Americans to take advantage of these options now while it is still safe to do so. That?
Yes.
Matt.
Well, I have a question on Diego Garcia, but I'll let that wait until the end because I want to start with Lebanon. So, first of all, when you say that 250 total Americans have or I just want to make sure those are all American citizens
and
not
immediate family members, and immediate family members
may not be Americans. Is that right?
Yes, correct. May or may not be American citizens. It's
so
250. Of that 250, some of them are American citizens, some of them are their immediate family members who are also eligible for departure.
Okay, and there is no distinction between they can even if they're not a citizen, if they're a parent or
if they're an eligible
child,
immediate family member, they can depart on these flights.
And these are the flights that you guys have organized.
Correct.
That are not on Middle East Airlines.
Correct.
Okay. So you're probably aware that later this afternoon there's going to be a news conference in Michigan with the Arab American group is organizing it. They say, at least, that they're going to announce a class action lawsuit against the U.S. government, but in particular the State Department for not doing enough. Now, the suit hasn't been filed, and yet, at least that I know of, and even after it's filed, I know that you were just going to defer to the Justice Department. But in terms of the complaint, the broader complaint that appears to be being raised, do you think that you've done enough to help?
So you're right. First of all, let me say that I wouldn't comment on a lawsuit, but I'm happy to talk about the efforts that we have provided to help American citizens get out of the country. First, I do want to note that we have been advising American citizens to leave for months now. Lebanon has been a level 4 travel country for months. We have been telling Americans that the security situation was unstable and that they should leave via commercial options while it is safe to do so. We know that a number of American citizens did leave over the past few months, but of course there are thousands and thousands who didn't leave and decided to stay, and some for very good reasons. Some we know have family members, and as I said, aren't going to want to depart Lebanon under any circumstances, but we have been advising people to leave via commercial options while they still could. Over the past week, as the security situation got more tense and as a number of commercial airlines that were flying out of Beirut as recently as the last 10 days or so started to cancel their flights, we then started identifying these other options to get American citizens out. The first thing we did, as I said, was to make seats available on Middle East Airlines, which is the only remaining commercial carrier flying out of Lebanon. And a number of American citizens have left via those flights. I don't have a number. As I said, we don't ever have perfect fidelity on the Americans that actually show up for those flights because it's via a commercial carrier. But we've been told by the carrier that a high percentage of the seats that they've set aside are being filled, but we just don't have an exact number. But it is in the hundreds. In addition, to supplement the seats available on Middle East Airways, we started yesterday organizing our own flights, and we had a flight with 300 seats available yesterday, and around 120 people went out on it. We had another flight with 300 seats available today, and a little over 130 people went out on it. We're going to continue to organize those flights as long as the security situation is challenging, as long as there aren't sufficient commercial options available, and as long as there's demand. So what we have tried to do is be responsive to the situation as it changes. So when there were ample commercial flights available, we were urging American citizens to take them. When the number of commercial flights shrunk, we first worked with the remaining carrier to make seats available. And when we found that there were still more American citizens that wanted to leave, we organized our own flights, and we'll continue to do everything that we can to help American citizens who want to leave get out safely.
Yeah, one of the other complaints that's been raised is that the cost of a seat on one of these planes, particularly on Middle East Airlines, is just exorbitant. People can't afford it. So one, if you are an American citizen who wants to leave Lebanon on one of these MEA flights and can't afford it, can you go to the embassy and get an emergency loan to pay for that seat and for the seats of your immediate eligible family?
So I don't know if you can get a loan from the embassy for a seat on the Middle East Airways flight. I'm happy to check on that. But and any individuals who have that question, if they register with our website, either the one I outlined before or the embassy people will be able to answer that question directly for them, look at their exact circumstances. I'll say yes, we know that the the price of the flights on Middle East Airways have been extremely high. It's what you would expect in a situation where they're the only carrier that remains flying. And we know that's very difficult for some people. But I will tell you, that's one of the reasons why we organized our own flights, because we do recognize that a number of people just can't afford to pay those flights. And while the cost varies on the flights that we have organized, the most that any American will pay for a seat on those flights is $283. And if they can't afford $283, if they don't have $283, we will provide them a loan from the U.S. government for the cost of that ticket on board one of the.
All right, State Department briefing, giving the latest updates on the crisis in the Middle East and also about getting Americans out of Lebanon if they so choose. So we will take another 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come in moments on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Coming up here at the top of the hour, we will be taking you out to Battleground State, Michigan. Donald Trump will be doing a rally there. Once that gets going, we will feature it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. We're also keeping an eye in Florida, where we do have President Biden, as well as other state officials, and even Senator Rick Scott joining for this FEMA update that is being provided to President Biden on the ground there in Florida for the Helene aftermath. In the meantime, let's go back out live right now to the State Department briefing. Still live, still going on.
I don't want to deal with a hypothetical question beyond that.
I mean, it's not really a hypothetical.
It's an event that has not happened, so I don't want to.
It's a consequence of that.
It is an event that has not happened. I don't want to talk about potential outcomes.
Okay. But if there is a chance for Israel to lessen Iran's breakout time from a matter of weeks to a matter of months or years, does that not make them a less potent foe and lessen the likelihood of a regional war? It's just...
Again, we are well into the realm of hypotheticals and playing out scenarios that have not occurred. I don't think it's appropriate for me to get into that level of speculation from this podium.
Okay, and last one. Is there today any sort of messaging from the U.S. that it will condition future arms deliveries to Israel on a circumscribed incursion into the north and a minimizing of civilian casualties there?
So we have made clear from the start that we are committed to the defense of Israel and that we will remain committed to the defense of Israel. Our security partnership with them dates back decades, and we expect it to continue well into the future. We are also having conversations with them about the shape of that campaign, the scope of that campaign, what their targets are going to be, but I don't want to get into beyond that.
Just to follow up on how Israel could potentially respond to the attack that we saw on Tuesday. The president today did leave the door open to Iran going Israel going after Iran's oil reserves. Is it the assessment of Biden administration officials that going after those oil reserves would keep this conflict at the simmer that it's at right now?
So that's a little bit different question than the one Olivia asked me, but only because it's about a different target. It still asked me to speculate about the outcome of an event that has not yet happened, and I'm just going to decline to do that.
But certainly there must be a reason that the president feels that one action would be okay and another action would not be. So can you just help us understand the thinking of that?
So I'm not going. It would require me to get into a number of conversations that we have been having over the past 48 hours with our Israeli counterparts, and that we continue to have. And I'm not going to do that from here.
Okay. Same area, a slightly different topic. Lebanese foreign minister told CNN today or yesterday that Hassan Nasrallah, before he was killed, had actually agreed to the 21-day ceasefire that the U.S. had been putting together last week. Is that accurate?
So I can't speak to whether he ever agreed to it and told somebody inside Lebanon. Obviously, that could be something that happened that we wouldn't be aware of. I can tell you that if that's true, it was never communicated to us in any way, shape, or form.
And you guys met with, Secretary Blinken met with Lebanese officials.
He did. We were having a number of...
Specifically discuss this 21-day ceasefire.
We were having a number of conversations with Lebanese officials as well as with others in the region, and I can tell you at no time was it ever communicated to us that Hezbollah had accepted a ceasefire.
But they were giving you confidence that they might, but wasn't necessarily from Nasrallah?
So we were having a number of diplomatic engagements to talk about the proposals that we were going to put forward. I think all of the parties were well aware of the proposals that we were going to put forward, but at no time in those conversations did we get a message that Hezbollah had agreed or was going to agree to it.
Or Nasrallah himself.
Yeah, or Nasrallah himself. Well, I mean, that one and the same.
I wanted to come back to sort of the situation on the ground in Lebanon. So obviously these American citizens seeking the flights out, they're being caused to flee by these Israeli actions. You've talked about, what the Israelis have said to the U.S. about, limited incursions into southern Lebanon. But we've sort of seen there is a ground operation, and there's also an aerial operation with a lot of bombing going on in Beirut. But how do you kind of characterize what Israel is doing? Is this a full-scale war against Lebanon as a state? It seems to be broader than just these limited incursions and targeted bombings to take out Hezbollah leaders.
So they continue to target Hezbollah leaders and target Hezbollah officials and Hezbollah militants, and all of their strikes, at least as far as we are aware, and if there are strikes targeting other officials inside Lebanon, we'd certainly welcome that information, but nothing that we have seen as of yet leads us to conclude that they are doing anything other than targeting a terrorist organization, Hezbollah, that had launched strikes and was continuing to launch strikes against Israel, including in the last few days.
So everything that the Israeli, all the elements of the Israeli operation within what you just said those have the green light from the U.S. Like, we're okay with this. Doesn't go beyond, I guess, red lines is not a word we like to use.
It's not to speak to any one individual strike, because it is not like we are sitting and approving individual strikes, but we do approve of the Israeli government defending itself and defending its people from a terrorist organization that has continued to, that began this conflict with them on October 8th, forced tens of thousands of people to flee their homes, also has been a destabilizing force in Lebanon. We do support them taking military action to bring those terrorists to justice.
But the position last week when you were calling for a 3-week ceasefire is that there's no longer a call for a ceasefire?
We do ultimately want to see a ceasefire and a diplomatic resolution, but we do think it's appropriate that Israel at this point is bringing terrorists to justice and trying to push and launching these limited incursions, what at least at this point are limited incursions, to try and push Hezbollah back from the border.
But this is having the impact of sending civilians who have no connection to Hezbollah, Americans, to leave. So, don't you have a little more concern that this is the escalatory action that you were warning against?
We are, of course, absolutely concerned about the humanitarian effects of this conflict. We are concerned about the effects on American citizens, thousands of whom live in Lebanon. We are concerned about the effects on innocent Lebanese civilians who live in Lebanon and are now caught in the middle of a conflict that they had nothing to do with. It's why we are ultimately working for a diplomatic resolution, something that we had been working to for some time. It's why we're continuing to support humanitarian assistance for the Lebanese people. It's why we're organizing the Ways to Depart Lebanon that I spoke to at the beginning of this briefing. But ultimately, you do have a security situation that was untenable for Israel. And by the way, it's a security situation that was untenable for Lebanese civilians in southern Lebanon who had been forced to flee their homes too. So Israel at this point has launched what they have described, and we're going to watch and see, but what they have described as limited incursions across the border to try and push Hezbollah back so 1701 can ultimately be implemented. We're going to see how that unfolds over the coming days. Ultimately, our goal is a diplomatic resolution, and where we want to see this go is UN Security Council 1701, which was adopted some years ago and has never been fully implemented, so you have security on both sides of the border and the ability for Lebanese and Israeli civilians to return to their homes.
State Department briefing continues there on the crisis in the Middle East and when possibly the response from Israel to Iran can be. And we'll continue to follow it for you every step of the way on Live Now from Fox. That is going to do it for my time here on the desk. But after a quick 2-minute break, my colleague Stephanie Quinyu will be with you for the next couple of hours, bringing the latest live feeds, top stories, and when breaking news happens, she'll have you covered. We are also keeping an eye on some feeds here, including President Biden out in Florida right now on the ground, surveying Helene aftermath damage. You could see Senator Rick Scott there, Republican, is speaking with him right now. And we're also keeping an eye out in battleground state Michigan, because that is where moments away Donald Trump will be having a rally there. So we have a busy next hour. Stephanie Quinyu will have all of the latest coming up in 2 minutes.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu, and you are taking a live look from Saginaw, Michigan, as we are expecting former President Trump to speak at a rally in the swing state of Michigan at around 3 p.m. Eastern time. So in just about an hour or so, you can see the podium already in place. And as soon as the former president takes to the podium, we will bring that to you live without interruption. And thank you for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We do continue to follow a number of live events. We are also continuing to follow the State Department briefing that is underway right now in Washington, D.C., as they are discussing the continuing conflict in the Middle East and specifically how to get Americans out of Lebanon, as the Israeli forces are making a limited ground incursion there. So let's pivot to that and listen in.
Do that under international humanitarian law in Lebanon as they are anywhere else.
There's 1 million and a half person in the streets now. They don't have a place to go, and the way it's conducted now, you may have more people in the streets, because how do you expect the people to know who's living in this building and what's happening? It's not only some places, I don't know. It's how do you expect that people can predict who is living beside them?
So there are horrific consequences of this conflict. It's why we ultimately want to get to a diplomatic resolution. This is a security situation that has plagued Lebanon for years, and you obviously know the long history well, which is Hezbollah has been a destabilizing force that has attacked not just Israel but has attacked Lebanese civilians and has put the entire region in this untenable situation where after October 7th, they began launching attacks on Israel that forced tens of thousands of Israeli civilians to move. And then Israel responded, and they had this tit-for-tat escalation back and forth that forced tens of thousands of Lebanese to move. So we're absolutely cognizant of the people who have been forced to move over the past week or so. We're also cognizant of the tens of thousands of people on both sides of the border who have had to move over the past year. And so ultimately, we want to see a resolution of this conflict where Hezbollah doesn't have the ability to keep sending the region into this spiraling, deteriorating security situation.
You're confident that they are targeting only Hezbollah?
So that is what they have said. We will make our assessments, as we always do in these types of conflicts, as we look at them, as we look at individual strikes, and we go through the formal procedures that we have to undertake.
Okay. You said that the secretary is in contact with the Israeli, and you've been in contact with the Lebanese officials. According to many Lebanese officials, that there has no communication with them since the